Almighty God, we the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make today. Amen. Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, songs, dance, law and dreaming stories over many thousands of years. We pay our respects to the elders, those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today, those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully walk together in gratitude, respect and kindness in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. Are there any apologies?
Chair, I advise that Councillor Dixon will be absent today, and I move that she be granted a leave of absence from this meeting.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Adderman and seconded by Councillor Marx that Councillor Dixon be granted leave of absence from today's meeting. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it. Councillors, I draw your attention to the motion of appreciation at item 2 on the agenda. Lord Mayor, would you please move the motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that this council recognises Brisbane's anniversary with our sister city, Abu Dhabi, celebrating 15 years. And that, not done yet. And that Brisbane City Council reinforces our commitment to Abu Dhabi as our city continues to evolve, building stronger relationships through economic, civic and cultural exchanges, all while developing new and improved links through tourism, trade and business.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that this council recognises the 15th anniversary of the sister city relationship between Brisbane and the city of Abu Dhabi. Brisbane City Council reinforces our commitment to these sister city relationships as our city continues to evolve, building stronger relationships through economic, civic and cultural exchanges, all while developing new and improved links through tourism, trade and business. Is there any debate? Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honour to speak today on behalf of the City of Brisbane to commemorate the 15-year anniversary of the very important sister city relationship we have with Abu Dhabi. From the outset, I do want to pass on our respects to both Abu Dhabi and the wider UAE community on the passing of His Highness Sheikh Tarnoon bin Mohammed Al Nahyan. I understand that the UAE has recently finished a 7-day period of official mourning for the Sheikh, who was Abu Dhabi's ruler in the Al Ain region. Brisbane's sister city relationship with Abu Dhabi began formally on the 2nd of February 2009, making it one of the younger and newest relationships, but also an important new relationship. Now, Brisbane as a city only has 9 sister city relationships. There are other cities that have many, many more relationships, but we believe that it's important to keep it to a number where we can truly value the relationship. And the 9 sister cities allows us to do that. The sister city agreement was signed during a Brisbane business mission to Abu Dhabi, recognising the mutual benefit of a strategic alliance between both cities. A few years later, and to celebrate the 5th anniversary of the agreement, a second business mission was organised which led over 30 people representing 28 companies in an effort to create new business opportunities, as well as sharing local knowledge about each other's economies in an effort to build mutual wealth. Like Brisbane, the geographic size of Abu Dhabi caters for a similar population, being between 1.3 and 1.5 million people. Here in Brisbane, there are over 1,000 residents who were born in the UAE, and in recent times, one of these residents, Kobab Kazi, recently interned as part of our international internships program in 2020. This is a program which matches domestic students from multicultural backgrounds to work in a local Brisbane business over a 4-week period. It opens workplace doors for internships and retains their talent in Brisbane, supporting our local workforce with a more diverse and multicultural workforce. In December last year, the Australian Government and the UAE announced the beginning of a negotiation for a comprehensive economic partnership agreement. This is a bilateral free trade agreement that will lay the groundwork for closer economic ties, and this agreement, alongside our sister city relationship, will make sure that both Brisbane and Australia and Abu Dhabi and the UAE continues to make the most of the joint opportunities ahead of us so that we can continue to build those stronger relationships through economic, civic and cultural exchanges, just like today's motion affirms. We also have some guests who are in the public gallery and also watching online as part of this motion, and I want to make special mention of them in particular. Ms Adra Al-Mansouri, the Second Secretary of the Embassy of the UAE in Canberra, Mr Ross Humphreys, the Chair of the Sister City Steering Committee, Raywin Bailey, our Sister City Representative for Hyderabad, Anthony Ryan, the Chief Executive Officer of the Brisbane Economic Development Agency, Dr John Cowie, General Manager for Investment Attraction, Brisbane Economic Development Agency, Anthony Lin, the Sister City Representative for Kaohsiung, is also tuning in as well. I want to pay my thanks also to a number of other people who are committed to the ongoing success of our Sister City relationship. Firstly, His Excellency Mohammed El Sharafa, the Chairman of the Department of Municipalities and Transport. His Excellency Fadi El Borno, Executive Director, Strategic Affairs, Department of Municipalities and Transport. Mohammed Al Mufti, the Section Head, Strategic Stakeholders, Department of Municipalities and Transport. Mr Cassian Drew, the Sister Cities Steering Committee Representative for Abu Dhabi, all who are on the Sister Cities Steering Committee, the Australian Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, DFAT, the UAE Embassy in Canberra for their support, the Chambers of Commerce and Industry, such as the Australia Arab Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and all those who are committed to the further strengthening of the relationship. I must end on an apology. During my time as Lord Mayor, I became Lord Mayor just before the pandemic started, and the normal schedule of visits to sister cities was interrupted during that period. And unfortunately, that has meant that personally I've been unable to visit many of our sister cities during this time, but obviously the pandemic provided unique challenges for all of us, and obviously we're committed to strengthening our sister cities relationships, including Abu Dhabi, and also making sure that there can be visits and exchanges facilitated when possible. So thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you to all of those involved in the sister city relationship.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Is there any further debate? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on this motion of appreciation for Brisbane's sister city arrangement with Abu Dhabi, celebrating 15 years now. We support this motion of appreciation to recognise and celebrate the 15 years of our sister city partnership with Abu Dhabi. Our international relations work as a council should help Brisbane grow and develop both culturally and economically between the sister cities and our other sister city arrangements. It's essential that Brisbane is positioned strongly on the global stage, and we recognise that in partnerships such as our sister city arrangements do achieve that and should achieve that for businesses, for residents and for workers on both sides of that arrangement. This agreement was signed, as we heard, in 2009 when then Lord Mayor Campbell Newman took a 10-day trip to the UAE, and that was renewed in 2014 when Graham Quirk took his overseas trip there. I was wondering who'd be next, but I think from what the Lord Mayor's saying, we can expect some more overseas travel shortly to renew this sister city arrangement. It can be difficult to measure the value of these arrangements, and we heard some of the outcomes in the Lord Mayor's contribution just now through the the international student partnerships that we have here in Council, and the Lord Mayor spoke of one of those experiences of a student that was able to contribute to that sister city arrangement. But we want to make sure that both sides of the equation when it comes to these sister cities, because they are special arrangements, there only being 9 in existence, that we do get bang for buck for both cities, and that is certainly should be the case when it comes to the employment benefits that are touted for on both sides, not just for businesses that operate here in Brisbane, Brisbane and in Abu Dhabi, but also those workers on either side as well. We want to make sure they see the benefits of these arrangements. So we certainly support these arrangements and support the anniversary here today, and would actually appreciate, I'm sure all councillors would, some more regular updates, I guess, about how those arrangements are paying off for our city, because we think we should leverage them as much as possible to continue to see Brisbane grow on the global stage.
Are there any further speakers? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise too for the motion of appreciation on the anniversary of our relationship with Abu Dhabi and Brisbane. It's very exciting to recognise this as one of our, as the Lord Mayor said, youngest relationships, but it really is a strategic agreement around making sure we promote and advance the economic development and the social infrastructure of both the cities of Brisbane and Abu Dhabi. It was always intended to be of mutual benefit for financial, material, human resources capabilities within the conformity, obviously, of prevailing laws of both cities, which can be slightly different, but using our best endeavours to mutually develop and assist each other with best practice experience, knowledge transfer and facilitation in a range of municipal services that cities actually provide. And it has enabled many opportunities I'm glad to share with the Chamber with Abu Dhabi. We've had a strong emphasis on learning and best practice exchanges between the cities, especially around the topics of sustainability, city planning and transport. Brisbane City Council and Abu Dhabi Department of Municipal Affairs are currently working together on virtual best practice exchange to be held this year, focused on share learnings around city planning and transportation. There are businesses from Brisbane exploring opportunities and doing businesses in and around Abu Dhabi, as well as multinationals with offices in both cities. Brisbane-based business Circa, which many of us know and have been to their performances, is due to have their international premiere of its new show Duck Pond at New York University in Abu Dhabi. Alongside the performances, there will also be best practice exchange as members of Circa visit local universities for workshops and skill sharings. Circa has performed in more than 45 countries to nearly 2 million people, with about 2/3 of their business coming from overseas markets. Brisbane is the home, of course, of the Asia Pacific City Summit and the Mayor's Forum, and the region's longest-running premier summit that brings together one of the largest number of city leaders with the best and brightest in business. And I'm so glad to say that we have had many visits from those in Abu Dhabi. In 2015, His Excellency Khalifa El Mazrari was here, the former Under-Secretary of the Department of Municipal Affairs, and Mr Mohammed Gharib Al Hassani, the Director of Strategic Planning for Abu Dhabi Municipality. That both came here, and it was the first time that Abu Dhabi had come to the APCS, and I think it opened their eyes on the opportunity, because we have now continually welcomed inbound delegations to Brisbane as well. Last year, we hosted 2 delegations with representatives from Al Ain Municipality, which is a part of the Abu Dhabi Department of Municipalities and Transport, visiting in September, as well as Her Excellency Reem Al Shami, who is the UAE Minister of State for International Cooperation and Special Envoy to Australia, and His Excellency Abdullah El Subosi, then Ambassador of the United Arab Emirates to Australia, and their delegation visited Brisbane. So they got a briefing from BEDA and about our fantastic growth and investment opportunities across the whole business ecosystem, including a tour of the Business Hub. The Lord Mayor thanked many of those that we have strong ties with, that we've worked with, as well as those that are support here in Brisbane, but I'd like to make special mention of those who have joined us actually in the chamber today, including Ms Adri Al Mansouri, the Second Secretary Ambassador of the UAE in Canberra, who's with us here in the chamber today. So all of those organisations that are strong supporters of our sister city relationship, past, present and future, thank you for making sure that we get the most out of this allegiant tie, whether it be cultural, business, tourism, investment or sporting linkages. There is no doubt Brisbane and Abu Dhabi have close ties, and we look forward to enhancing this in the years ahead.
Any further speakers? Lord Mayor, right of reply? No. I will now put the motion of appreciation. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Confirmations of minutes, please.
Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,733rd meeting held on Tuesday the 7th of May 2024 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Adderman and seconded by Councillor Marx that the minutes of the 4,733rd meeting of Council held on the 7th of May 2024 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or a Civic Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, Councillor Davis. Councillor Davis, the Shrinner Council's delivery of Bradbury Park has been a hit with families across the whole city. Can you please update the Chamber on the latest news regarding Bradbury Park and including its new accolade?
Councillor Davis.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you I thank Councillor Parry for the question, because I know Councillor Parry is a huge fan of Bradbury Park, not just as the local councillor, but the mother of two energetic young lads who love to get out and explore and play in the wonderful parks we have across Brisbane. Last week I alluded to the great news that Bradbury Park had taken home the John Dalton Award for Building of the Year for the Greater Brisbane Regional Architecture Awards, and that is a fantastic accolade for the work that was done around Bradbury Park and the new playscape. What is particularly special about this is that it's the first time in the history of the award that a playscape has been announced as the winner. This honour ordinarily would be bestowed upon a large public building. Past winners have included Brewtide Brewery at Albion, the Eco Sciences Precinct at Dutton Park, or the Liveris Building at UQ. And for those that don't know what the Liveris Building is, that's the big purple cube that they have there on site. So it's quite historic that the Bradbury Park Playscape has been selected for this very prestigious title. But Madam Chair, not only was the Bradbury Park Playscape awarded Building of the Year, I'm delighted to share with the Chamber that Bradbury Park also took home not one, but 4 major awards, and that included the People's Choice Award, the Commendation for Public Architecture, and the Commendation for Urban Design. So it really goes to show just how unique and revolutionary this fantastic playscape is. The judging panel described the design as setting a new benchmark for both government and private industry in the provision of innovative play for older children, which translates really into something that we have which is both unique and extraordinary. And it's because in its mission was to achieve what we might seem to be the impossible, and that was to get 10 to 15-year-olds away from their screens and re-engage them in creative and more adventurous activity outside. From the outset, it was planned that the new playground would be more than just a slide and a set of swings, and what we got was something quite spectacular and quite outside the box. In fact, it's absolutely one of a kind. The concept brief for the new playground was based on the idea of a biological city to reflect the natural environment that's around it. And that concept was integrated into the design with the playscape structured around towers and hollows and connecting bridges. And if you've had the opportunity to go out there, Madam Chair, it's really worth the experience. It's quite an amazing structure. And so what it's been able to achieve is not only endless possibilities for young people and kids to play and interact, but it also encourages creativity and a sense of discovery. It features a number of innovative designs, including coloured glass panels which were inspired by the rainbow lorikeets that you can find in the park, and these are strategically placed across the structure to allow a sort of a multicoloured light to change the mood depending on the time of day, and it really is quite spectacular. The structure also achieves 80% shade cover for most of the warmer months of the year, because it's been modelled and positioned around the existing trees. And the charred exterior, the woodwork, is used that's used on the external cladding really mimics trees. So it really has a real affinity with the local surroundings and the ironbark trees that are there in the park. Madam Chair, whilst I'm no architect, I think it's fair to say that a magnificent playscape design, which is what we have, has been achieved, and the kids just love exploring it, and now we have 4 awards to prove it. The transformation of Bradbury Park was a 3-year-long project, so we had to take it in stages. The first was completed in 2020 with the delivery of the Magic Forest, which was an extraordinary award-winning area in its own right. Stage 2 was completed last year and delivered the new playscape, as well as an upgraded car park, pathways and landscaping that was fitting of such a destination park. So it's an iconic place. We've got people from all across the city and across the country coming to have a look. It's no wonder that they are. It's an amazing piece of infrastructure, and the kids just love it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Councillor Chongwa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Michael Bertman, State MP for Maiwar, and myself wrote to you on the 23rd of April asking why the Brisbane City Council approved a development application for a light show at the Botanical Gardens from a company that, to our knowledge, had never run a light show and has no public presence. You have not responded to our letter, so I ask you again, Lord Mayor, here in these chambers, perhaps you'll answer. A development application approved by the Brisbane City Council branded their proposed light show in the Botanical Gardens as Lumina, and I read directly from the development application. Lumina Light Dreaming Light Show tourist attraction.
Thank you, Councillor Chongwa. You've asked the question, and it's not for debate.
I haven't.
She hasn't asked the point of order, Chair.
Can you ask the question, is what I said. Can you ask the question?
Keep going.
Lord Mayor, Moment Factory, the owner of Lumina, have stated that they never agreed to participate in the Botanical Gardens project, and they have requested the name Lumina not to be used in the application. However, this copyright name Lumina appears on the development application, which is approved and publicly available on the Development Eye system. Lord Mayor, why has the Council stated their intention publicly on their website to use this highly misleading development application that uses the copyright name Lumina rather than reject this deceptive DA?
Lord Mayor.
I think the proposed light show in the Mount Cootha Botanic Gardens will be an absolutely fantastic thing, And it's been through a rigorous assessment process. It has obviously been something that has been put to the test in botanic gardens all around Australia and in fact all around the world. And in fact we saw something similar in the City Botanic Gardens when we had Lightscape set up during the Brisbane Festival last year, and it was extraordinarily popular. I guess the question that has to be asked is, are our botanic gardens for people to enjoy, or are they to be locked up? Are our botanic gardens tourist attractions, or aren't they tourist attractions? Because I believe it's actually one of Brisbane's best tourist attractions, and it's about celebrating the wonderful environment that has been created in the Botanic Gardens that people really appreciate. And it's also about making sure that it's done in a way that is sensitive to the natural environment, but also in a way that will boost visitation and opportunities for people to come and see and do things. And look, I understand that the Greens are opposed to this. That is
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Massey.
Relevance. The question was the use of the name for the DA.
Thank you, Councillor Massey. I don't uphold your point of order. Please continue, Lord Mayor.
And so we know that the fundamental reason behind this question is because the Greens are opposed to this proposal. And look, they're entitled to be opposed to this proposal, but I'm yet to see anything that the Greens are actually for. They are only ever against things. They are only ever about opposing things. Last year I had the opportunity to visit Melbourne at the time when their Botanic Gardens was hosting a similar light show. And the similar thing has been done in Perth and in many other cities, and it's been remarkably successful and popular wherever it has gone. And so...
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor
Just a question on relevance. It wasn't about whether the light show should go ahead or not. It was literally about whether the DA should be used with the fact that the name is copyrighted and not being...
Councillor Massey. Lord Mayor.
If you have a look at the Brisbane City Council website right now, today, it refers to the Botanic Gardens Night Walk. Council has granted approval for the delivery of a Botanic Gardens Night Walk at the Brisbane Botanic Gardens, Mount Coot-tha. And so whatever names are being bandied around, the fact is we support this and we want to see it go ahead. It's really quite simple. I'm not sure where the Greens councillor is going with this, other than to fan the flames of conspiracy theories out in the community. But the reality is, our position on this is really clear. We support it. People are entitled to either agree or disagree, but I think it will be an extraordinary thing for our city. It will be something that adds further to the wonderful attraction of our city of our Mount Coot-tha Botanic Gardens. And this is a much-loved asset by the city, a much-loved public facility, and just in the same way that when people go somewhere, they want things to do and things to see. This is about activation of a wonderful facility for the community, and I think it will be fantastic, which is why we support it.
Further questions? Councillor Wolfe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Chair of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee, Councillor Allen. Councillor Allen, the Greens Labor Coalition of Chaos has opposed over 30,000 homes since 2016. Can you please update the Chamber on the latest plan by the Srina Council to create more housing in Brisbane?
Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Councillor Wolfe for the question. Yesterday we commenced a 5-week consultation period for the draft Nathan Salisbury Moorooka Neighbourhood Plan. This follows the statutory requirements to undertake state interest reviews. After almost a year, the state government endorsed the draft plan for public consultation with only minor alterations. We know that precinct and neighbourhood planning helps to keep what we love about our areas while identifying opportunities for residential growth and jobs. It allows residents to live, work, play and age in the places they want to call home. The Nathan Salisbury Moorooka area presents many opportunities. With outstanding employment, education and sporting facilities, as well as proximity to the CBD, the draft plan aims to grow jobs, housing choice and livability in the area by leveraging significant infrastructure investments, including existing transport infrastructure. Concentrated within 5 precincts, the draft plan focuses on growing housing supply, industry and employment while maintaining the area's unique suburban identity and environment. The draft plan includes 9 overarching outcomes outlining Council's intention for the area. Some of these include creating more housing choices, and that's to support people in different stages of their life, and also providing different types of topology. To attract new industries, obviously we know the industrial landscape is changing and new industries are emerging and we want to support those. We want to leverage the transport upgrades that are taking place there. There are new station upgrades at Moorooka and Salisbury, and certainly we want to leverage those investments. We want to keep the rich character of the area. We also want to protect and enhance natural areas that are captured under this plan, including Toohey Forest and the creek corridors, and we also want to encourage walking within those suburbs as well. The draft plan provides for a wide range of housing types to support changes to housing needs in different life stages by encouraging a mix of housing densities and types close to Salisbury and Moorooka train stations and community amenities. Additionally, the draft plan recognises that future development across the plan area must be of a height, scale and form consistent with the amenity and character of each precinct, sub-precinct or site. Through the range of housing types and densities, an increase in population of approximately 5,000 will be supported, leading to a projected population of 25,000 within the plan area. As such, the draft plan supports an additional 2,500 residential dwellings and the creation of about 12,500 jobs. Whilst more housing is being identified, both the total land area identified for industrial uses and centre uses will increase. The draft plan also proposes to protect over 80 additional sites with significant landscape trees. Madam Chair, there is a real opportunity to see the renewal of underutilised industrial areas to facilitate employment growth and create vibrant mixed-use precincts within the plan area. As current uses cease over time, the draft plan supports the long-term vision for the Moorooka Magic Mile to transition from car sales yards to a thriving mixed-use precinct with clean industries, education, healthcare and residential uses which can coexist together. Madam Chair, for the benefit of those new to the chamber, this is our third stage of community consultation for this neighbourhood plan and another opportunity for the community to inform Council on their vision for their neighbourhood. Council has previously consulted community for initial ideas and key issues in 2019. This helped develop the draft strategy which set the planning direction for the area, which Council also consulted on in 2021. During this process, Council received meaningful feedback on a range of matters, including housing character, heritage, built form, traffic, public transport, etc. In preparation for the draft plan, a summary of the key themes and how the draft plan responds to this feedback is provided on Council's website. This forms part of the materials prepared for this latest round of consultation. Following consultation, a review of submissions will be undertaken and then a final version of the plan will be prepared for state government and minister consideration to adopt. Madam Chair, given the housing challenges we are facing, when this draft plan comes back through this chamber, I hope Councillor Griffiths and Labor see its value and support its adoption.
Are there further questions? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, Cactoblastus Corner Park, a severely storm-damaged park in March 2022, which is a riverfront park in Sherwood, has been closed for more than 2 years with no remediation action undertaken by Council. The park is currently overgrown and unkempt and is adversely impacting on adjoining residents' homes. Major General Jake Elwood, retired, the CEO of the Queensland Reconstruction Authority, confirmed that in April 23, more than a year ago, disaster funding for Council to undertake remediation work for the park had been approved. More than a year ago. Still no work has been done to remediate and reopen Cactoblastus Corner. When will it be done?
Lord Mayor.
Well, look, I'm happy to ensure that you get an update, Councillor Johnston, through you, Madam Chair, on the status of this project. What we're talking about, Councillor Johnston refers to it as a park. What it is a massive landslip into the Brisbane River, which occurred as part of the 2022 flood. The cost estimates to address this are extraordinary, to the extent we're talking north of 20 million. And the responsibility for this, we believe, should be borne by the Queensland Reconstruction Authority who do fund flood reconstruction works.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I'm talking about a council park, and my question was, when will the work be done? The funding is approved by the QRA. When will the council do the work?
Thank you,
That is my question.
The QRA funding, Madam Chair, won't even touch the sides of the work that needs to be done. And so we are not going to commit to a project that is not fully funded by the QRA. Who wants to give up some great projects in their area to deal with the landslip that should be funded by the QRA? I don't hear any takers here, because in a time when money is tight, we are not going to wear the extra cost of a landslip remediation that should rightly be funded by the
Councillor
Queensland
Johnston, please
Reconstruction
don't
Authority.
call out while Councillor Johnston, another councillor is on their feet speaking, so you should remain quiet, and the Lord Mayor is actually answering your questions.
And I'd be interested to hear from Councillor Johnston whether she thinks this is the most important expenditure of 20 million plus in her area, or whether there, are other priorities, because, it's an interesting question to ask. If someone else who is responsible for disaster response will fund the cost of it, then fair enough. But if ratepayers are expected to fund the cost of this, then that is a different question altogether. So Councillor Wines will provide some further detail in his report, but that is my understanding of the status of the matter at present.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Further questions? Councillor Wolfe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, Councillor Davis. Councillor Davis, there has been a concerning rise in the incidence of vandalism on playgrounds across the city. Can you please update the chamber on some of the impacts on the community from the soft-on-crime approach from the state government, including the cost to ratepayers?
Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, I thank Councillor Wolfe for the question. I know that Councillor Wolfe has a keen interest in this topic and is acutely aware of the cost of the lawless and antisocial behaviour that's being seen around our city, impacting on residents of Brisbane and including in your own ward of Walter Taylor. Because for the second time this year, Madam Chair, we've seen vandals attempt to set fire to the Whitten Barracks playground, and this was after it had to be totally rebuilt following an arson attack last year. Madam Chair, it was shocking to see that just a week before this incident at Whitten Barracks, another beloved local park, a playground, had been torched by vandals, and I know that Councillor Wines and his community were devastated to see that the Fenwick Park playground at Mitchelton was burnt to the ground. It was a much-loved local playground that we had just invested a significant amount of money in improving, and I know that Councillor Wines had been approached by at least one local councillor, one local resident, should I say, in particular one that drove past the burnt down playground and told him how devastated that his kids were, that their playground had been destroyed. And I'm sure that those children were not the only ones that were feeling that way, because it was a senseless and selfish act, and it's actually fortunate that nobody was hurt. Unfortunately, we're seeing more and more of this behaviour under this state Labor government, because of their inability to get youth crime under control. We know from the Australian Bureau of Statistics that the number of young criminals in Queensland has increased by 6%, and that's just in the past year. And according to the Queensland Government's own Statistician's Office, youth criminals aged between 10 and 17 committed 3 times as many property crimes as any other age group. So it's a problem. But we do have a state government who can't or won't do what it takes to tackle youth crime. And here in council, we have a Labor opposition who teamed up with the radical and destructive Greens who wanted to defund the police, who are actively encouraging breaking and entering, who mock victims of crime and refuse to acknowledge that there's even a problem. But the evidence is plain for all of us to see out in our communities and including in our local parks. And as I said earlier, less than a year ago, we saw another playground burn to the ground at Whitten Barracks Park. We've also had to close and fully replace the playground at Lower Moora Park in Councillor Cassidy's ward due to extensive vandalism. Fortunately, it was restored in time for Christmas last year so that the children could still access the playground during the school holidays. And all of this was in the last 12 months, Madam Chair, and it's costing the ratepayers of Brisbane. Replacing the newly renovated playground at Fenwick Park is expected to cost in the vicinity of $500,000. Replacing Whitten Barracks Playground, the cost is around $250,000. Lower Moora Park Playground was another $100,000. And on top of that, in the last 12 months, the city's standards branch has responded to 96 vandalism-related jobs in our parks at an estimated cost of about $200,000. So just in the last year, we are now at around $1 million in damages from vandalism and criminal behaviour. And Madam Chair, that's $1 million of ratepayers' money that now cannot be spent on other projects to deliver community benefit. We know that getting youth crime under control is the sole responsibility of the state Labor government, but they are failing to do that, Madam Chair. So we are doing what we can as a local government. We've committed $2.2 million to the Safer Suburbs Lighting Program, which will improve community safety in public spaces across the city, from Boondall all the way to Forest Lake. In this financial year alone, we've invested more than $1.5 million and grow the CCTV network. And in the last 12 months, these cameras played quite a vital role in capturing and prosecuting more than 1,500 offences, including vandalism, theft and assault. But they've also prevented an untold number of crimes by sending a message to would-be criminals that we are watching and they will be caught. Madam Chair, only the state government has the power to act on these offenders, and we need them to step up and do the work they need to do.
Thank you, Councillor. Your time has expired. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to Councillor Cunningham, the Chair of the Finance and City Governance Committee. Since the Lord Mayor announced his savage budget cuts on the 17th of October last year, 642 staff have ended their employment with Council, whether they chose to do so or not. However, only 462 have been replaced, meaning 180 fewer staff. So, Councillor Cunningham, doesn't this mean that when council staff tell us they are not being backfilled when on leave and are doing more work to cover this shortfall, they are telling the truth and you are not?
Councillor Cunningham.
Well, thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks to the Leader of the Opposition for the question. Another week and we see the team from Labor here on behalf of their union mates, not coming into this place and standing up for the residents of Brisbane. No. You think that they would. You think that they would listen to residents who live in their area and come in and fight for them. But no, not our Labor Party in council. They come here and fight for their union mates. Madam Chair, we have been very clear with the people of Brisbane that sensible savings need to be made with our council budget. Because with rising costs, governments have a choice between reducing their spending or increasing their prices. Residents expect a lean and an agile council. They expect one that gets on with delivering core local government services.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
On relevance, Councillor Cunningham's prepared notes are not answering this question. The question was very specifically, aren't council officers and council staff telling us the truth when they say their positions are not being backfilled because there's 180 fewer staff, and Councillor Cunningham is not telling the truth?
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Cunningham still has several minutes to answer the question.
Well, Madam Chair, I'll say it again. Councillor Cassidy is wrong, and the premise of his question is simply not true. Today is federal budget day. So if the opposition...
Councillor Cassidy, you have asked your questions. You're not to call out across the room, especially while Councillor Cunningham is answering your question.
Madam Chair, as I was saying, today is federal budget day. Today, our Labor colleagues in the Commonwealth, I'm told, have reduced expenditure by $1 billion when it comes to some of their staff. Now, for the Labor opposition leader to come in here once again shows how out of touch they truly must be with their community. Costs are rising in our community, and we must do absolutely everything we can to keep the pressure off rates and rents that residents pay in this city. And local government has a role to play with that.
Councillor Cassidy, again, do not call out across the chamber. Councillor Cunningham.
We have been very clear, Madam Chair, time and time again.
Councillor Cassidy, I've asked you already not to call out. Councillor Cunningham.
Madam Chair, if the Leader of the Opposition would like to do something practical to assist the residents of Brisbane, what he could do is talk to his mates in Canberra and get our council their fair share of revenue from the federal budget. We've heard the state government calling on the federal government today, just this morning, asking for that greater share of revenue. But when you look at all the figures, the local government sector, particularly here in Queensland, is the level of government which needs the most support. So bear with me here.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
On relevance for a very specific question, can Councillor Cunningham now confirm she wasn't telling the truth last week when she said...
The point of order. No, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Cassidy. It isn't for you now to debate. You've asked your question, and as I said earlier, just to remind you also that no councillor who is speaking shall be interrupted except as provided for by the standing rules. So I ask you now to let Councillor Cunningham finish answering your question. This is not a debate.
Point of order. Councillor Cunningham is not answering the question. The state budget, the federal budget, unions weren't mentioned. They're key talking points Councillor Cunningham has. But my question was about council staff not being backfilled. Very specific question.
As I said to you, that she still has a few minutes to answer the question.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Here are the facts, and I'll speak very slowly for the Leader of the Opposition. If an employee's leave request is supported, their leader will consider whether or not the employee's work needs to be undertaken during that period of leave. Where an employee is required to temporarily perform the requirements of another role that is at a higher level and performs all or substantial part of that higher role, they're paid at that higher rate. If employees have workload concerns, they should raise this with their manager. What we are asking all permanent employees of Brisbane City Council...
Councillor Cunningham, your time has expired. Further questions?
Madam Chair. Thank you.
Councillor Atwood.
My question is to the Chair of the Community and the Arts Committee, Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard, the Schrinner Council's new Everton Park Library is a draw card for visitors not just from the McDowell ward, but right across the city. Can you please update the Chamber on the success of the library since its opening?
Thank you. Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, I thank Councillor Atwood for the question. I know that both Councillor Davis and also Councillor Wines are very happy with the opening of the lovely Everton Park Library, and we're committed to delivering a better Brisbane, and as part of that, We're always working hard, creating more to see and do so that residents and visitors can enjoy the very best that Brisbane has to offer. So through you, Madam Chair, Councillor Atwood's question is especially timely as I've just received the latest statistics of the new Everton Park Library showing activity up till the 30th of April. And let me tell you, it certainly is clear that residents are very much enjoying the new Everton Park Library. In its first 52 days since opening, almost 27,000 residents have already visited the new Everton Park Library. We have loaned out more than 31,000 items, which is more than 1/3 of the total annual number of loans for the old Everton Park Library. And we have signed up more than 1,400 new library members. So just to give you an idea of how popular the new library has been, the old library had about 35,000 resident visits per year. And in just 52 days, 26,880 residents have visited the new Everton Park Library. Now that's more than 75% of the number of visitors the old library had over the period of a whole year, all in just 52 days. So it's clear for everyone to see that the new Everton Park Library has been an incredibly successful initiative for the local community. It's just one of the many ways the Shrinner Council is making sure that the Brisbane of tomorrow is even better than the Brisbane of today. We've also made it easier and cheaper than ever before to enjoy the best of Australia's largest public library service. We also know that not everyone has time to make it down to the library during the day, so we're making sure no one misses out with Council's 24/7 library lockers. Our network of libraries are incredibly community assets adored by residents across Brisbane, and the ability to borrow books and a great range of other resources for free has become an increasingly valuable service with living costs on the rise. So just like the lockers you've seen from Australia Post and Amazon, our new library lockers will provide 24/7 access for busy residents to pick up books when it's the most convenient time for them. It's as simple as placing your favourite item on hold and then collecting it from the library locker. And you don't have to stop at one, Madam Chair. Even better, you can place up to 20 holds at a time, including books, DVDs, audiobooks, magazines, and even CDs. Some people still use CDs, Madam Chair. Another way the Shrinner Council is working to deliver a better Brisbane. A stark contrast to Labor, Madam Chair, who spent their time demolishing libraries. The Shrinner Council has and always will continue to invest in the future of our libraries because we know how important they are for our communities, for the development of our little ones and for the lifelong learning and enjoyment that reading brings to people of all ages. I say again, Chair, this is just one way that we're delivering bigger and better libraries for all. When I say we're serious about delivering a better Brisbane, I mean it, and we're doing it in a sustainable way too. The Zilmia Library is now the beneficiary of solar panels installed as part of its latest upgrade, and even that was done in a sustainable way, Chair, with half of the solar panels being recycled from the old Everton Park Library. And the new Everton Park Library got a solar boost too, with solar panels helping to power the new library, which also benefits from an environmentally friendly design that minimises solar penetration into the building during summer while maximising solar penetration in winter. Roof water is also collected by tanks and used to support the beautiful new landscape around the library. I know our Everton Park Library team are thrilled to be back to their new and improved home base, and it's been incredibly rewarding to see so many residents benefit from the new facility and the hard work of our dedicated librarians who support our community. With more than 4.4 million visits and 6.4 million physical loans last year, it's clear that our libraries are loved by residents of all ages. And again, our dedicated librarians play such an important role in delivering Australia's largest public library service, and I want to thank them once again for their tireless dedication to Brisbane. All of this wouldn't be possible without the strong economic management of the Shrinner Council and our continued dedication to building a better Brisbane, whether that be creating more to see and do for families that they can enjoy the best that Brisbane has to offer without breaking the bank.
Has expired. Thank you. Further questions?
Yes.
Yes, Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, as you know, a young man was tragically killed in Mortimer Road District Sports Park in Acacia Ridge on the weekend. This park is a very well-used park and is home to South Sports Club, the Spanish Club, South Soccer Club, a bowls club and the netball club. Local residents don't feel safe using this park at night and have been told by police not to go into the park. We know that across Brisbane, Council has adopted a policy not to install lighting in parks because, and I've got it in this document here, there is no clear scientific evidence that lighting deters crime. Can you confirm that this is the reason why there is not adequate lighting at Mortimer Road District Park? And if not, will you commit to funding lighting at this park in your upcoming budget?
Lord Mayor.
Well, instances of stabbings and murders and horrific crimes are sadly way too common these days in Queensland. And on the weekend we heard of another tragedy, a crime which should not have been committed in a state where crime is out of control. Now, when it comes to lighting, obviously we always work with the Queensland Police in any investigation on whether there can be improvements made. But as a general principle, we focus our lighting efforts on areas that people are moving through because they have to move through there. And so if there's a walkway which gets someone from a bus stop through a connection to their to their home, if there's a situation where people are moving through, then they are effectively, they have little choice but to go through that area. And that's always got to be the first priority when it comes to enhancing public lighting. And we have an ongoing program to do that, and we also plan to further invest in that area. But where it's a destination, where people have the choice whether to be there or not, we don't necessarily believe that lighting up a park at night, where the police have already said they don't encourage people to go there, is actually a wise thing to do. And so obviously these matters have to be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. As I said, we will continue to work with the police, as we always do when it comes to investigations. But let's not forget here that the cause of this crime is not lighting. The cause of this crime is because youth crime is out of control in this state. And lighting might be one part of a multi-pronged response, as with security cameras, as are other measures that we can have some influence in. But fundamentally, this situation has been created by a state government that is soft on crime, where there are little or no consequences for serious crimes. And that is where we must start if we are serious about responding to crime in our community. Lights can help, but unless there is evidence based in an investigation that says a light would have stopped a murder happening, then I think is drawing a very long bow when you are needing to focus on the real response that needs to happen, which is to get tougher on crime and to have real consequences for criminals that kill and murder and maim other people. So we'll continue, as I said, to make improvements wherever we can, but ultimately the main agency, the main level of government that is going to make a difference here when it comes to youth crime and the crime wave that we have at the moment is the state government. And the state government needs to get serious and tough on crime. And we know that the reason why we're in this situation is a long, long time of Labor governments where they have consistently wound back the laws and the consequences for people that commit serious crimes. And now they are surprised at the situation that has evolved. It is a tragic situation. It is one that we shouldn't accept or tolerate. but it is one that's going to require a big stepping up of effort at the state level in particular, but it's one that we will also continue to step up our efforts on in areas that will make a difference. We need to know they will make a difference, obviously, before putting investment in them, and we take advice on that. But certainly, I would simply say that what happened on the weekend was a tragedy. It was horrific. It should never have happened. But I haven't seen any evidence at this point in time that that area should have been lighted. In fact, should have been lit. In fact, I would tend to go with the police recommendation, which is based on their advice on staying away from that area at particular times rather than lighting it and encouraging more people in a place where the police have recommended that people shouldn't go. Labor announced a $2 million safety lighting investment during the election. And I note that the Mortimer Road Park was not included in their commitment. You know, it is quite cynical in hindsight to be someone that calls for investment in an area when it wasn't suggested in their own election commitment.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired.
Cynical.
And that now ends question time. Establishment and Coordination Committee. Lord Mayor.
Madam Chair, I move that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Tuesday, 7th of May 2004 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee dated Tuesday, 7th of May 2024 be adopted. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last night, all our assets were lit up in blue to support the eve of Apraxia Speech Awareness Day. Childhood apraxia of speech is a type of speech disorder which includes abnormal speech reflexes and tone, and this is part of an international awareness campaign that we're happy to support. Tonight, the Story Bridge, Victoria Bridge and Radcliffe Place will also be lit up in blue to support Light the Way. The Light the Way campaign raises awareness for tuberous sclerosis complex, a rare genetic disease that causes non-cancerous tumours to grow in the brain and other parts of the body. Tomorrow night, all of our assets will be lit up in maroon for the first game of the Women's State of Origin and also the NRL Magic Round. Game 1 of the Women's Origin is this Thursday night, which is followed by NRL Magic Round at Suncorp Stadium from Friday through to Sunday. On Thursday night, the Victoria Bridge, City Hall and Radcliffe Place will be lit up in blue, white and red to celebrate 100 days to the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. Also on Thursday night, the Tropical Dome and the Story Bridge will be lit up in green and blue to support the eve of Neurofibromatosis Awareness Day. This is a disease that causes tumours to form on nerve tissue, developing anywhere in the body's nervous system. On Friday night, we will once again light up our assets in the rainbow colours to commemorate Ida Hobbit Day. This includes City Hall, where the Light Up the Night Gala Ball will be held, and we will continue to support this day because we oppose discrimination in all of its forms. On Saturday, all of our assets will be lit up in blue for Panegyri Festival. Panegyri is Queensland's biggest celebration of Greek culture and food and is now, incredibly, in its 48th year of celebrations. On Sunday night, all our assets will be lit up in purple to support World IBD Day. There are over 100,000 Australians living with Crohn's disease, and this light up supports their awareness campaign. Today, councillors would have noticed that the Labor state government has backed up our calls for a sensible approach to migration, particularly international migration. Now, this is something that I recently raised concerns about. This is something that, in its unchecked form at the moment, is adding pressure to our already oversubscribed housing market. it is adding pressure that is driving up rents. And so if the Labor state government and the LNP City Council are in lockstep, then you can be sure that this is an issue that is cross-partisan and is something that needs to be addressed. And so I do certainly hope that the federal government will respond in two ways. First of all, by ensuring that our migration program as a nation is manageable and it is planned in a way that we don't bring people to a country that cannot house them. That's a pretty fundamental part of the fairness of the Australian fair go and opportunity that we offer as a nation. It is not right to bring people to our nation if there are no homes for them to live in. And certainly that's the situation that we are seeing right now, because with the current shortage of housing, every additional person added into the market drives up rents further. And so you can see here the federal government's approach is actively contributing to rents being higher for people that are already doing it tough. And so this is something that needs to be addressed, and one thing is to get the migration program to be operated in a manner that is sustainable, that housing can be provided. My dad came here as a migrant, and it was a different time. Obviously, that was 1960, so a very different time. But along with the people that he came with, he arrived with from many different parts of the world, the government ensured that, at least in that early initial phase, that those migrants were housed and that there were jobs provided. This was part of the deal during that time when people came to Australia. There was an acknowledgement that housing was a need and work was a need, and both of those things were part of the program that was considered by the federal government. At this point in time, it seems like there is no consideration of housing and that the doors are wide open, and while people are really struggling to pay their rents, and while mortgage payments for homeowners have been increasing and are at high levels, federal government policy is now actively adding further pressure to an already oversubscribed system. It's always been said to me that if you discover that you're in a hole, the first thing you should do is you should stop digging. And that is the simple advice we would give to the federal government. There is a housing hole right now. Stop digging. Don't make it worse. Let's work together to improve the situation rather than continuing to dig that hole deeper as they appear to be doing. The second thing I would ask for, it was echoed by Councillor Cunningham, a fairer share of federal funding for local government to deliver some of these improvements that we can make when it comes to things like housing supply and infrastructure to facilitate this growth. We are supportive of growth, but we receive 3% of taxation revenue at the local government level, with the state government receiving 16% and the federal government receiving 81%. And so there's a clear imbalance of where the tax revenue goes, yet we can deliver solutions. We can help improve this situation with some more funding from the federal level. And now, Councillor Landis, you know, because you always enjoy those citizenship ceremonies, that migration has been a critical part to the success of our nation. And immigration is a good thing for our country. It has been a good thing. I wouldn't be standing here if it wasn't for our immigration program, but it is only fair that we can provide homes for people to live in. And those homes don't need to be government homes. They can be market rental homes, but at the moment there's none of those available. And so let's take a breath, let's catch up with the demand, let's get some appropriate targeted federal funding so that local governments can help with solutions to these problems, and let's move forward productively. So I commend the Premier, Stephen Miles, for his position today. He is correct. And I think it's a good thing that we have alignment between different levels of government on these critical issues, because we know Just recently, the state government released the South East Queensland Regional Plan with updated housing targets, and those targets would be a struggle to meet, under sort of normal circumstances, but under circumstances of record migration, they will be even harder to meet. And the Premier knows that, and that's why his comments today are very sensible and we support them. On the weekend, we had one of the important fundraising events for the Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust, which was formerly the Big City Barbecue and now is called Bris Sizzle and Sounds at Victoria Park, Barrambin. This event raises funding, much-needed funding, not only for the trust itself, but for charities like Food Bank and Drug Arm as well, two incredible charities that are doing great work in the community at the front line. And so thanks to everyone who attended, thanks to those who bought some raffle tickets and supported the fundraising efforts, and that event will see much-needed funds injected into Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust, Drug Arm and Food Bank at a time when it is desperately needed. And so thank you also to the councillors who came along and supported that event, and all residents who came along as well, members of the community and sponsors. The item in front of us today seems a bit dull, Councillor Wines, but I'd like to enlighten you on what it's about. It's the obtrusive lighting from public safety lighting policy. This is AP 280. The purpose of this policy is twofold. It's designed so that council can maintain compliance with national public lighting standards, and also details council's approach to handling complaints about light pollution or light spill. There are multiple examples of public lighting across the city.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired.
Move for an extension.
Seconded.
It has been moved for an extension by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Adderman. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
There are multiple examples of public lighting across the city where council has an important role in maintaining compliance with national lighting standards. And this includes lighting on roadsides, median strips and pedestrian crossings and intersections across the city. There are very clear standards which must be met, should be met, and are important for safety. The policy also sets out the standards council needs to abide by to prevent the spill of these lights in a way that causes light pollution. Now, obviously, we've just had a question about lighting, and for many people, lighting is an important safety issue, but for others, lighting can be a significant nuisance as well, and impact on sleep and other impacts that come with it. And so this policy effectively deals with, or sets out how council deals with complaints about light spill and light pollution. At all times, the complaint will be assessed against the Australian standards to determine if any sort of appropriate treatments are required without reducing the purpose of the light in the first place, which is either for safety or for a public purpose. Some mitigation measures can be applying adhesive shields at the back of the light fitting, switching the light bulb to LED, changing the length of the light pole, changing the upcast angle of the street lights, and various other technical measures which help focus the light where it should be and minimise the spill of the light to other areas. The good news is that with LED lighting technology, which is increasingly in use, there's many more ways that we can manage light spill. And so there's ways that the light can be directed with LED lighting in a way that it couldn't be directed with more generic standard kind of lights in the past. And so this policy simply lays out those procedures on how we deal with issues about light nuisance and light spill. I commend this item to the chamber.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on all these items before us today for E&C. Item A. The approval of AP 280, obtrusive lighting from public safety lighting policy. And it is important that as a council we determine and vote on and implement policies, local laws and policies and procedures and things like that. So this is important, and I think it's important we talk about. The Lord Mayor and the LNP administration sort of say there's lots of other important things for council to work on as well, but we don't see them bringing them to the council chamber, unfortunately. And this is the second week we've gone by now where this LNP administration's hard work in ENC is paying off with one item a week that they're bringing for discussion, debate and voting here in the council chamber. So bravo to the LNP on all your hard work over the last few weeks. You know, we'll continue to raise important issues, of course, whether that be through question time, through motions, through amendments, lots of different ways. So I look forward to continuing to doing that. For this simple item before us today, a simple yet important item, we'll be supporting this. Residents shouldn't be kept up at night because street lights particularly, and there will be some instances where they're lighting intersections and pedestrian crossings, and zebra crossings, but predominantly there'll be street lights beaming into bedrooms and other habitable areas of the house. And the response to these complaints needs to be managed while keeping road users safe as the predominant purpose of having street lighting and safety lighting in the streets, but also balancing that with the amenity of people's homes and bedrooms. It does strike me, and I'm sure I'll be corrected if I'm wrong, is a bit strange that we didn't have a policy in place for managing these complaints and managing the actions that council officers could take to remediate these issues. I assume, and I've been through this quite a few times as a local councillor and reporting to our lighting teams and lighting engineers within council, different lights that are causing spill into homes over the years. And so I assume that the process in which they went through, and some of them were good outcomes for the residents, some not, and some are ongoing. I certainly hope we can use this new policy to pursue them further. Has been, I assume, that they just follow the Australian standard and say in their response, the Australian standard says X, therefore council is not going to pursue this any further, or here's an option. But it does seem to have been inconsistent to me over the last few years, where we've had light shades put on some lights, where one officer will agree to that, and then a different officer is involved years later maybe, totally different person in the job, say no, this conforms to Australian standards, we're not going to put a shade on that, even though they're exactly the same situation. So having a policy in place is important, and we support having that, to make sure that while the purpose of the light and where it is lighting is to Australian standards, and the important language that the policy talks about, and which should reflect the Australian standard around limiting spill, light spill into areas that this light was not designed to light up. For instance, bedrooms and lounge rooms and people's habitable areas certainly should be covered, and I know these policies should be refreshed and updated as they go on as well. So this is obviously the first step in making sure that we have a policy in place to deal with these issues. And I think that is an important point, and it's important for once this policy is put in place, that the divisional managers and the people who have carriage of this policy through council make it very clear about beyond what the Australian standard says about lighting a particular area for safety, the spill into houses should be addressed, and there should be more focus on making sure that people can live, a normal light-free life in the middle of the night. Yep. I've had the situation where a gentleman in Brighton, and this has been ongoing with council, at every step of the way had council out there visiting and checking light meters, although in this case refusing to go into the house where they have in the past to do those light readings, just simply say at the moment that light bulb and that light is meeting Australian standards because it's lighting that street and that footpath, where I hope what is reflected in this policy, in my reading of it, is that there is now more latitude for council to say, well, we need to maintain the light on the road and the footpath from this light, but we can also make sure it doesn't go into your bedroom. This is a family that can't afford air conditioning, so they've just gone through this summer of having to have block-out curtains covering up their open windows as their only form of fresh air coming in. So for them, it is a real lifestyle issue, not a nice to have, but affecting their lifestyle. So I was a bit excited to see this come through, and hopefully we can get some action, not just on that case, but on cases right around Brisbane now. So we do support this, but we'll monitor it, and I'm sure all councillors will, its application, and make sure that the intent of this policy in allowing council officers to do as much as they possibly can in shielding light from people's habitable areas is actually carried out, and clear instruction is given to everybody in council.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on item A, the only item on the agenda today. And I did read this with some interest, but there are a number of concerns that I observed in the policy itself. Firstly, with respect to the policy and procedure, AP 281, the procedure covers the following issues. Council officers, when conducting an investigation, can obtain information from SAP, which is Council's computer system, Records Manager, Council's computer system, Council and Energex records, including work plans, database and asset history, so that's computer information, City Plan, technical information online, Australian Standards, technical information online, technical databases, technical information online, spatial data, technical information online, and lighting programs, which presumably are council documents and/or assets and/or technical information online. The one thing the policy does not say that it will do is undertake a site visit. Now, I've been doing this for 16 years, and I know that council increasingly refuses to go out and physically look at glare. Because we've had presentations in the City Standards Committee, and council say that they can model it on a computer and they don't actually need to go and have a look. Yeah. But here we are today formalising the fact that council do not want to go and do a site visit. The procedure and the policy no longer will even reference that someone might physically go and look at a lighting problem as part of their deliberations. Not that's the only thing that they should be doing, a site visit. It's good that there's all this extra technical data. But all of us here know when we meet with residents, looking at the problem is usually the first starting point to help you understand the extent of the problem. You cannot, no council officer can fully understand how the light impacts on someone's home until they're in the room where the light is a problem. They just can't do it. They're guessing otherwise. So to see a policy that does not include site visits is a retrograde step for the people of Brisbane. It is bad procedure. Site visits should be included. Now, maybe the council officers will do site visits for the LNP because maybe the chair or the Lord Mayor will tell them to do it. But for the rest of us, we won't get site visits because the policy says no site visits. How on earth does this council think it's going to deliver good services for Brisbane without physically going to look at the problem? Oh, the computer tells me it's A. Well, that doesn't give you any concept of how much impact there is on somebody's life, their livelihood and their home. That's the first immediate problem. The second one is even worse, and this is a lot worse. The same policy and procedure states that criteria for spill lightment treatment from public safety lighting. So, number one, any provision for a spill light treatment does not compromise public safety. Fine. We all want everybody to be safe at pedestrian crossings, intersections, bends, traffic, etc. We all want people to be safe. But it goes on to say, council will only apply a spill light treatment to a bedroom window. To a bedroom window. So that means that where people have glare issues in a living room, in a study,
or in other habitable rooms of their homes, council policy will no longer be allowed to go out and put a light treatment on a light to help the glare. Now, we all know, reducing services. We all know that those light treatments range from, shields, there's stickers you can put on, there's actual sort of awnings you put on, they can redirect the light down. There are a whole range of things that they can do, but this policy says council will do none of that unless a bedroom window is impacted. Unless a bedroom window is impacted. Now, that's not acceptable to me. There is a huge problem with what council is doing here. This policy will reduce useful services to the people of Brisbane. This policy will mean that residents who have lighting glare in their homes will have less access to council services and investigations and resolution to those problems. So in my view, this policy, which I was not consulted about, somebody up there has made this policy up. Yep. Good on the officers for trying. It's come all the way up to E&C, and the Lord Mayor's just gone tick. I bet you he hasn't even read it. I cannot believe the Lord Mayor would be sitting here going, oh God, I think officers should actually be going out to have a look. Maybe they don't need to do it all the time, but they should certainly, in the procedure, it should be an option. And number two, I'm sure the Lord Mayor's suddenly going, oh, I don't know about, lighting glare in someone's study. There's a whole heap of issues around this policy. Now, I can't fix them all, but I do have an amendment that I am proposing which will at least go some way, and that is for E&C item A, clause A, attachment B, under procedure 2, the council officer, at dot point 3, deletes the words a window and replaces them with any habitable room.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Massey that the motion be amended so that under procedure, the council officer at dot point 3 deletes the words a window and replaces them with any habitable room. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, look, I will be brief. I have very serious concerns that this policy does not achieve the outcomes that we want to see for our residents. And I know there are quite a few new councillors here at the moment, not just new, but last year came on board as well. And lighting complaints can be extremely distressing for residents. We all want a balance between safe public lighting, which is important, and we want to make sure that there is residential amenity maintained for residents. The problem with the LNP's approach is the ultimatum that comes every time. It's one or the other. There is a way to achieve a sensible solution that can ensure both outcomes are possible. But when you limit a policy and procedure to restrict the ability of council officers to go on site visits or to make sure that there aren't any adverse lighting impacts on any habitable room, you're going to have a serious problem for residents. And it is just not right. So not only do I think site visits should be included in this, and I think the LNP should be fixing that straight away. Two, this is just an absolute bare minimum. It's a threshold issue. Council is going to refuse to go to a lighting issue and investigate it if it's not a bedroom. Now, that's going to impact on hundreds of residents around the city, and I urge all councillors to support the amendment.
Are there any further speakers to the amendment? As there are no further speakers, we will now put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Johnston. And seconded by Councillor Massey. Councillors, ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 16 against.
The motion is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. Is there any further debate? Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just, apologies for taking a moment to come back from the division. So we are speaking in regard to the item before us today, item A, the obtrusive lighting policy AP 280. So it's a policy update. So just to address some of the comments made earlier, there has always been a lighting policy. The first one was initiated in this city in 1978. And we are now updating it to be in line with the Australian standard, or the Australian and New Zealand standard, which requires certain things to be spoken to within the policy. So, as you can tell from some of the statements made earlier, obtrusive lighting is a very difficult issue that occurs through our communities, and I think it's something that people want to have a solution to, and it can be a very difficult thing to respond to from time to time. So it's not a super common complaint through the ward officers, but it is one that can be very concerning to the individuals involved. So we are having an updated policy that responds to those concerns, that brings us in line with the national standards. So the policy is designed to maintain compliance to those national standards and details Council's positions regarding those obtrusive lighting through the management of spill light in particular. And if you take a moment to read attachment B, you'll see discussions of the differences between glare light and spill light. And of course, spill is light that unintentionally falls outside of its intended area. And particularly, as has been discussed, our focus is on ensuring that our residents get a quality night's sleep and ensure that deep into the evening there is peace in the place that they are sleeping. So Council has outlined clear guidelines in treatment for the spill light concerns, and policy aims to mitigate any negative effects from safety lighting. We want it to be as unobtrusive as possible. We want to reduce discomfort while improving community safety. So we see inside the policy, it speaks to a number of items directly that are identified as public safety lighting, whether they be at pedestrian crossings, intersections including roundabouts, on the opposite side of the road from the property, at road bends of less than 100 metres radius and adjacent to local area traffic management schemes. That is where the bedroom rule applies, but we of course allow more general interpretation. So some of the speakers earlier spoke to this report as though this was a limiting document, not an empowering document. And I think that in some ways the interpretation made and the way that it was read to councillors by some of those earlier speakers...
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chair, if what Councillor Wines, this is a procedural issue about the accuracy of the report. The report says that
Councillor Johnston, sorry, Point of order is not for you to get up and debate. No, it is
No,
not.
I'm not debating. I'm asking you a question about the accuracy of the report.
Johnson, it's not question time.
I'm asking you a procedural question about the report. You are responsible for making sure the reports before us are accurate and reliable. So I'm asking you a procedural question.
Councillor Johnston, it is not a point of order. I do not uphold your point of order. Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So, as I was saying...
point of order, Madam Chair.
Councillor Johnston, point of order?
Yes. Could you advise how you can make a ruling on my point of order not being a point of order without me actually asking it?
Councillor Johnston, please do not continue to disrupt the flow of the chamber by asking repetitive points of order. I already have stated that it was not a point of order. Councillor Wines.
All right, so point of order. Madam Chair, as you've not responded to either of the 2 points of order that I've raised, I move dissent in your ruling.
No seconder. Councillor Wines.
So, Madam Chair, just to clarify what I was saying, just before, because Councillor Johnson likes to attribute comments to me that I didn't make.
I'm sorry, Councillor Wines. Councillor Johnston, point of order.
Yes, I claim to have been misrepresented.
I note your misrepresentation. Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And as I was saying, the earlier speakers who have now identified themselves as misrepresenting the nature of the policy when reading it to the councillors indicated that this was a limiting factor, not an empowering factor, when what these items that have been identified are there to assist officers in identifying the nature and style of the light, not the investigation of the obtrusive light itself. So this is how council officers can identify the nature of the light, what its standard should be, what it's recorded as being, not necessarily the nature of the complaint, which we know is taken, typically in my experience at the very least, from the windowsill of the affected room. So I just think it's a little bit... so there were statements made earlier that were designed to make this policy sound less than it is, to diminish it and to diminish its intent, and I don't accept it. And I hope all councillors consider the fact that we are setting up a system here to properly and modernly respond to obtrusive lighting issues. Now, when this first policy came in 1978, public lighting was very different. We have a lot of techniques now where we can control lighting, and they are spoken to in this report. Some of the simplest and most straightforward ones are changes from globe lights to LED lights, which is also better for our power bills and for the environment. The simple act of heightening the pole itself, which gives you which enables us to reduce the angle of the light and make it more direct down rather than at an angle, which would allow an ambient light into nearby properties and residences. There are ways that we can deal with this in a whole range of ways. Now, I wanted to speak to the list on the final page of attachment B of the policy speaks to the tools, which of course replace the existing light fitting with LED, change the upcast angle, which is what I've described, change the length of the outreach arm, which of course moves, which allows the light to be moved away or closer to, whichever allows the complaint to be addressed while maintaining public safe light, and using a luminaire to lower light output. And of course now the Australian and New Zealand standard does not allow for metal guards to be external to the light. The guards must be internal to the casing, and that is spoken to in this as well. So if anyone was curious about those elements of the policy, many of us have historically said we'll just put a guard on it. The standard does not allow us to put a metal guard external to the plastic guard for the globe. The guard must be within the plastic guard on the globe. I might say that again so that people understand what I'm saying. Historically, we put metal guards outside the plastic shield for the globe in the light fitting. That is no longer permitted within the national standard. We now put the guard within the plastic fitting that goes around the globe. Hopefully, people understand what I'm saying. It might be easier if I had a demonstration. But we'll all see that one in the future. Look, I always think these sorts of policies are really important. One of the things that they allow us to do is to address the sincere concerns of residents that will occur in our ward offices in the ordinary course of business. Some things we deal with in this place are much sort of grander or more expensive, but these are the items that respond to people's concerns, allow us to keep our communities properly safe through proper lighting. I must address another matter here that says that where there's spill lighting from items not listed in this list, then it also allows for other rooms. So that was one of the misunderstandings of one of the speakers earlier, is this list that's provided to us is the list of items that will be responded to for a bedroom, but if it's lights beyond this list, it can be any room in the dwelling. And so again, once again, it makes a distinction between high-value safety lighting and other forms of lighting which we use in our community. And those other forms of lighting, because they are not directly safety lighting, can be used for other parts. Guards and things can be used for other parts of the dwelling. So what we're saying is there's a higher standard for public safety lighting as there is for other community lighting, is the meaning of that section. Hopefully people understand that distinction. So with those words on this matter, it is an important matter. While it is something that we deal with on the day-to-day, that is what gives us its special place in our considerations. I trust that councillors will see the need for an improved and a modernised policy for obtrusive lighting, and I look forward to their support.
Councillor Johnston, your claim for misrepresentation.
Yes, Councillor Wines has misrepresented me when he stated repeatedly through his speech that this policy allows for other options for investigation. However, the procedure outlined specifically says, and I quote, will only apply to a spill light treatment to a bedroom window. It is mandatory.
Point of order. I appreciate that Councillor Johnston felt that she... Point of order, misuse of misrepresentation. Councillor Johnston used that misrepresentation to form an argument against... I make my point of order to make an argument against...
Sorry, Councillor Wines, that's not a point of order. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I rise to speak about lighting and public safety, which is included in point 2 of this document. And I just want to say that there are a couple of issues I'd like to address here. The first, I raised an issue a couple of weeks ago in relation to a poor or dimly lit bus stop outside one of our major hospitals, which was the PA hospital on Ipswich Road, which many of my residents, staff, patients use. Residents have told me in this situation they don't feel safe waiting at this bus stop, and they've raised with me asking council to deliver the Australian standards there. Now, I've written to council on numerous occasions and raised this in the chamber 2 weeks ago, and as of yet there's been no change in relation to this lighting, or no upgrade of this light, which I find really disappointing that council is not meeting the Australian standards even with a bus stop outside a major hospital. And the officers that I deal with or speak with have said that they would support the action, but they can't get BCC transport to do anything. So I'd call on Councillor Murphy to take this up, because I believe it's common sense that we provide good services in relation to lighting at public bus stops. Second point I'd like to talk to, and I note the Lord Mayor spoke about this when he introduced this item, was the issue I raised earlier today, and that was the death of that young man.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Deputy
Councillor
Mayor.
Griffiths is not relevant to the report. This is about obtrusive lighting, not improving lighting. No relevance.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And
Sorry,
please, if you could please
I understand
stick
that,
to
but
report,
it has been
Councillor.
covered in the debate, and it was covered in the debate by the Lord Mayor earlier. And also I note that Councillor Wines talked about keeping community sites safe by public lighting. So I think it is part and relevant to this debate.
That's a broad bow, but please
broad, but
return to the report and you know that the Lord Mayor can go around the world.
Yep, and I'm talking about pathway lighting. I'm ensuring safe movement and usage for pathway users, riders, drivers, and it talks. It talks about public safety lighting schemes. I'll take that interruption.
Thank you.
So just picking
Back
up.
to the report, please.
I am speaking on the report. Picking up on the point of public safety lighting in parks and in public places, the point that I raised earlier, and I believe is extremely relevant to the residents of Brisbane. I know the residents of Brisbane are watching this debate now, that they want to see lighting in parks, like Mortimer Road Park.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Deputy Mayor.
I ask your ruling on the intent of the report representing anything to do with lighting in public parks. This is the AP 280 obtrusive lighting from public safety lighting policy. I ask for your ruling.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It is Establishment and Coordination Committee, not Environment and Parks Committee, and we are talking about that specific.
I am talking about public safety. I'm talking about lighting.
Yep,
and it starts, can I just read the policy out? The key principle in development of this policy was to ensure the treatment to address obtrusive lighting and to not compromise safety and effectiveness of lighting. So
it is about the changes to the councillors.
Look,
you're not on your feet. You are not up and speaking, so please do not call out. And Councillor Griffiths, I'll ask the last time for you to please speak to the report, and if you want to bring up, I would advise if you want to bring up, Councillor Griffiths, I would advise if you want to bring up those other issues, if not directly.
I'm really concerned. Someone was murdered in one of our parks.
Yes.
I'm really concerned, Madam Speaker, and the LNP don't want to talk about it. I am really concerned about this.
Griffiths,
I would say to residents, be very concerned with this administration shutting down, talking about safety and murders in parks, but they want to play games with the state government.
Councillor Griffiths,
Madam Chair,
that is not what this report is about, and you know, don't speak over me.
The Lord Mayor
Excuse me, Councillor Griffiths.
The Lord Mayor entered this debate. The Lord Mayor raised this issue.
Councillor Griffiths.
I am following up on this issue. This
Councillor,
is about
I consider you are displaying unsuitable meeting conduct
lighting.
in accordance with section 21(4) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, and I hereby request you to stop when I have asked you to stop, and to please, thank you, Councillor Johnston, and to refrain from exhibiting that conduct. Can you please return to the report and to the intent of the report?
The intent of the report is to ensure public safety with lighting. That's the intent of the report. It says here, item A, it's in the title. It's in the title. You can't stop debate on that. And I find it disappointing that the administration would try and stop debate on that. We have an issue where a young man was murdered in a park. Now, the Lord Mayor said that we provide safe movement through parks. My point is that we don't have the pathways into this park lit up or through this park, but in this chamber we've endorsed services like South Acacia Sports Club, Brisbane Racing Club, to run a lease in the park that people use and do travel from outside the park into the park. They're travelling through the park, which was exactly the point the Lord Mayor said was the reason for safety. Secondly, I use, and creative communities use this very park where this murder occurred, for community movies. We use it, we endorse it, we support it. Just as we support the Spanish Club running multiple community events, multicultural events in the park.
Councillor Griffiths, please. Stop,
This
please.
is about public safety and lighting.
Councillor, thank you. It is talking about the lighting that does exist and changes to how that lighting is put in, not the occasions where that is going to be put. And you know that that is the case, and I've asked you several times to please remain to this report. And I do encourage you, in further committees where it's relevant, and also in general business to speak then. Point of order, Councillor Collier.
Chair, just seeking your ruling. This is the second time in 2 weeks that you've ruled a councillor reading verbatim from a report before us for debate that it is not
Councillor Collier,
relevant.
that is not a point of order.
It is.
Councillor Collier,
Are you saying
making
that
a
that is
ruling
your
that
ruling?
is not a point of order.
Just seeking your ruling,
You
Chair.
just got it. Councillor Griffiths, can
Yes,
you please return to the intent
Point of order,
the report?
Chair.
Councillor Massey, point of order.
I just have a question, a point of order question. Is it relevant to be reading from the report? I asked this about 2 weeks ago, and is that not...
That's not a point of order.
Being a part of the debate is to actually
It's
read
not a point
directly
of
from
order.
the report.
Thank you, Councillor Massey. I do recommend that you all do get your folder that I'm sure you have and have another read of it and refresh yourself. I know that we had a little break from chambers, but I do recommend you have another read. Councillor Griffiths, please continue.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chair, you have positive obligations under both COBA and the meeting's local law to act fairly and with integrity.
Yes.
When we raise a point of order about your strict and ridiculous interpretation of what is relevant, which is a point of order under the rules, and you refuse to address it, you leave us with no choice. So when we raise a point of order about whether or not you're unreasonably restricting what is relevant for debate, such as reading words from a report, that is a point of order under the meeting's local law, and I'm wondering why you will not address it, because your behaviour is subject to this law along with everybody else's.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston, and I am upholding that. And I do say to you that, of course, people can read from a report. That is not what I was talking about. I am specifically saying that the comments were irrelevant to this report and encouraging councillors to raise it at the right time and also directly with chairs. Thank you, Councillor Griffiths.
Yeah, well, I am very concerned about the way this has been handled today. I'm very concerned about this ENC report, that we actually won't discuss a murder in a park and lighting of that park under this item. And it concerns me greatly that that's been done because it has been covered by other people in this report.
Thank
I would
you,
encourage
Councillor
the Lord
Griffiths.
Mayor to
Your
fund
time
this
has
lighting.
expired.
Thank you.
Further speakers? Lord Mayor, right of reply. We'll now put the report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division? No, there's no seconder. I now call upon the Economic Development, Nighttime Economy and Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the report of the Economic Development, Nighttime Economy and Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 7th of May 2024 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the report of the Economic Development, Nighttime Economy and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 2nd of May 2024 be adopted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as usual, before we get to the committee report from last week or what is happening in Brisbane, I would just like to bring to the attention of the chamber what is upcoming in the next week at the Brisbane Business Hub. We have the following events that are coming through: Protecting Boundaries Whilst Upholding Relationships, which is on tomorrow from 12 to 2:30. And then on Thursday, we have the Creating Mentally Healthy Workplaces on Thursday the 16th of May from 9:30am till 11:30am. I remind people that the hub is currently still behind behind Zara in the Queen Street Mall, but will soon be moving to new new digs in the new year, so we look forward to that move and new opportunities, but please share with your community these business hub opportunities. We also are getting some fantastic feedback from recent event attendees. Terrific presenter with breadth and depth of experience, which added so much value. So that was the How to Market Your Business Masterclass by Staunch Digital. Thank you very much. And we also had, I've already recommended the Brisbane Business Hub to a client. This is a hidden gem for business in Brisbane. Thanks for an amazing event and networking opportunity. I had forgotten the power of networking was friendly and fun, meeting like-minded women in business, which was the Women in Business Big Day Out. So it's fantastic to see people are enjoying all of the different networking opportunities, as well as the mentors as well. And we have one business, JDLA Pty Ltd, who is an engineering, infrastructure consulting and project management services to government infrastructure organisations and private organisations, who has got a new mentee, and they said it has been absolutely fantastic and valuable to have independent and experienced mentoring and advice. Great initiative overall. So thank you to their mentor, who I won't name and shame, but we have so many of them that do a wonderful job there, free of charge, to support businesses and how they grow, how they can get from a small family enterprise like this one into taking on risk and managing much larger corporate organisations as well. So please share that with your communities, and particularly your small business community, so they know that there is support there, in person, online, 365 days of the year. As I mentioned last week, Mr Deputy Chair, Mayhem is in full swing. There is a jam-packed lineup of events right across the city, and from sport to art to economy, collectively these major events are expected to drive more than 80 million into our local economy. We are a city that thrives on community and culture, and we are Australia's lifestyle capital, but we're really looking forward to welcoming fans from near and far across Australia and even overseas to enjoy the best we have to offer in the coming month as well. And why is that so important? Because it means they'll be staying in our hotels, and they better get in quick, because I'm pretty sure those hotel rooms are in quick demand over the next couple of weeks. They're going to be dining in our local restaurants, cafes, bars, shopping in our shops, enjoying our local tourism experiences. It's about creating more to see and do in Brisbane, supporting our businesses, but also encouraging future investments and attracting more visitors, which strengthens our local economy, which is why it was very exciting to see the presentation by our CEO of BETA on the State of the City report, which really does show we are a city alive with opportunity for our residents, for our businesses, for our investors. We have all of it, and we feel it and we see it happening in the city now as well. This is Brisbane's first time that we have a new investment prospectus that really sets out the compelling data-driven cases for why Brisbane is a global growth city. It's seizing the opportunity and turning Brisbane's momentum into real economic impact for local businesses and residents. It shows how our skilled workforce, innovation hubs, manufacturing growth, our soaring popularity as a must-do destination will unlock Brisbane's $275 billion future. Our homegrown and emerging talent is one of the biggest drivers of our growth, and we have the fastest growing working age population among Australia's major centres, growing 7.7% compared to the average of 4% across other major cities as well. The young talent pool is driving innovation and productivity, particularly across sectors like health, construction and transport, as well as emerging industries in robotics, quantum computing and artificial intelligence. And one thing we know from this report is that our lifestyle is one of the strongest factors for talent in choosing a city and a central pillar of recruitment and retention strategies. People from all corners of the world are choosing to live and work in Brisbane, and the race for talent remains fierce. Further to that, we are at the heart of South East Queensland as a regional powerhouse that will be home to 6 million people and worth $400 billion by 2046, which is more than New Zealand's current economy. Our city and our region is being increasingly recognised as both a must-do destination and just a great place to live. This demand for our lifestyle is reflected by the forecasted growth of our experience economy, which is detailed in this report to set to be increased by 41% to 2041. And what does this mean? Well, there's more not just for our residents to see and do, but it's more for our visitors to come and see and do, and more jobs and more opportunities for businesses. We have had a record-breaking visitor spend of $10.1 billion in the region in 2031. Howard Smith Wharves, Fortitude Music Hall, 2 recent game changers in the city, key investments that have improved our lifestyle offering. I can tell you I was at Howard Smith Wharves on Saturday afternoon. I don't think that there was a mother was not celebrating with their family on Saturday afternoon on Saturday, or maybe it was half the mothers, and then you went and saw the rest of the family on Sunday, but it was absolutely pumping. We have an incredible opportunity to amplify the Fortitude Valley with the world-renowned music districts, which are getting up there at the likes of Memphis, Austin and Nashville. And the first step is making sure the state government regulations are up there with the modern cities of the world, supporting our nightlife, not putting a handbrake on it as well. But the energy is being felt right across the city, and the increasing demand for hotels, restaurants and tourism operators who benefit from the influx of experience seekers are loving it. Further evidence of our growing demand for our experiences economy is that in 2023, Brisbane's culinary boom, from James Street to Fish Lane to Howard Smith Wharves and Brisbane City, saw Queensland record Australia's highest growth of cafes and restaurants. We are cultivating an economy that will grow significantly over the next 2 decades. And on top of that, we have an infrastructure project pipeline of more than $25 billion. With this economic growth comes opportunity for our city's amenities and transport to develop, making Brisbane one of the most connected cities in the world, a place where residents and visitors, including one of the fastest growing and most highly skilled workforces in Australia, can travel with ease between businesses, research institutes, universities, hospitals, lifestyle precincts and events. Brisbane is confidently making the investments needed to keep pace with our expanding economy and lifestyle. Brisbane Metro, as the Lord Mayor mentioned last week, will enhance our connectivity, while our new bridges will facilitate travel between our world-class lifestyle, entertainment and knowledge precincts. But it's important to note, Mr Deputy Chair, that Brisbane's success has not happened by accident, and this report demonstrates Brisbane is just getting started. I'm confident our emergence as a must-do destination, a great place to live, will continue to boost business, create jobs and make Brisbane even better. I ask you all to go out, sell the message of the state of the city and make sure we do our bit to drive this economy into the next 20 years. Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Point of order,
Yep.
Acting Chair.
Councillor
Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
So there's a motion moved by Councillor Edelman, seconded by Councillor Givney, that we now adjourn for 15 minutes for afternoon tea. All those in favour, say aye. Aye. All those against? Well, afternoon tea. Further debate. Councillor Landers.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. And I rise to speak on the report and the state of the city report, to be specific. As the Deputy Mayor said, it does announce Brisbane's growth trajectory as a truly global city over the next 10 to 20 years. And our growth in health, professional services, property, tourism, advanced manufacturing and emerging industries, including robotics and quantum physics, will define Brisbane as the jewel in the crown of the Asia-Pacific over the next 20 years. With this growth comes investment back into Brisbane and an opportunity for our city amenities and transport to develop. Having a connected city not only makes for a better place for residents to live, but also for tourists to visit. And we have fantastic lifestyle precincts and hubs that will support this, importantly, also provide jobs. Brisbane has the fastest growing working age population among Australia's major centres, which is 7.7% against the national average of 4%. And the report shows that our workforce is not only growing, but also highly skilled. And Deputy Chair, with a daughter who is a scientist, this makes me very excited. She is passionate about genetics and traditionally our science and particularly research graduates, like my daughter, have had to move either interstate or overseas to find projects to work on. But we are now the go-to destination for clinical trials, and we are home to the largest health ecosystem in the Southern Hemisphere. With 160 clinical trial sites and 40 contract research organisations. Exports of medical and pharmaceuticals has grown 7 times faster than the rest of Australia. More students are choosing to live, work and study in Brisbane, where we now have the highest rated university UQ in the country. Deputy Chair, Brisbane is alive with opportunity, and the State of the City report provides a great prospectus to champion our great city.
Any further debate? Councillor Aderman.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I rise briefly to speak in support of the inaugural State of the City report. The Deputy Mayor and Councillor Landers have comprehensively summarised the highlights of this report, so I won't go back over them, but I will say that this report tells a fantastic story and makes for very pleasant reading about the potential for Brisbane now and into the future. Anthony Ryan, the CEO of BETA, put it succinctly at the release of this report when he said, and I quote, "With strong economic and population growth, world-class education and talent and connectivity with the Asia-Pacific region, Brisbane is a city alive with opportunity." This report highlights a city ready to advance its position on the global stage. Brisbane is activating economic opportunities for business and talent, achieving global distinction in emerging industries and captivating investors from across the country and the world. Our city is being increasingly recognised as both a must-do destination and a great place to live, with record visitor spending and the fastest growing working age population of Australia's major centres. We are one of the top places in the world to visit, and that's not me saying it, that's according to Time magazine and the New York Times. We are Australia's top sporting city, and Deputy Chair, having worked 17 years as part of the management team at Suncorp Stadium before coming here, I can say that it is non-negotiable for major sporting codes and international teams to insist on playing their blockbuster events in Brisbane. This is where the fans are and are most passionate, and where they get the best return from hosting events here. The Deputy Mayor mentioned earlier that Magic Round returns to Brisbane this weekend, and as a Rugby League and Broncos tragic, I can't wait. Other cities have now seen the success of this event and would give their eye teeth for the chance to host it. But they will have to fight on their hands because they will have a fight on their hands because the NRL knows where it works best, and that's right here in Brisbane. Deputy Chair, Magic Round was born in Brisbane, and this is its home, and we must do everything we can to ensure it stays that way. Credit where credit is due. If the weekend media reports are correct, that the state government will be renewing that contract with the NRL for Magic Round in Brisbane for another 2 years. The State of the City report refers to the importance of encouraging the talent of entrepreneurs in this city, and there are no better examples than Brisbane's undisputed king of entertainment, Harvey Lister, and Suncorp Stadium General Manager Alan Graham for conceiving the idea of Magic Round. Suncorp Stadium, being the first venue to host the NRL double headers, was one challenge, but convincing the NRL clubs to come to Brisbane for one weekend was another. First, they all had to come up with a way to incentivise half of the clubs to give up their home games and then develop a model to make it financially viable for all stakeholders. But Harvey and Alan did that, and this example of innovation, where you can take a big idea and see it through to become a reality to the benefit of the city, is what this report is all about. It's not only happening in the entertainment industry, there are plenty of other examples in tourism, hospitality and health, which are helping put Brisbane on the world map. Deputy Chair, Brisbane is also home to Australia's #1 university, hotel and restaurant, and I can say, after having visited Agnes over the weekend, I can see how it has earned that ranking. Brisbane's success hasn't happened by accident, and this report demonstrates Brisbane is just getting started. And Deputy Chair, we're fortunate to have a body such as the Brisbane Economic and Development it's not association, Deputy Mayor, is it? It's agency, supported by the Shrinner Council to develop a strategy to champion our city's extensive and diverse business and encourage them to reach for the stars. BEDA is here to assist local operators to access its vast business network to public and private businesses and to state and federal agencies. In summary, Deputy Chair, this report is something that should grace the desk of every business leader in this city. There's no need for guesswork and assumptions going forward. We now have a blueprint to guide our future success, so let's use it to ensure Brisbane continues its upward trajectory as a key player on the world stage. Thank you.
Further debate, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on the report on the State of the City report before us today. And what I heard from the Deputy Mayor before the afternoon tea break and then from Councillor Landers and now Councillor Adaman is high praise for work that other levels of government are doing to attract new industries here. Quantum computing, obviously we're seeing state and federal government doing a lot of heavy lifting on that. A whole lot of things that with the health and health sciences that the state government are making a massive investment in and delivering those services, and the heavy lifting that businesses are doing as well. So the report does paint a very, what was the words that were used? A growth narrative that the report was seeking to pursue as a narrative for our city and attracting investment. And we recognise that's what this report does, paints a very positive picture about investing in Brisbane. So congratulations to Deloitte, I believe, who did the report, and I think it was fully funded by Optus, I believe. I don't know that BEDA put any money into this. I could be wrong. I could be corrected about that. So great partnerships, obviously, in BEDA's role in, what did they say? They were synthesising data that they were receiving from other external partners as well through the Better Brisbane Alliance, an impressive group of external people, external to BEDA and definitely external to council. So an impressive piece of work that's been done by Deloitte and paid for by Optus and showcasing a lot of the things that other levels of government and private business are doing. But I think it would have been great to see included in the State of the City report some actions and some positive signposts to both investors and people seeking to come to Brisbane and bringing their skills to Brisbane, because we know, and we discussed there as well, one of the biggest constraints facing Brisbane in the future of Brisbane is around the construction sector. And we know we've heard some discussion earlier today from. I know we heard earlier today some discussion from the Lord Mayor around capping migration. And I note that what the Premier said was that we need to see more skilled and targeted migration to help address these issues. Certainly didn't hear the Lord Mayor talk about that, in increasing our workforce who are able to overcome these challenges in partnership with businesses and the community here in Brisbane. So it would have been good to have more input from council. I don't get a sense that the Deputy Mayor and the LNP administration had much input into this report. It feels and reads a lot like that BEDA were able to gather external people together and get that data from them and feed that to Deloitte. And of course, Optus partnered with them in paying for this report. So a lot more work does need to be done in terms of addressing those critical issues that are holding Brisbane residents back from getting affordable rentals, from getting affordable homes, from being able to get around their suburbs, especially in the face of 20% cuts to footpath funding, and making sure that where they live is safe in the face of 20% cuts to drainage funding. So a lot of work does need to be done. This document paints a very positive picture, which is good and important in attracting that investment. But what the people of Brisbane want to see is a positive program from this council around investing in our suburbs as well, which is severely lacking.
Any further debate? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I know I have 10 minutes and I could probably fill that with the astounding lack of knowledge by the Leader of the Opposition when it comes to what Beta does and what Council does. But I think the whole point has been missed by Councillor Cassidy in trying to attempt cheap political points on the back of the success that Brisbane is having, in the fact that this is not an action plan, it is a prospectus. It's not an action plan, it's a prospectus. And I'd like to take this opportunity to apologise to Dr John Cowie and his team that pulled this document together with the help of Deloitte Access Economics, with the council team in our City Analytics Office, with the work of Deloitte, as I said, with the support of Cisco and Optus, who are so enthusiastic about the future of Brisbane that they are willing to put their hands in their pockets and make sure that we have the prospectus that we need to invest, because they see the opportunities in the future as well. Excuse me, Mr Deputy Chair. Let me just get a glass of water. What Councillor Cassidy stood and talked about was not actually the State of the City report. It was about the budget development that is coming and how we are going to be delivering for this city, value of money, making sure that the residents are being heard. But I can assure you there's no support for Councillor Cassidy's idea that supporting the economy of Brisbane doesn't support our residents. It's an absolutely false economy that Councillor Cassidy presents each time he stands up here and bags what the Brisbane Economic Development Agency does, because I'm not sure if I've said it one time, but I've said I think 1,000 times, if business in Brisbane does well, Brisbane does well. And if Brisbane does well, the residents do well. I hear Councillor Collier shouting out across the chamber because she doesn't like hearing it. They don't like hearing it because, as I said before, this doesn't happen by accident. It doesn't happen by accident. It happens with strong administration in council. I take the giggling interjection from Councillor Collier. Again, doesn't like hearing it. I think they were clearly told just 2 months ago who the city wants to run this administration, and we are heard, and we are not taking it for granted. And we won't take it for granted. We will deliver a budget that delivers for the people, and we will deliver a prospectus with whoever wants to partner with us to make sure that we shout. As soon as I start speaking, they start gabbing again, Mr Deputy Chair. If I did it, they'd be screaming.
Order. Deputy Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I shouldn't be distracted because we know the more they snipe and the more they gripe, it's because they don't like hearing what is being said. Brisbane is doing extremely well. This book shows you just how well, and we're going to be able to use it for the next 12 to 18 months for people who want to come invest here. And if they invest, work, play and eventually live here, that is a good thing for Brisbane and a good thing for the people of Brisbane and our economy. Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair.
Now I put the report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it.
Division.
Seconded.
Division. Division called by by Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Eiderman. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bell. Yep. 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 So, do we just close the bar? Yep. All day, please close the bars. Yep. Please read the result. Yep.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 22 in favour.
The report's carried. Yep. Councillor Murphy, Transport Committee report.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. I move that the report of the Transport Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 7th of May 2024 be adopted.
Seconded.
It is moved by Councillor Murphy, seconded by Councillor Toomey, that the report of the Transport Committee meeting dated Tuesday, 7th May 2024 be adopted. Councillor Murphy.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Last week, the committee was given a presentation on the Breakfast Creek Yawagara Bridge, which was completed earlier this year. This is the first of the bridges as part of our $550 million New Bridges for Brisbane program, a program which will take cars off the road and provide more choices for Brisbane residents when it comes to travel. And I'm pleased to say, Madam Chair, that this bridge was delivered on time and under budget. It measures 80 metres long, it's 6 metres wide. It provides that enhanced walking, cycling and scooting link along the river from the inner city to the northern suburbs. It connects business and employment opportunities on both sides of the river, and it provides a much more safer...
One moment, please, Councillor Murphy. Sorry. Councillors, if you are going to have conversations, please take them out. Several conversations going on, and you need to take that outside, please. Councillor Murphy.
Just saying, Madam Chair, provides a safer and more direct trip from residents on the north side of our city into the CBD. It provides an extension to the ever-popular Loras Bonnie Riverwalk, 170 metres now, stretching from Cameron Rocks Reserve to the first bridge pier in Breakfast Creek. And this outcome builds on Hamilton and Albion's original desire to link in with the existing Riverwalk network. Thanks to the Srina Council, this project now delivers 700 metres of new active transport infrastructure, including a two-way bike path along Breakfast Creek Road and Newstead Avenue, extending through to Newstead Terrace and Halford Street. And of course, we can't forget, Madam Chair, the beautiful new landscaping, footpaths and furniture within Newstead Park. All of this was made possible by the 600 workers that were involved in the construction of this project, which provided plenty of opportunity for the local construction industry. More than 90%, in fact, Madam Chair, of the suppliers and materials used to construct the bridge was sourced from local Brisbane and South East Queensland businesses. A particular highlight was the fabrication and installation of the bridge arch, which was undertaken by a local South East Queensland contractor, Sun Engineering, at the Port of Brisbane last October. After the bridge's assembly, the 300-tonne arch was lifted onto a barge and transported 14 kilometres down the Brisbane River to Breakfast Creek, where a team of operators performed a delicate dance with platform vehicles rotating and lifting the arch into place. Once in place and self-supporting, the 200 cubic metre bridge deck was poured and finishing touches were applied to the bridge ready for its opening day. And what a resounding success it was, Madam Chair. More than 3,000 people able to enjoy live entertainment, learn more about cycling and scooting, grab some food, and they even saw a live show from Brisbane's own Bluey. I'm pleased to say residents are now voting with their feet when it comes to their satisfaction of the bridge. Over 2,600 pedestrians and cyclists and e-mobility users use this bridge every single day. And this was double the original business case forecast of 1,300 trips per day. We expect these numbers to continue growing, with the Loras Bonnie Riverwalk also seeing significant uptake of 45% on cyclist journeys and 20% on pedestrian and e-mobility journeys. I'd like to sincerely thank our contractor here, Giorgio Brady. This was a joint venture between Giorgio and Brady. They have delivered a fantastic bridge for our city, and of course a fantastic contractual outcome for council, bringing in this project on time and under budget. More than 70,000 hours that this contractor put into the project, and I think the quality of those hours certainly shows in the final product. It's already providing that safe and active connection for residents who are flocking to this growing part of Brisbane, and it will be essential to linking the Athletes Village into the CBD, the Athletes Village in Hamilton, into the CBD once that is built. Later this year, we'll open the Kangaroo Point Bridge, which is our biggest investment in active transport. This will link the Botanic Gardens and the CBD to Kangaroo Point. It's all happening, Madam Chair, and the Shrinner Council continues to be focused on enhancing the livability of our city and delivering active transport links that help more residents choose to be able to travel sustainably. And I'll leave further debate to the chamber. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Further speakers? Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on item A, the presentation on the Breakfast Creek Yewagara Bridge. It's the most recent bridge for Brisbane that has been delivered by the Shrinner Council, and it capitalises on our city's most iconic natural asset, the Brisbane River. It creates a vital cross-river connection for residents and visitors alike, and not only provides an important missing link to the Lonnis-Bonnie River Walk, as the Chair just mentioned, but also seamlessly connects the suburbs of Hamilton and Newstead. Active travellers can now enjoy 700 metres of walking and riding paths, including a new two-way on-road cycle path from Newstead Park to Newstead Terrace. This means that instead of a narrow footpath, commuters can instead use a purpose-built path to run, walk, scoot, wheel or cycle. Indeed, my colleague and Hamilton Ward Councillor, Councillor Dixon, who is unfortunately not here today, would love to speak about it. She raves about this active transport connection and uses it quite frequently with her young family, especially with her young son James in a pram. Not a week goes by where a Hamilton resident doesn't tell Councillor Dixon about how much they love the Yewagara Bridge and what a great connection it is within our inner northern suburbs. But the Breakfast Creek Bridge does more than promote active travel throughout the city. It connects business and employment opportunities on both sides of the river, especially as the area continues to experience a high level of growth in both the Newstead and Hamilton North Shore precincts. It gives workers more choice and thus more opportunities. I'd like to touch on the traditional name of Yewagara, which means corroboree or corroboree place. For thousands of years, Breakfast Creek has represented a culturally significant gathering place for First Nations peoples. And this naming pays respect to the role that it has played alongside the Brisbane River in our city's history. Since its official opening in February, Yewagara Bridge has exceeded anticipated patronage from active transport users, and it is only expected to grow. It has not only brought about improved connection and active transport activity, but has also delivered economic benefits, creating hundreds of local jobs for the duration of construction. In the lead up to the Breakfast Creek Bridge opening, I'm told there were many eager spectators watching the progress of the bridge, especially when the arch was making its way down the Brisbane River to be placed on the structure. I think the Chair just put it perfectly when he described that event. There has been quite a lot of care and attention taken with the design of this project. In fact, the span of the bridge was designed and painted to replicate fig leaves and has provided an incredible centrepiece for this structure. Another interesting fact about this project is that 95% of the workforce that helped construction was based in Brisbane and South East Queensland. And again, as the Chair mentioned, it provided a welcome boost to the local economy. Some 90% of the project supplies were also sourced from local businesses, including cranes and barges. In fact, the now famous barge Leonora, known for her appearances on other iconic projects such as the Go-Between Bridge and Indooroopilly Riverwalk, provided her services to this project. Whether you're a family out and about on the weekend or a commuter into the city, the Breakfast Creek Yewagara Bridge provides endless possibilities. I look forward to seeing the finalisation of the next bridge for Brisbane from Kangaroo Point to the CBD very soon, as the Shrinner Council continues to deliver the infrastructure needed to keep Brisbane moving. Thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair, Madam Chair. I rise to speak briefly on this report. I have to firstly begin by saying it is great to see one of the initial 5 green bridges completed. Oh, look, hey, I'll take that interjection. Yeah, look, it's small. But it is great to see it completed because I know residents, not only of that ward, but also of my ward, have spoken to me about how great it is to have it. And these are pedestrians, runners, bike users. And they've talked to me about how much safer they feel using that bridge rather than being right next to a really busy and hostile environment that was there previously. The bridge shows the importance of creating safe and accessible active transport routes and the benefit that the community, not only locally, but also citywide, gains from these investments. The work does continue. It's particularly important to connect the Riverwalk which is a broken connection. As a side note, I do believe there is a new petition up just recently, which the title is Tenerife Development Must Deliver a World-Class Riverwalk Bikeway to ensure there is a connection between Newstead Park and the Riverwalk just across from the Tenerife Ferry Terminal. For those watching, if you value this, you're engaged with this, please go online and check out that petition. And of course, the other missing connection, as great as this one is of course the missing CityLink Stage 3. And let me be clear, CityLink Link Stage 3 is a really important project, not just for people going south and north, but also north to south and beyond. I will state that currently CityLink Stage 3 is missing from the website, but I know that I and many other stakeholders are waiting in anticipation for the continuation of that incredible project. Again, it is great to see that this bridge is done. People are talking about how great it is to feel safe and protected, and that's what we need to continue to deliver. More protected bike routes, more safe pedestrian walkways, and more safety for people that could choose it to run or other activities. I also recognise scooter usages in this. So, yeah, well done on that. I will also just state very quickly, $92,000 was possibly a little bit too much for the opening ceremony, celebration. I mean, it might have been a bit too much. I think it's good that the residents of Brisbane know this now because it's important for them to know the cost of these things. But apart from that, congratulations on finishing one of the 5 bridges promised 5 years ago.
Thank you, Councillor Massey. Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, very briefly, just on the Breakfast Creek Green Bridge. I too heard with some shock that the event that was held on the 10th of February cost $92,000. What is even more shocking is what is in paragraph 4 of the Transport Committee report before us today, that approximately 3,000 people enjoyed the entertainment. So approximately, so we don't know for sure how many did, yeah. I'm sure that's overstated. I saw some of the pictures on the news too, so that seems like an overstatement to me too. However, the issue of concern to me is in the middle of an election campaign, $92,000 was allocated for an event that benefited two marginal councillors, for sure. That's all right. It's okay. Councillor Wines can interrupt and interject, but that's fine. That's fine. So.
Thank you, councillors. Continue, please, Councillor Johnston.
You just can't do it, can you? You just can't say their names when they do the wrong thing. That was Councillor Wines interjecting.
Councillor Johnston.
If anybody's wondering. Oh, you know
if I pulled you all up every time that you're all commenting, he wasn't shouting across the chamber to you.
Well,
continue
unfortunately,
speaking.
you apply a different standard to me than you do to other people.
No, that's not true. Continue speaking.
True. Without question, that's true. Without question.
Councillor Collier.
Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah, so $92,000 was spent on this party in the middle of the election campaign to prop up a few LNP councillors. Now, to be fair, that's a lot less than the $6 million they spent trying to save Krista last time, Councillor Adams last time, and I hear an obscene amount of money for the Nudgee Rec Reserve as well. But what I will say is I think there would be a lot of residents in my part of the world that would be shocked at the amount of money that's been spent here, $92,000. We get more people to Junction Fest in Annerley, and council puts in $2,500. Yes. $2,500. Pennies. We get, I don't know, 7,000 or 8,000 people to the Sherwood Festival. They get 25. That's still not. That's well, a third maybe. No, not even a third. It wouldn't even be a third. You know, we get thousands to events in my local area and we never see money like this. So I find it astonishing that in the middle of an election campaign, $92,000 would be spent in the middle of a cost of living crisis, that this LNP says, oh, we're the best financial managers out there, and the reason people voted for us is because of our excellent financial management and all of these things. Nobody in their right minds thinks $92,000 for a party where there's some sausages and a bluey performance is a good use of money. We've got grass that's not being mowed. We've got potholes that are not being filled. We've got trees that aren't being trimmed. We've got parks that were damaged 2 and a bit years ago that aren't open. You name it. There is an issue with how this administration is spending public funding. And that public funding, when somebody thinks it's appropriate to allocate $92,000 for a sausage sizzle, for a bridge opening, that is astonishing. It is unreasonable. It is irresponsible. It is not good financial management. It is just, you know. Oh, Councillor, thank you, Councillor. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, it's good electioneering was the interjection. And I thank Councillor Strunk for that observation. That is the only thing that it is good for, electioneering. That's why it was done. Because $92,000 of ratepayers' funding going into an event like this in the middle of an election campaign is inappropriate. It is not good financial management. It is irresponsible, and it is a huge waste of money when you compare it to all of the other service issues that this city is experiencing. To make a choice like this to spend this much money is just wrong. It is just wrong. And I don't know, you know, I don't know why somebody thinks this is appropriate to do this. And it just shows bad judgment all round. It is indefensible. And certainly it is something that I'll be making clear to my residents when this council says no to fixing a sports field or not doing the mowing or not trimming the trees. The $125 million for the Olympic junkets and now the $92,000 for the barbecue, I can tell you they are not good uses of funding. I don't support what they've done here with respect to this. It is wrong.
Further speakers? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to enter the debate and to support this wonderful committee presentation, primarily because it's connecting my fantastic ward with the fantastic Hamilton ward. And I was there on the opening day, and Shannon Rusker did the most amazing job of a welcome to country, but also telling the story of this area, which I hadn't known about before. And I know that through you, Madam Chair, that Councillor Murphy had made sure that there is a plaque there that tells people who are using this on a regular basis all of the amazing history of this particular area. Now, Madam Chair, quite some time ago I was a trustee of the Newstead House, and I know that Newstead House people have been absolutely waiting for this to happen. It is something, and the former Senator Claire Moore, who is the chair of that committee, was there on the day. I spoke to Claire, and she was very excited about the fact that this was going to be a great advantage to Newstead House. Now, Newstead House, which of course is in Newstead Park and is a much loved area. It's a historical park. It's something that we have all worked together. So the state government with Newstead House and the enormous amount of money that's been poured into that to bring it back to where it needs to be so that people can once again visit. But how fantastic is it that they can ride their bike or walk across this fantastic bridge. And it was great on the day to see so many people participating as we cut the ribbon and everyone walked across the bridge. I think I even saw the Anglican Archbishop in his shorts, which is not something that you see every day, but he lives on the other side and again said that it was, everybody was so looking forward to this bridge being open. And of course, Madam Chair, through you, the report shows us that over the March period, we had 600 cycle journeys per day and over 2,000 pedestrian and e-mobility journeys per day. Now, that's just amazing, I think, for an area that is such, such a wonderful space. It certainly has increased the accessibility to Newstead and Bowen Hills, which of course Bowen Hills is part of my ward, and it's enhanced the access to Newstead Park and Newstead House, something that I know was very much looked forward to by the people who are involved in that fantastic offering. It's also an amazing piece of architecture as you drive along Kingsford Smith Drive to see something that is so beautiful. And it was also, I think, I understand that Councillor Dixon was always talking about this is happening now, this is happening now, and her residents were talking to her on a daily basis to say, when is it going to be open? When is it going to be open? My residents were talking to me on a daily basis to say, when will it be open? And so there was a great deal of excitement on the morning. And of course, everybody loves Bluey, so I don't know why anyone in this chamber would be upset that Bluey was appearing, because I think that's the most fantastic thing. Appeared at Victoria Park just on the weekend. Thousands of children love Bluey, and so I think that it was a great way to celebrate something that is going to be of huge benefit to the city, not just to my residents and not just to Councillor Dixon's residents, but right across the city. People will be picnicking in Newstead Park, they'll be wandering across the bridge, they'll be going off over the Loris Bonnie Walk, and again, so much history right across that particular area, and now all connected and joined up, and something that is just going to be so superb for this fantastic city. So I thoroughly recommend this to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Further speakers? Councillor Murphy, right of reply.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I thank Councillors Parry and Howard for their contribution to the debate. I think they really get it. This is a great asset. This is not our asset. This is not a Brisbane City Council thing that only Brisbane City Council can use. This is an asset for the city, and people were and have for a long time been genuinely looking forward to this bridge opening. And we wanted to give that community something to celebrate. And they did celebrate, Madam Chair. They turned out in their droves to support the opening of this bridge. I thank also Councillor Massey for her comments about the program, and indeed we knew we were on to a good thing with this Bridges program when we started to see it appear in Councillor Shree and Michael Berkman's materials that went out to the community, telling everyone that it was actually their program and Council had just copied their homework. Look, I will say, and I did hear Labor scoffing at the size of this bridge, the length of this bridge over there. Oh, it's not a very big bridge. You've only done 1 out of 5. Well, I'll just say this, Madam Chair. Labor have never, at an election, committed to building any of these bridges. So they measure our progress against what we've said ourselves. They've never said, oh, we'd build 10 bridges and we'll build them this high and they'd be this long and they'd go here or there or anywhere. They've never committed to green bridges. They've never said that they would do any. So they're only holding us to our own record. They're comparing our record to our record. So, if they came up with an alternative proposal, they had the guts to do that, then maybe we would be able to have an interesting conversation when it comes to these bridges, but they have never committed to doing a single one. Councillor Johnson, Madam Chair, where do you start with her contribution. First of all, she got it wrong. Hamilton Ward is not a marginal ward at all. If we were doing this to support a marginal ward, then it would be the worst act of political malfeasance in the history of political malfeasance, because I believe she has the safest ward in the city, pretty much. So that would have been very silly, an investment on our side of things. In fact, actually, if Councillor Johnson had done the digging, she would have found out that this opening was planned prior to caretaker period even commencing on the 27th of January. And you know why it was delayed? Not due to me, not due to the Lord Mayor, not due to the CEO. It rained. It rained, and so we put it off. And what were we to do, Madam Chair? Hold the bridge closed for several months until we had cleared caretaker and been sworn in twice? No, Madam Chair. No, we wanted to get it open so people could use it. So,
Councillors, councillors, there is another councillor on their feet speaking, so you will remain quiet. Sorry, Councillor Murphy.
The other point to make, Madam Chair, is how disrespectful it would have been to engage seriously and for a long period of time with traditional custodians on the name of this bridge, Yawagara, and then not have them there for the opening, or just tell them, oh yeah, we opened that a couple of weeks ago. Go down, check it out. Like, we did a smoking ceremony. We did the Welcome to Country. We appropriately acknowledged their contribution to the name of that bridge. And we also acknowledged the historic Newstead House, of which the restoration has effectively completed at the same time as the bridge opening. So it was a great celebration of all things Newstead Park, and of those fantastic communities down there. And as I said, people came out in force for it. So I get that, you know, some of the councillors on the other side are very chicken little. They don't think it was a good investment of money to spend some money to have an opening event for this bridge. But I will say it's a very special day in the life of a city to open a bridge as substantial as the Breakfast Creek Yawagara Bridge, and we don't regret it one bit.
Thank you. We'll now put the report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Wines, Infrastructure Committee.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I move the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 7th of May 2024 be adopted.
Seconded, Madam Chair.
It has been moved by Councillor Wines and seconded by Councillor Toomey that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting dated Tuesday 7th of May 2024 be adopted. Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, let me begin with a general comment about the portfolio and say within the coming days there will be a major event at the Indooroopilly roundabout removal project. We'll be shifting vehicles onto our new Overroad Bridge, which will be a key milestone, the first time that'll be used, and that is, hopefully, weather permitting, this week. So we're very much looking forward to that. So the southern approach will be allowed to use the bridge and then turn right at the new set of lights we built for them up on what we call internally the service road, but the road that a lot of people in Councillor Adamans' ward have been using to travel over the top. No, the people from Councillor Adamans' ward, they travel through largely directs from the west, but this is a major milestone in a project within Councillor Wolf's ward. I know that it will materially. It's my view that the T intersection that we built as a temporary work was a big improvement on the roundabout, let alone the total project when it comes to its natural completion. Staying in Walter Taylor Ward, the report from last week reflects our work at the Victory Pocket and Kenmore Road intersection, which is a project which was funded in cooperation with the federal government. They provided an $11 million grant to us for a $12 million project to upgrade this particular intersection, and it is pretty impressive. So the intersection itself handles about 21,000 vehicles per day. And that through the period 2018 through 2022, there were 3 motor vehicle collisions that required hospitalisation. So this is a major intersection. It feeds, it's difficult to describe if you're not familiar with it, but it is the easiest way for people who are non-local. It's effectively the way to Lone Pine, but also provides a lot of access to highways in the Western Freeway and a lot of key arterial roads in the southern Kenmore and Victory Pocket area. The The project was primarily a safety upgrade, but we took the opportunity to do some significant works for efficiency and also improving access to public transport. So as I stated earlier, the crash history was one of the two major feeder roads for the whole suburb of Fig Tree Pocket, and there was no crossing facilities for pedestrians near this location, and it's one of the better aspects of this program or this project, I should say, that allowed us to build those. Some councillors in the committee noted the marked improvement in both the road itself, but also the pedestrian access around it to move around the intersection as well. A lot of the work to ensure this project was able to go ahead actually depended on a series of retaining wall works. So there's significant earthworks, and if you were to take the time to go and visit the site, you would see probably a 10 to 12 metre, a 10 to 12 metre high retaining wall holding in the southeastern bank, which required a great deal of work just to get that in place. So the key benefits of the project were an improved intersection safety for all road users through the installation of traffic lights and signalised pedestrian crossings, and improved travel time reliability and overall operation, including right turn movements into Orogi or Orogi, depending on your preference place, without disrupting through traffic, improved pedestrian connectivity to public transport and residential areas. And also I'd like to thank all the team in CPO who were able to deliver that project. Now, before I move on to petitions, there was some discussion in question time where the Lord Mayor indicated that I would provide further information on Cactablastis Corner. So Cactablastis Corner suffered a severe landslip in the 2022 flood event. An application was made to the QRA, the Queensland Recovery Authority, to seek funds to assist us to do that. The original submission was for $11 million, however, further investigations and projected cost escalations, we revised the request up to $17 million. The design and scope has not been finalised for the approach to rectification. The Cactablastis Corner was the worst. I think some geography of the site should be reflected upon. This is a landslip into the river. The location is near and includes parts of Sherwood Arboretum. It also includes land owned by QUU. It also includes privately held land. And if there's any conjecture about who owns the river, just in case anyone ever wonders, the state government owns the river. All right. So there's a number of landholders, and the landslip is into the river. So just to reflect upon that, much of our landslip work that you would have seen tends to be council land into council land, or council land or private into council, or council into private. That is largely where you see our work. Where it's council into state government, a lot of that work is the responsibility of the state government. So we submitted that disaster recovery request to the QRA. And this site represents a real and genuine challenge from an engineering perspective, considering that the waterline moves. The Brisbane River is, and I'll be corrected if I say this wrong, but it's a brackish estuarine tidal waterway. So it goes up, so it increases its height with the tides. It does not merely flow in one direction. The intersection of the so in case councillors don't know this, the state government owns to the top of the high water mark is their property line. I think it's important just to reflect on that. So they own the river to the peak of the high water mark. Now, this is a significant landslip which has, as I say, the officers have considered a range of solutions. And let's stay on the funding just for a moment. When people make statements such as the QRA has given money, the QRA has not given money, the QRA has approved a potential payment up to $17 million, which our estimations say is not enough to cover the potential works for this site. So the works themselves, the work on a site like this which is a water-based landslip, is not consistent for, say, something like in Councillor Davis's ward of McDowell at the Shan Street intersection, which is clearly a land-based slip, where you have options such as pinning, retaining walls. That would be your two natural ones. You could also use gabion baskets or rock walls. And there's a view that retaining walls, gabion baskets, rock walls would not necessarily survive a significant flood event because there's a likelihood they may well be undermined if we were to do it that way. So the price on this is very high, the technical difficulty is very high, and the jurisdiction still remains within the state. So I hope that provides enough information to respond to that matter from earlier. There are 4 petitions with us today. One in Councillor Dixon's ward for Harbour Road, Hamilton, where they requested some pedestrian safety, but the speed limit being 60 kilometres an hour, it was not available to be provided to her. However, there is a speed limit review to see if we can't get it down to 50, so we could be able to put in some some pedestrian protections in that area. There was a request in Chandler Ward for some yellow lines at Aveo at Carindale, which we did. There was a request, a universal request for the reduction of speed limits on all roads without a footpath to 40, which because of the universality of that and because a motorist would have to decide or determine while they were driving whether a road had a footpath or not and whether it was therefore 40 or 50, it was an impractical proposal. And also there was a request from the residents of the western suburbs to seek improved access or improved ability to leave their communities in the event, I should say, leave their communities or be provided with food and water in the event of natural disasters. They asked for a particular bridge to be upgraded. We're not going to be upgrading that bridge, but Council will be coming into ownership of a new flood-resilient bridge within the next 6 months at Mount Crosby rather than Colo. While it's not the site that is requested in this, it is still, I hope, a significant improvement for community members in that area. They also we have the western suburbs were a focus, and have seen a considerable uplift in the number of automated flood warning signs in the western suburbs. So they asked for a particular bridge. We're going to have a different one for them. Higher, flood resilient, will also protect their water and sewer supply. So hopefully that information provided to you today allows for proper consideration of the many elements of today's report.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers, Councillor Wolfe.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Today I rise to speak of item A of the wonderful upgrade to the Fig Tree Pocket Road and Kenmore Road intersection. Before the great work of the Shriner Council, this was a tremendously dangerous intersection with little line of sight from either end. A memorable moment for me as councillor, and in my first week in office, I was able to turn on this new set of traffic lights with thanks to Councillor Wines for allowing me the honours. And this upgrade has brought vast improvement for the people of Walter Taylor Ward. Traffic numbers through the intersection in Fig Tree Pocket are high, and as this is a growing area, the issues in this area would have only worsened. Sadly, previous accidents on site had resulted in hospitalisation, meaning that this was a prioritised location due to safety. The $12 million project also includes early warning lights on Kenmore Road and Fig Tree Pocket Road to provide motorists with sufficient notice to brake when approaching the intersection. The project also benefits local residents with the installation of new signalised pedestrian crossing facilities and constructing bike-on off ramps at the crossing, which did not exist before. This has improved safety and connectivity for people walking and riding in the area and allows cyclists to connect with new pathways or simply utilise the crossing facility. This project has also allowed for key lane reconfiguration to the intersection. As a result, has significantly reduced congestion. While out door knocking Fig Tree Pocket earlier this year, and also after hosting 2 mobile pop-ups directly at this intersection, I can report that many local residents have shared that the safety has significantly improved at this intersection. One resident located directly at the intersection shared with me that their family had a chair specifically for the use when accidents occurred at this intersection. Thankfully, since this wonderful upgrade, the said chair is no longer required. Additional positive feedback from the community I have received includes the new traffic lights and crossing facilities has not only improved safety, but also improved access and connectivity to public transport and our residential areas. Another resident shared, it is wonderful that the intersection has also realigned to include Orogi Place. This allows residents to enter and exit the residential estate more safely with full access in and out of Orogi Place rather than the previous left in and left out arrangements. Lastly, this new pedestrian crossing facilities and new footpaths has enhanced pedestrian use and connectivity to the bus stop and to our local area. Madam Chair, I'm delighted to report that the Fig Tree Pocket Road and Kenmore Road intersection upgrade has improved the overall efficiency of the intersection and enhanced safety for all. I am grateful to the Shrinner Council for this excellent upgrade to this intersection. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Strunk.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Before I start, could I ask that Clause E be taken seriatim for voting purposes, please?
Thank you.
I rise to speak on the petition by a number of residents in the Pullen Vale ward. Almost 300 people actually signed the petition. It's a petition calling for to identify and design a integrated transport flood resilience solutions for the Brisbane western suburbs, specifically in the Pullen Vale ward, as it turns out. I think it's a timely petition. It's been about 2 years, a bit over 2 years since the 2022 floods, and I'm sure the residents of the Pullen Vale ward, especially where the flooding occurred, are still it's still probably very raw to them because they haven't really seen anything transpire that would actually improve the flood resilience of this area. So they're asking, I think, a very sensible question that this City Council, for those residents out at Pullen Vale, that they should receive some design or some solutions that would help to mitigate the flooding in those areas that flooded. Now we know that in 2022, Mount Crosby, Corona Downs, Mogul, Bellbowery, Colo, Pullen Vale, and Ansted were isolated after the Brisbane River hit a major flooding levels, right, after a torrential rain event. I think we called it a rain bomb. That was a new term that was used then. And of course, there were some extraordinary individuals that took the bull by the horns, if I can use those terms. And one local resident actually employed one of his own helicopter to relieve and fly in some emergency medical supplies, as well as other much needed stuff to help residents out in those isolated areas. And of course, he initiated it himself, which is fantastic to have a resident who's able to do that. And then, of course, the SES came in after that as well, because they have their hands pretty full right across Brisbane, not just there. And they also initiated those care flights as well. So I think the 225 residents, sorry, I said about 300, but it's 225, 209 of those were actually living in the ward of Pullen Vale, right? Now, if we look at the response that came forward from the petition, to send out to the petitioners, right? There's a number of things that that response dealt with, but what they really didn't deal with was the drainage issue. They dealt with roads. They talked about the hierarchy of roads in the area in and out, which is a TMR responsibility. But they didn't really talk about what drainage could be, drainage solutions that could have been potentially planned for and then funded to help mitigate those flooding areas, of course. Probably one of the more problematic areas, of course, is in Colo Road, which is a bridge, right? A one-lane bridge, which has existed for many, many years. I think even back into probably 40 or 50 years ago that I used to traverse that on the way to Ipswich back in the good old, bad old days. And I knew where the flood causeways were. Now, as I say, the response only identified what they were going to do in regards to initiating and installing a new flood warning sign, digital flood warning sign that is solar power driven, which is good. But I think most of the residents in that area, the long-term residents at least, know where it floods and when it floods and how much rain has to come down before it starts flooding. So the sign's great, right? But no other initiatives, no other things that Brisbane City Council is going to do. They say most of the roads, they're TMR problems, not our problems. But Colo Road is a Brisbane City Council problem. And drainage is a Brisbane City Council issue, right? And so I think especially the people at Colo, 396 people actually live at Colo itself. And of course, that's, from what I understand during this petition, that's sort of ground zero in regards to a real major issue, especially that one-lane bridge, which floods not just at 100-year floods, but at other times through the years as well. So I just think Councillor Adaman should probably sit down with the lead petitioner on this and just work out what's the best way forward to alleviate some of those. And we won't be able to alleviate all of the issues, but some of those issues through drainage and especially the bridge. Now, we had all the talk about how much bridges we've just spent hundreds of $1 million on a bridge. And what about the people of Colo? Why don't they deserve to have that bridge of theirs redesigned and reconstructed so that it's at least above the flooding high mark? Now, that may cost tens of millions of dollars, but I think they have the right to see their houses and their properties being able to actually get in and out of, right? And if a reconstructed bridge like the Colo Bridge or the Bell Bridge, I think it's called, I think they have every right and every opportunity, and this council has every opportunity to fund that. And I just impress upon the councillor for that area to work with this administration and try to alleviate some of those problems that have been identified in the petition. We on this side won't be supporting. We won't be supporting the response because we think it's inadequate, and this administration should do more. Thank you, Chair.
Any further speakers? Councillor Wines, right of reply.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just wanted to respond to a couple of statements made by Councillor Strunk and to take an opportunity to thank Councillor Wolfe. Now, Councillor Wolfe, of course, was very enthusiastically there, turning the lights on their first day of operation. I think it was lunchtime one Friday, if memory serves. And it's great to see Councillor Wolfe be able to take such ownership of what is a great project for her community. And anecdotes that she spoke to are one of the great pieces of feedback that we always have confidence that when these projects are complete, people will appreciate what we were trying to do and see the benefit of those. And I think that some of the anecdotes provided by Councillor Wolfe speak to that, and they really did. I'll make sure that the team hear those. And also that the one that sort of stayed with me was that residents had a special chair for seating people who had an accident, but no more. That's really what it's all about in the end, is making sure that people are safer when they move around, and that's a very very good news that they don't have to have that anymore. Now, there's a couple of comments that Councillor Strunk made. One was that a Western Suburbs individual had a helicopter that came in. Well, that helicopter was piloted by and owned by an individual named James Robinson, who's a well-known Western Suburbs figure, and he's I suppose we'll call him a friend and associate of Councillor Adamant, who arranged for that sort of mercy drop, that food package drop from Robbo. Like as I say, Robbo is a well-known person in our community, and he was there, and we all know that we appreciate him and his work and him being there for his community. Him, as I say, well known in that part of the world. Councillor Strunk laboured on the point that this asked for a bridge in a particular place and we're building a bridge somewhere else. Now, we are taking ownership of a new bridge at Mount Crosby that will be higher, stronger, wider than the existing bridge. It will satisfy much of the concerns. Now, there are two elements to Councillor Strunk's notes that I think he misunderstands parts of the Western Suburbs in that area. One is that the people in that community value their rural and semi-rural lifestyle. They think it's really important. It's one of the reasons they choose to live in that community, one of the reasons that the zoning is such in that community to have it, that part of the city in the way that it is. So, but to do that, you don't over-engineer it. That being said, and the other fact is that a lot of residents in that area, while many of us in our communities have I would call it a central facing, as in most of us go back and forward to the city, in the western part of the Pullenvale ward, I suspect a lot of people interact a lot with the Ipswich community. Would that be fair to say? And that individuals in that part of the world would say, send their children to schools in Ipswich rather than in Brisbane City. And that was, I think, one of the central complaints. I shouldn't do that. One of the central concerns of the residents in the outer western suburbs was how do they get their kids to school when the roads are cut? Well, soon we'll be in control of a new bridge that will allow access for residents in that area west to access foods and fresh water if required in the Ipswich area, but also get their kids to school, which I actually think was one of the unspoken but understood concerns from that community. When I say unspoken, I mean, of course, in this note, not in... They were, of course, very clear in their verbalisation of that. So hopefully we will... Thanks, Madam Chair. I just understood that if anyone speaks, the obligation is the Speaker stops and is silent for a small amount of time. I understood that's the new accepted way of doing things here. So there is a new bridge in the outer western suburbs that will do everything that is requested of this petitioner, but not at the location they asked. I trust that when that is open and operational, they will see the significant benefit to their community, and I look forward to them using it.
Thank you, Councillor Wines. We'll now put item A, B, C and D to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Now put item E to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division. Division.
Division has been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Councillors, ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 8 against.
The motion is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillors, please resume your seat. Please resume your seat. Councillor Allen, City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 7th of May 2024 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Allen and seconded by Councillor Wolfe that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting dated Tuesday 7th of May 2024 be adopted. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I get to the committee report, I would like to provide the Chamber with an update of the 2023 Art Force Brisbane Awards that were held last Wednesday. I'd also like to acknowledge that several of our council colleagues were there. Councillor Massey was there, Councillor Strunk and Councillor Wong, so they certainly got an opportunity to witness the great work that's done through this program, and also to witness the joy, I guess, of those artists who were receiving awards. One of the things that I found pretty interesting, and certainly I think a lot of other people didn't appreciate it, was that the Art Force program is in its 25th year. Beginning in 1999, Art Force Brisbane is a community art project that enables local residents to paint their original artworks on traffic signal boxes across Brisbane. It is open to everyone, and we've seen a diverse range of artists, including families, schools and community groups, as well as many talented individuals participate over the years, usually presenting works that reflect the community they live in and the surrounding area. The program is an example of how art exists all across Brisbane, and local artists do a wonderful job in transforming our city, turning the dull into the dynamic and brightening residents' days. In 2023, we saw 76 artworks painted, including 65 traffic signal boxes, 2 MUX boxes and 9 Energex pad-mounted transformers. We also had First Nations works by Jabiru Community College in Zilmia, Mary MacKillop College in Nunda, which is in my ward, and by Eckersley Art and Craft, who supported emerging artist Chelsea Carkeet's work in Lutwich. All Hallows Schools also provided an artwork by First Nations artist Cherney Sutton, which was produced as a vinyl wrap around 2 traffic signal boxes that are located too close to the curb to be safe to paint. And these are the first of many digital wraps planned for adorning boxes that are unsafe to paint. Last year, we also saw Brisbane Grammar, Brisbane Girls Grammar and Brisbane State High School participate. The program also sees the inclusion of community groups, and in 2023 we had participation from some very special community groups, namely the Lovewell Foundation supporting women through challenging life experiences, the Australian Red Cross Migrant Support Program supporting asylum seeker families, and the Wesley Missions Art from the Margins program supporting artists with disabilities. As usual, we have some wonderful artworks by children and young people, and we treasure their voices in our communities. The Art Force program is a great way of nurturing our local talent and providing meaningful and valuable public art experience. The 2023 artworks feature all creatures, weird and wonderful, from imaginary underwater monsters to exotic sloths, from our beloved rainbow lorikeets and valuable police dogs to our not-so-beloved swarms of mozzies and blood-sucking leeches. On the night, we also heard an inspiring story from Lisa Marie Vecchio. Lisa was a previous winner of the Lord Mayor's Award. Since the award, and based off the success of her original Art Force box, she has created murals and pursued design and branding opportunities. Lisa has also had one of her Art Force box designs feature as a backdrop for a Vogue photo shoot. Madam Chair, I would like to congratulate the following award winners. So the Lord Mayor's Award was Ali Douglas for her work Arcade. The People's Choice Award, Gabrielle Olive for her work Roll With It. Best organisation was the Wesley Missions Art from the Margins for Leach's Day Out. Best Primary School, Kindy and Crace, was the Brisbane Grammar School for Under the Sea. Best High School was Mary MacKillop College for Connections Underground. The best 18 and under from Brielle Duncanson for her work Paul Ice Dog. Best 12 and under, Stella Minotto for her work, Don't Hurry, Be Happy. The best Energex box was Bronte Mark for her work, Toot Toot, Beep Beep, Hoot Hoot, Tweet Tweet. And best overall traffic signal box was Tara Hoopwell for her work, Our Weka. I'd also like to thank all the participants for volunteering their valuable time, creative effort and labour. Just like myself, I know the local residents and communities also appreciate the works completed. Finally, I'd like to acknowledge the Art Force team, specifically Beth and Susan, who have coordinated the 2023 Art Force program. Now, turning to the committee report, item A was a presentation on a development at 44 Roma Street, Brisbane City. The proposed development sits on a underutilised 402 square metre site and will provide much needed short-term accommodation in Brisbane City. The well-considered design includes safe vehicle access and manoeuvring via a one-way porte cochere. At 12 stories high, 44 Roma Street will offer 61 bedroom units in a convenient location with access to shops, public transport and community facilities. The modern design building will host a rooftop garden complete with a swimming pool, lounge area and day beds, a spa, a barbecue and dining area. Celebrating Brisbane's subtropical lifestyle, 44 Roma Street includes vertical greenery on each level with a mixture of shrubs, ground covers and overhanging vines. Additionally, the rooftop will include canopy trees and planters, which will be accessible for maintenance. The rooftop includes soft landscaping of 53 square metres or 16% of the total rooftop area. Recycling is encouraged at 44 Roma Street through the installation of rainwater harvesting systems and a refuse chute with a diverter. The first floor bar and restaurant encourage economic activity and the overall building design contributes to the vibrancy of Brisbane City. The site is very well located, just a stone's throw from King George Square. It is close to train stations, bus interchanges and active transport. 44 Roma Street is in close proximity to all the city has to offer, including Suncorp Stadium, South Bank, Roma Street Parklands, Howard Smith Wharves and the Queen Street Mall, just to name a few. From a tourism and economic development perspective, Brisbane needs more short-term accommodation and hotels. Hotels are experiencing high occupancy rates, which will increase over time given the interest in Brisbane. The development at 44 Roma Street was approved as it aligns with the Shrina Council's commitment to provide additional short-term accommodation supply to boost tourism and economic development in Brisbane. And Madam Chair, I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Any further speakers? So no further speakers. We'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. The ayes
Division.
have it.
Seconded.
Division has been called by Councillor Adamant and seconded by Councillor Givney. Councillors, ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 24 in favour.
Thank you. The motion is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillor Davis, Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting of Tuesday, 7 May 2024 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Davis and seconded by Councillor Marx that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting dated Tuesday, 7th of May 2024 be adopted. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last week's committee presentation continued our introduction of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability portfolio with an overview of the major projects and asset coordination section of news. As you know, Madam Chair, we are working hard to improve Brisbane's lifestyle by creating more to see and do, and the major projects area have a big role to play in that. The major projects team are the delivery arm of our program, and they help keep Brisbane the most sustainable city in Australia, and their remit ranges from oversight to our significant asset portfolio and major capital projects to coordinating service delivery through our 3 environment centres. This also includes engagement with a huge and diverse range of stakeholders, and I'm sure there'll be many councillors here who have had an interaction with Wade Fitzgerald and his team about a project happening in their ward. We heard about some of the fantastic projects that the team in News have responsibility for, the major projects team, like the Nudgee Recreation Reserve, which we had Wade return to the committee today to a deep dive on, so I won't say too much about that now, except that it was a fantastic project that has delivered a world-class sporting facility in our suburbs. And I know that Councillor Allen is particularly grateful to Wade and the team for all of their hard work to get this one over the line, particularly with the delivery of those particular facilities for the local community to enjoy, just as you had promised, Councillor Allen. Of course, on the south side, we have the Brisbane International Cycle Park at Murray Recreation Reserve, which Councillor Atwood tells me is referred to as the Muzz by those in the know, and we know that's well underway at the moment. It's a project which is delivering a world-class cycling facility, and that's not just a figure of speech. The concept was also worked through with Oz Cycling, which is the national peak body for all things on 2 wheels, and consulted with the Union Cyclists Internationale, which is the world governing body for sports cycling. So while everything is being built to an international standard, it is being delivered by a Brisbane-based builder using local contractors and suppliers, with over 1,800 people working on the project, including 35 apprentices. As you know, Madam Chair, both the Nudgee Rec Reserve and the BICP at the Muzz are former landfills, and while a lot of our parks and reserves are former landfill sites, even Victoria Park, Murray and Nudgee Rec Reserve are great examples of adaptive reuse. Historically, when a landfill reached capacity, it would be capped, turfed and used probably as a simple playing field with a low level of embellishment. But the team in major projects have led the way in embracing new technology to allow us to do even more with these assets and really unlock their potential. But we don't just deliver world-class sports park. The team is also responsible for supporting less formalised sporting across our open space network, and I know that they are very excited to be rolling out brand new pickleball courts at Greenway's Esplanade Park, Finsbury Park, Sheriff Park and John McGee Park to support Brisbane's growing pickleball community. There isn't the only citywide park enhancement being rolled. This isn't the only citywide park enhancements being rolled out. They're also busy with the Sun Safe Suburban Playgrounds program, which is now in its 2nd year. Queensland holds the unenviable mantle as the skin cancer capital of the world, but here in Brisbane we are doing our bit to make sure families can enjoy our parks while staying safe from the sun in those really hot parts of the day. The program has seen more than 50 playgrounds installed in the first year alone across almost every ward in the city. Each site is quite different, and we need to ensure that any infrastructure installed is strong and safe, as well as meeting the appropriate Australian standards. As well as delivery of our ongoing projects, it would also be remiss of me not to mention a couple of feathers under this team's cap, like the award-winning Hanlon Park project. This was a bold and innovative project that involved the removal of a 100-year-old concrete drain and the realignment of this stretch of Norman Creek and transforming it into a vibrant and flood-resilient urban waterway. And I know that Councillor Cunningham's community really appreciates and enjoys this space and will continue to do so into the future. And it's such a great project with such fantastic outcomes that it didn't take long after the project was completed in 2022 for the awards to start flowing in. The first was winning the Stormwater Queensland Award for Excellence in Integrated Stormwater Management, which I know the team is very, very proud of. We then won the Australian Institute of Landscape Architects Queensland Award in Land Management and Open Space. And in late 2023, the project was recognised again with not one, not two, but 3 national awards. Firstly, the Parks and Open Space Awards of Excellence, which is the first and highest award by the Australian Institute of Landscape Architects to a work judged to be the most significant advancement of landscape architecture in each category. The second was the National Landscape Architecture Award, which was awarded to a work of excellence demonstrating consummate skill contributing to the advancement of landscape architecture. And last but not least was the Climate Positive Design Award, which is awarded to projects that show significant effort in climate change mitigation and climate change adaptation. So that's a lot of awards for just one project, Madam Chair, and I know the team, as I said, is very, very proud. Of course, that's not the only award worth mentioning. I mentioned earlier today that Bradbury Park, the playscape, was also delivered by this team, and there have been a string of awards associated with this, including Brisbane's Building of the Year. So again, congratulations to the team for that outstanding achievement. They have a very important role to play in the delivery of infrastructure in the community. The work that they do is very well received by residents. The work that they do is highly recognised, not only domestically but internationally. We know that people come when they visit from overseas and want to go to Hanlon Park and see the work that's happened there. We know that they're dropping into places like Victoria Park as well. And I was very happy to host a delegation from Western Australia at Bradbury Park, and they just could not believe how fantastic this playscape was, and that Brisbane City Council were leading the way in innovative design for playscapes out in our parks. So again, thanks to the officers for their very informative presentation. Thank you for the councillors in the committee for asking some really great questions. But Madam Chair, we also had a couple of petitions. There were 2 of them, and so I'd like to leave further debate to the chamber. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Further speakers. Councillor Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on the report as well as speak on one of the petitions. I'd like to ask Seriatim for voting for item C, which is a petition requesting council purchase land adjoining Mount Gravatt Outlook Reserve. Okay, thank you. First, there's a saying amongst staff, and I think it's very apt, no news is good news, and their experience of the news area and council, and certainly my experience of the news area and council, is not as glowing as yours, Councillor Davis, because I find that they're very biased in their delivery and in the provision of their services and provision of their planning in delivery and delivery and planning across the city. If you're in an opposition ward, I find you get very different treatment from our news team than you do from other areas of council, and it is so blatantly obvious. And I have to say that I don't see them as a great sparkling light that's leading us towards sustainability. I see a lot of people who are delivering for the LNP and who are quite okay with doing that. So I know we have presentation after presentation, and some good things happen, but so much more could happen. Where are we on the innovation scale? I'd say we're pretty low. I think this council is not leaving. As much as we keep patting ourselves on the back for how much we're doing, we're not leading. In fact, recently I had a discussion about how we maintain our waterways in my area. I've got eight waterways, 8 different creeks, 8 different waterways in the area. And I said, show me, I actually had a meeting with News, and was it PSO or PPI? They all sort of merge. And I was trying to get the news people to talk to the delivery people, and it was like the people on Mars shall meet the people on Venus at one point. They just wouldn't talk, and there are different points and different understandings of what they should be delivering. And I thought, this is council. This is council under an LNP administration. It's dysfunctional, it's not delivering, and it's certainly not delivering for the environment. And in this instance, I asked the staff, I said, you can give me a list of road work that should be done in my ward or across the city. Give me a list of park work that you're doing for the next 3 or 4 years in my ward. They couldn't. Doesn't exist. And when I asked that question of News, they go, they couldn't answer either. Oh, we're doing Oxley Creek in your ward. So to all the people who think News is fantastic, I don't. I think you have a long way to go, and I think you're really underperforming. And I think that's the view of this team. There's a lot of underperformance with the work being done by News. And yes, it's the first item here. And certainly I'll be having more and more to say. And I know we hear about the great work that's been done in the LNP parks. I'd like to see some great work done in my parks. Crazy, I know. And actually, I know there was an election, and I know you won. You keep telling us, and yes, we won too. And under the City of Brisbane Act, you've actually got to deliver for everyone in the city, not just for LNP areas. That's the City of Brisbane Act, that's the law. But that is not what is happening. Anyway, I'll keep putting forward ideas about what should be happening, but I think a perfect point to which I'm speaking is the petition response here. And Councillor Johnston, it's actually, this is in an LNP councillors area. I note that they didn't actually direct the phone number in the letter that's going to residents. They didn't direct it to the LNP councillor to speak to those people. They directed it to a council officer. Isn't that incredible? Yeah, so happens sometimes to you, Councillor Johnston, for some reason. It shouldn't be. So let's have a look at petition C. Requesting council purchase land adjoining Mount Cravat Reserve Outlook, 139 Clump Road and 2 O'Grady Street, Upper Mount Cravat, to expand koala habitat. Isn't this amazing? It didn't come back before the election. The things that are coming back after the election. So they've been cancelled, they're not happening. Oh, we're going to Paris. All these things suddenly happen after the election. And all the officers fall into place after the election. So interesting to watch. So this is telling 2,000 people who think that we should be using the money we take for them for purchase of bushland, they think it should be spent on buying bushland. Crazy thought, absolutely crazy thought. We only spend, well, I think it's down to 18% of the money we collect, we take from residents to buy bushland. We only spend 18% of that in buying bushland. And this is another site that has 80% vegetation cover, and I suspect could have another 30% vegetation cover, that News is saying we shouldn't be buying. This is the great News branch. The great people at conservation across the city, not delivering for our city, not delivering for our residents, but delivering for the LNP. Well, I think this is wrong. We won't be supporting this recommendation because this bushland, we are under our target. We are under our target for buying bushland. We should be over and exceeding our target. But we're not. We're not. And we're allowing so much clearing. And this was a perfect site to buy, particularly when The news branch is in discussions with Griffith Uni about taking their land over at the Griffith Uni side, the eastern side of the South East Freeway. So I just, I think this is counterintuitive to what the LNP says it's doing with regards bushland. It's counterintuitive to our goals as a city, and it's really, it's taking the residents of Brisbane for fools for thinking that their bushland preservation money should actually be used for buying bushland. I think it's a really pathetic response. It doesn't fool me. It doesn't fool residents. It's about delivering less for residents and about delivering, actually genuinely delivering less for our wildlife. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers, Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I rise to speak on item C of the committee report on the petition. I think what Councillor Griffiths has just said, of course, that's typical Labour's delivery of projects. They'll spend the money that shouldn't be spent.
Yeah. Councillor Griffiths, we all sat here. Councillor Griffiths, we all sat here in complete silence and listened to you, every word.
Yeah.
Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, the subject property on the corner of Camp Road and O'Grady Street, Upper Margaret, is a property well known by the local community as the Chicken Farm. It is a property that reflects a rich local history and the collective memory for many of the people who grow up in the area. This property is also quite large in size, approximately 12 hectares. As stated in the report, this block of land supports important habitats adjoining Margaret Outlook Reserve, and most of the bushland area is currently included in the environmental management zone of the Brisbane Planning Scheme within Brisbane City Plan 2014. This comprises of 70% of the total site area. The area of important habitat on the subject land are also included in the City Plan Biodiversity Area Overlay mapping. The biodiversity areas overlay requires that new development is designed and constructed to protect habitat and wildlife corridors. In other words, should the current owner wish to make changes to the use of the existing property, it will provide the council the opportunity to retain the environmentally significant area through the development process. So that means this will result in a win-win situation where the owner can proceed with the objective. The council can retain the environmentally important area without costing ratepayers. And the wildlife will continue to live and roam around this area. So if we can do that without costing the ratepayers, and why would we spend all the money now, which is going to benefit the whoever who wants to develop the area? So that is typical Labour's way of managing finance. So I would like to thank the committee for supporting this petition, and I commend the report to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Huang. Further speakers, Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on petition C specifically. And I will speak quite briefly to this petition. Firstly, though, I will note the amazing amount of petitioners and signatures in this petition, 2,202. So congratulations to those residents. Congratulations on those residents to create an active campaign to buy back this land. What that number says to me is that there are residents that want this done.
Absolutely.
And they want it done today, not maybe tomorrow. The second thing that I'll note on this petition is, through you, Madam Chair, just speaking to what Councillor Hong said, which is the fact that it is under an environmental management zone, it is under biodiversity also. So what that actually tells us is that it is perfect for buyback.
Yes. Yes.
Like, those things are actually some of the most convincing reasons why we should buy it back. The fact that it is already acknowledged as important for environmental management, the fact that it's already acknowledged that it is an important part of biodiversity for that area are... I'll get there. I'll take that interjection, Councillor Griffith. And it has koalas in it. I mean, those are the actual reasons why we should buy it back. And we are talking about using the bush buyback levy, which is a levy that exists for residents, and it is there in their rates to buy back bushland, like this. This is what it's supposed to be used for. And so, you know, when we talk about opportunities for this council, for this LNP administration to show leadership, because, I mean, I don't think there's a single person in this chamber that won't put their hand up if you say who loves koalas. I think we all love koalas, right? Yeah. We all love koalas. I love koalas. In fact, I'm going to do... I love Bluey too. You know, we all love koalas. In fact, just this weekend, I was going through the city and there was some visitors, tourists from New Zealand that I overheard being like, how do we get to Lone Pine? When will you go to see koalas? And they asked a bunch of people that had no ideas, and I was like, stop. I'll tell you where there's koalas. I'll help you with your bus. Koalas are an attraction for this city, and we keep hearing over and over and over again how important these attractions are and how special koalas are. Because, you know, let's be real, chlamydia has had a terrible effect on koalas. So here we are, this parcel of land, there's biodiversity, there's environmental management over it. It's the perfect piece of land. If we love koalas, let's do it for them. Let's buy it back for koalas. And this response to 2,202 petitioners which is a lot of people, is just not good enough because they want this bought back. And we do too. The Greens want this brought back because we believe in biodiversity and habitat, and we believe that the bushland levy which this is perfect for, should be used to buying back this land. Even, and I acknowledge through you, Chair, that Councillor Davies mentioned that the owner did not want to separate the parcels. I completely understand that, but even then, with over 70% coverage, we should be buying this back. We should be revegetating, we should be supporting biodiversity, and we should be supporting our beloved koalas.
Further speakers? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that is why I thank goodness each day that the financial responsibility of Team Schrinner comes to the fore when it comes to how we manage our money in this place. I have to agree wholeheartedly with Councillor Massey on one thing.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor. I was very lenient while you were chatting to each other, Councillor Griffiths, which you did during Councillor Massey's speech amongst yourselves while she was trying to speak. It is disrespectful, so I ask you to remain quiet while each councillor, all of us, have an opportunity to speak. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do agree, as I was saying before I was rudely interrupted, that bushland acquisition money is absolutely there for endangered bushland. But those who come in from other areas and don't understand how things work will know that this is not endangered bushland. The Williams chicken farm has been on this site for decades. The Williams family are extremely well known in the community, and this petition was set up very, very early when there was discussions of sales on the farms after the passing and the settling of the estate of Mr Williams, who passed about 12 to 18 months ago. The thing you need to notice is the reason it has got environmental management protection and biodiversity overlaid is that I ensured as the local councillor that it was put on these lots when we did the Malgravatt Corridor Neighbourhood Plan over 12 years ago. It's been made very clear to these owners for 12 years that they will never be developing on these blocks, and they will be handed back to council if they are doing any development on what is now the actual chicken farm site, which is one out of the 3 blocks. And all of these petitioners have been told exactly that very quickly after they contacted Councillor Wang and myself via email personally, that is absolutely the situation. and the petition response reflects that we'll consider it in the future, but we will not need to consider it in the future. The owners, the daughter of, have contacted council and made it very clear that they would like to rehabilitate and use the actual chicken farm lot for housing, and looking forward to see whether in a housing crisis those on the opposite side won't support housing right beside the freeway. But 2/3 of this site, 2 out of the 3 lots, because of this administration's protection in the neighbourhood plan, will come back to council. So I make no apologies for this side of the chamber when we won't spend $18 million on buying something that we're going to get for free. It comes back through the requirement of the E&T management, through the neighbourhood corridor plan, and we'll get some housing on the site that is actually the deforested chicken farm that will take a bit of time because it needs to be rehabilitated, but the owners are working through that. And the hypocrisy of Councillor Griffiths from the ALP, who just knocked down a hectare of koala bushland at QE2, cleared the koalas to build a parking lot. I think we can sing a tune to that. We are not the ones on the side of the chamber that are knocking down koala bushland, Councillor Griffiths. The ALP are knocking down bushland. We have had this saved for over a decade. And we don't need to spend $18 million because we're going to get it through the development application. I support this petition to the chamber.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I rise to speak on item C. It is astonishing the extraordinary difference between responses from this administration to buyback of bushland. So there's a number of things that this throws up to me. I don't know how much it all is, and I don't think it's in the report, so I don't know where these numbers are coming from. I don't know if they're commercial in confidence or whether they're not public figures or whatever they might be. I have no idea where those numbers came from, whether they're accurate or whether they were confidential. So that's the first issue. I won't repeat the number that Councillor Adams mentioned several times. The big issue, though, is we've got 2,000 people who've signed a petition, and the request is that we use our buyback funds to purchase some of this land. Yes. Now, I'm not 100% sure of what deals were done as part of the neighbourhood planning process, and if there's some return of land that happens under that process when a development application is lodged, then that is a tenuous and, it's a tenuous process. So let me start with the idea that somehow city plan will protect this land from development. So the first thing I will say is when developers want to develop, they override city plan and they put in, it's not unheard of. We see it every week in this place. And we know that developers do not like trees on their blocks because it minimises their footprint, so they do like to knock them down. Now, the big issue we've got is when a developer puts in a development application, and I know this sounds like super simple stuff, but when they put in a DA, they usually don't follow the rules. Yes. They usually ask for more than that they are technically allowed to have under the planning scheme. Correct. This is not uncommon. It happens all the time, all over Brisbane. It's not specific to anywhere. The first thing I would say is the idea that somehow something in city plan will ensure that land will actually be kept for some environmental purpose at some future point that may never happen. That's magic pudding stuff from the Deputy Mayor. I'll also say that when she says that the land is located in protected areas under city plan, so the environmental management area, and also noted under the biodiversity overlay, so presumably it's of high. I can point to multiple sites in my ward alone where council has knocked down trees in the most highly protected zones in Brisbane to allow housing. And there are multiple blocks in Corinda and Oxley that immediately come to mind, in Oxley Terrace, in Cliveden Avenue, and in the one on the other side of the road that I can't remember the name of, where, again, we tried to protect that land. So these are areas mapped within high ecological areas of protection and recognised as being significant. And yet this council's planning scheme has allowed parts of those sites to be developed for houses, knocking down trees where it's koala habitat, it's close to the Brisbane River area. So the idea somehow that simply having these overlays on the property will protect the land from development is farcical. It's farcical. The development team at Brisbane City Council override the planning scheme every single day in their decision making. And they do it even where there are environmentally significant overlays that are supposed to protect the site. So I have zero confidence that this will protect the site. And I'm pretty certain that the 2,000 odd people that signed this certainly will have problems with taking such a tenuous guarantee. Now, I'm not entirely sure what this means. Oh, and of course, they allow for offsets. Yeah. Of course, yes, thank you, Councillor Griffiths. And they don't always come to fruition either. So in any conditions, they go, well, yes, you can knock all of this land down, but as long as you build, you plant trees out at Pullenvale somewhere, you'll be fine. That's usually, or on the roof, yeah. Well, no, to be honest, it's usually out at Pullenvale. That seems to be where all the offsets are being done. Yeah. So councils, thank you for clarifying, allow. That's that is true. Now, we also know that Councillor Adams herself has had a patchy track record on these matters, right? So here is the Deputy Mayor standing up saying, no, land that is considered to be environmentally significant, that is protected for this purpose, we can't buy that back. But, gee whiz, we've got to buy back the 3 house blocks in Mount Gravatt East where there are no koalas and no trees, and we're going to spend $6 million doing that. But no, we can't possibly buy back land near forest, significant environmental overlays and protections because, oh my gosh, it'll cost a bit of money. That's why people are paying to get this land protected. Now, of course, the owners don't want to split the block up because they want to maximise their sale to a developer, and a big one at that, who will go, here's my DA. Here's my DA. And they'll knock down every tree they can that is not within the designated area, and then they'll put a DA in to knock down every tree they can. And yes, I bet, I don't know when this will actually happen. If it's in 10 or 20 years, let me get the crystal ball out here and say, one council will approve this, there'll be hundreds of townhouses on it, and 3, there'll be offsets somewhere absolutely nowhere near this, and this important environmental area will be lost. Now, Councillor Adams also has a difficult position with respect to townhouses. In some parts of Mount Gravatt, Upper Mount Gravatt, she doesn't want any townhouses. In other parts of Mount Gravatt, knocking down trees for townhouses is perfectly acceptable. So, again, there is this level of, well, the planning scheme will protect everyone. No, it won't. It is overridden by the decisions of council planners every day. And there is evidence to support that in my own ward as well as elsewhere in the city. And 2, the local councillor seems to be cherry-picking what's good for her community. So knocking down trees for townhouses in some parts of her area are perfectly okay, but in other parts of the area, of course not. Knocking down houses houses under the buyback scheme where it wasn't environmentally significant land. No independent research was done. It wasn't mapped under any overlay scheme. None of these criteria were there. Yet that was a priority and that was allowed. Yeah, and to be fair, we all voted for it because it was presented as if it was environmentally significant land. Yet here we, from news, yes. And here we are with this block, which is environmentally significant. It is at risk from future development. There are no guarantees that the city planning scheme will protect it. And what kind of wishy-washy response do we get from the Deputy Mayor about this land in her own area? Oh, it's all right. We'll get some houses on it at some point, but it'll be protected. She must be living, I think, under a rock to think that the council planners are going to not allow major development on this site. We have seen it. I've seen it. Councillor Griffiths has seen it. We're watching our bushland go in Corinda and Oxley in environmentally significant areas under the high biodiversity overlay. We're watching it go for houses, which is normal out our way. So again, I don't want to see residents out my way getting done over. If houses aren't supposed to be being built on this land, which they're not supposed to be, great. But that is not what this council is doing. So I just put on the record that this idea that somehow the planning scheme will protect this land is a joke. It is not what this council does. And this land remains at risk because the LNP councillors are refusing to apply bushland buyback funds that are allocated for this purpose to buy the land. That is the only reason this land remains at risk, because the LNP are opposing the purchase of significant environmentally protected bushland and putting it at risk.
Further speakers? Councillor Davis, right of reply.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Councillor Huang and Councillor Adams for your contribution to this debate. The others that made a contribution to the debate seemed more about having a crack at particular councillors in this chamber rather than the matter at hand, particularly with regards to the petition. You know, Madam Chair, it's really easy to throw around generalisations. And if Councillor Griffiths had asked for a long list of potential park upgrades, I feel very sure that the council officers would have assisted him, but certainly would have directed him to look at the LGIP, which is where he would find that information.
One moment, Councillor Davis, until
but what I'm
councillors are quiet, please.
What I'm really disappointed about, Madam Chair, is the disgraceful way in which Councillor Griffiths described very hard-working and passionate news officers that work in the portfolio area for which I am responsible. This is a man that sits on the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, allows officers to present to committee, rarely says anything in committee, and when he does, generally is very pleasant to these officers. So to come in here and speak so coldly and so disgracefully about our council officers says more about Councillor Griffiths than the work that our council officers do. Councillor Griffiths talked about or bemoaned the fact that he believed that large-scale projects only happened in administration wards. I wonder whether Councillor Griffiths recalls a little project that's happening in Archerfield called the Archerfield Wetlands Project that's being delivered by the Brisbane Sustainability Agency at the cost of $20 million. $20 million, Madam Chair, nothing in his ward, $20 million. And Councillor Griffiths has been down to Archerfield Wetlands. The feedback that I hear through Brisbane Sustainability Agency is he thinks it's a fantastic project and he can't wait for it to be open for his community to be able to access. But you wouldn't know that today by the contribution that we heard, that drivel that we heard from Councillor Griffiths. And more than that, I had a little look on Councillor Griffiths' Facebook page. News doesn't deliver anything in his ward. The Doolandella Recreation Reserve. Great news for Doolandella. As part of the Doolandella District Sportsfield Park project, Council have constructed a link park, slab picnic shelter and furniture. Madam Chair, that was a capital listed project in the 22-23 budget. This man, Councillor Griffiths, comes into this chamber and does nothing but criticise the great work that is happening across our city and including in his own ward. Madam Chair, the bushland acquisition program is part of our ongoing commitment to keep Brisbane the most biodiverse capital city in Australia. And I've said a number of times in the chamber that since 1990, about 4,400 hectares of significant habitat has been protected and restored through the program, including important parts of the Mount Gravatt Outlook Reserve. The Deputy Mayor spoke about the 3 parcels of land, 2 of which are heavily vegetated and are protected under current planning regime. And frankly, Madam Chair, had the owner of the 3 properties or felt that the 2 vegetated lots were going to be able to be developed, I'm sure he would have split the 3 and put them on the market. But he knows, or they know, that those 2 of the 3 blocks are protected, and we know that they will come back to council, and that the only one of those 3 properties that is going to be able to be developed is the old chicken farm that the Deputy Mayor spoke of. Madam Chair, I'm really very proud of the work that the team at News do. I'm particularly proud of the work that the team do in the bushland acquisition space. What I would just like to share is the process in which figures that the Deputy Mayor mentioned today with regards to the value of the 3 properties at $18 million. The CPO has a land acquisition team, and they're our experts in this space, and it was that team that investigated and put a valuation of around $18 million on those properties. And as has been mentioned, that's a very significant sum, particularly when we know that 2/3 of it is going to come back at no cost to the ratepayers of Brisbane. Had we purchased it, it would be far and away the most expensive parcel of land ever purchased through the bushland acquisition program. And I feel that the ratepayers of Brisbane would see it as very prudent for us to have the land come back to us at no cost rather than expending $18 million, which could go to purchasing other properties that are desirable through the bushland acquisition program. So there are mechanisms to protect environmentally sensitive land. We have no idea at this stage whether the property will be sold, and there's no current development application on it at all. So, Madam Chair, I think that some of the commentary today, some of the contributions, as I said, were more about having a crack at particular members on this side of the chamber rather than looking at the benefits of having land come back at no cost to council. I appreciate, Councillor Huang, that you understand the benefit in that. And once again, can I say thank you to the team in News from this side of the chamber for the work that they do for the City of Brisbane. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. We'll now put item A and B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
There's a division has been called
Seconded.
by Councillor Adaman and seconded by Councillor Whitney. I'm sorry, Councillor Givney. Councillors ayes to my right and noes to my left, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 25 in favour.
The motion is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now put item C to the vote. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it. Motion is carried.
Division. Yep.
Division.
A division has been called by Councillor Griffiths and seconded by Councillor Johnston. Councillors, ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 8 against.
The motion is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillor Hutton, City Standards Committee.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the report of the City Standards Committee held on Tuesday the 7th of May 2024 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Hutton and seconded by Councillor Adaman that the report of the City Standards Committee meeting dated Tuesday 7th of May 2024 be adopted. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I get to the committee report, I just wanted to quickly talk about an event that I attended last week to launch Cleanaway's new recycling education series and recycling behaviours report. Now, Chair, we have a very strong partnership with Cleanaway and we're very proud to support this new initiative to help people recycle more. Now, it is an animation series that will be shared on social media platforms, so I do hope that some of you may have them popping up in your feed. It's a really good opportunity to raise awareness and provide education to residents on recycling as we head towards zero waste in our city. Now, it's easy to recycle when you know how, and our free bin and recycling app and website helps break down those barriers and give some recycling tips and tricks for those who may be a little confused. We are also wheeling out more services and bigger and better rebates to help residents save money and reduce waste. I would also like to do a quick shout out to Councillor Kim for her Facebook post acknowledging the wonderful work of our asphalt team in her ward. As you can see here, my only hot tip is that you may like to take a photo that you're not parked on a yellow line. But it's good, it's all good, don't worry. But I know that the asphalt and aggregate, that's okay, it doesn't matter, it's all good. I'm just wanting to say it's really great. It's wonderful that you are supporting our officers because our officers are doing a fantastic job. But in the post, she reads, for those who are, it reads, I should read it from here. Potholes repaired quickly. Less than a week ago, I posted about me and my team reporting this pothole in my neighbourhood, and it has been repaired before schedule. So well done, fantastic to see. Unfortunately, some of the commentary from the opposition has been rather distressing. And can I say, Madam Chair, I sit here in this chamber to support a future and a better Brisbane, and it's disappointing that officers get played as a political football. And I really implore the opposition to rise above. So I think it's really...
One moment, please. Sorry, Councillor Hutton. Councillors, again. Councillor Collier, if you wish to talk to this report, you can once Councillor Hutton has finished, but not now while she's speaking.
It's really disappointing, Madam Chair, that we do see the opposition here really play political football with our officers, and it's really disappointing. And Councillor Collier laughs. She laughs. She doesn't hear from the officers who are very distressed.
Well, Councillor Collier. Councillor Collier, I consider that you are displaying unsuitable meeting conduct, and in accordance with section 21.4 of the Meetings Local Law 2001, I hereby request that you stop calling out inappropriate comments. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Johnston. Another councillor is on their feet speaking. Can you please give them the courtesy of listening, as we will to you when you hop up. Councillor Hutton.
Just point of order then. Thank you.
Johnston.
Just so I'm clear on what is unsuitable meeting conduct and what is not unsuitable meeting conduct. Shouting out across the chamber, as Councillor Murphy did, grow up, is not unsuitable meeting conduct. But Councillor Collier shouting out across the chamber, what a joke, is unsuitable meeting
Johnston.
conduct. So can you just clarify whether that's the case?
Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chair.
Councillors, thank you. Councillor Hutton.
No, again, Madam Chairman, point of order.
Councillor Johnston.
I have made a point of order.
And I will give you a ruling.
Will you just
and I will call councillors up, all of them, if I hear inappropriate comments that is not becoming of this chamber, and I will call out people if they are being too loud. Now, there's a lot of conversation going on, and there's often little quips and comments which I let go by. But if you are being inappropriate and I hear it, I will call it out. That is my ruling. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you. Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. Again, my question and my procedural issue about what is unsuitable meeting conduct is whether or not shouting grow up is unsuitable, or whether or not shouting you're a joke is unsuitable.
Councillor Hutton, I can help you out there.
Thank you. Please.
I did not hear Councillor Murphy say that. And I hear a lot of people, sounds, noises, etc., but I didn't hear that comment, okay? That is why I did not call that out. Councillor, I'm not debating it with you. I have made my ruling. That's it. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do want to speak very briefly about the committee report, which focused on our Anzac Day and Remembrance Day events that happen in our memorials. Now, they're two of the most important days for our PSO officers, and they dedicate months and months of work to making sure those memorials and spaces look spectacular for those commemorations. And we have 60 memorials that are across the city, and I do want to put on record my appreciation to the PSO officers for the work that they do. They plan this months in advance to ensure that the plantings are correct, and you might have seen from some of the photos in the presentations, they really look spectacular.
Now, not only that, they actually do a lot of repairs throughout those parklands, ensuring that the plaques look great, ensuring that the seats are stained, the flagpoles are ready to rumble. So I really want to say a huge thank you to our officers who will go above and beyond in this space to ensure that we can really acknowledge our RSL community. And many of them actually work very closely with our RSL communities to make sure that, you know, it is appropriate and is all set out the way that they want it to be. And I do want to say again, thank you so much to our PSO officers. We truly appreciate the hard work and effort you do to make sure that these memorials look 10 out of 10. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I rise also to speak on item A of the report. And as many councillors would know, Brisbane is a garrison town. We've had a long relationship with our defence community. But Anzac Day is one day when we truly show our appreciation, not only for those who have paid the ultimate sacrifice in their duty to their country, but also those who are still serving with us today. I really want to highlight much of the work that has been done by PSO. I know many councillors here would receive many positive comments, not only from community members, but also defence personnel about the presentation of our memorial spaces around Anzac Day. It is possibly the one day I get so many positive comments about how our parks are presented. And it's no wonder, because some of our memorial spaces actually have thousands of people visit those spaces. And in some cases, I'll take that interjection from Councillor Hutton. In some cases, 10,000 or tens of thousands of people visiting those spaces. But specifically, I do want to compliment PSO officers for the work they've done. But also, I want to thank Council for supporting PSO officers in their duties. I came across some officers preparing Stewart Place, which is in Ashgrove. And not only did they have a new set of tools, but they also had a diverse range of products. They had petrol and battery operated tools to do the work, to get the memorial space ready for the service. It was outstanding, the amount of work, and even chatting with the PSO officers. Many of the new tools that Council is supplying officers to do their work enables them to work a lot better. It's not as heavy. They can get a little bit more done in a day because they're not actually having to lift or move petrol-operated lawnmowers. They're battery-operated, they're much lighter, they're a lot easier to move around. But there's some of the things that, as councillors and the public, we see is the beds, the flower beds that are installed, but it's also the little things that we don't see. And as councillors, we would all notice those things because we're visiting those parks all the time. We would see that the concrete would be cleaned, that the decking would be scrubbed, that all the seating had been repaired. Any casual passer-by those parks would not notice those things. So I do want to extend my appreciation to council officers that do that work. However, Councillor Hutton, I would like to give a massive shout out to Trade Services for the work that they did on the 25-pound howitzer at Stewart Place. The howitzer's been there for a very, very long time. It was repainted, rust removed, all the timber work was redone. It was perfectly restored, immaculately, all ready for Anzac Day. And I do want to thank them for a lot of the work that they did. They did have to hoard off the area to get the work done. It was a complicated restoration, but the outcome was absolutely outstanding. And as one tradie to a whole bunch of other tradies, most tradies do appreciate good work, and I can honestly say, hand on heart, those tradies did an absolutely fantastic job at restoring that gun. So I do thank them very, very much. Madam Chairman, we do have a lot of dignitaries that do come to our parks on our Memorial Day, and some of them we would know their common names to us. Some of them not so common, but the one thing is that they are there representing the defence community on that day. And with that, our recognition of the contribution that our Defence Force makes. So I just want to give a shout out to some of the defence personnel, high-ranking defence personnel who have come to the Ashgrove Memorial Park to not only address the public but also to pay their respects as well. Colonel the Honourable John Greenwood, Councillor Wines, you would probably remember Colonel Greenwood. He's spoken at Ashgrove Memorial. Major General Jake Elwood, DSCAM, has also spoken at Ashgrove Memorial. One that we would all know, Corporal Daniel Keegan, VC, has attended Ashgrove Memorial and commented on the work that PSO have done. One person who I work very, very closely, because as he's the founder of Core Infinitus, Lieutenant Colonel Kevin Humphreys, DSC, very distinguished gentleman who has delivered a number of speeches at our memorial parks and commented on how much they've done. And finally, probably the most significant person to my area who's attended those services year on year was Julian Tennyson Woods. And locally known as Jack, was the last serving World War II veteran to attend Ashgrove Memorial Service. And Jack sadly passed away last year, 3 days after Anzac Day. Jack's character was such that he told his family, just wheel me down the aisle on the trolley. That's what he wanted. He just wanted to be there for his mates and to remember his mates. And it's very fitting that we do present those spaces to those men who not only served, but are serving and have served. And I really want to extend my gratitude to not only the tradies, but the PSO gentlemen, officers for doing such a great job. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers, Councillor Strunk.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm going to speak briefly on this presentation, but I just want to apologise for my phone that interrupted the chamber for about 30 seconds while I was out of the chamber. I thought I had it on silent, but obviously it wasn't on silent. Anyways, I just want to give a big shout out to the people that, or to the officers who look after two memorials in my ward, the one at Forest Lake Amphitheatre and also the one at Isa Park at Inala. Both were well presented, and that's not an easy thing sometimes, you know, with the environmental conditions that we sometimes deal with. But I can assure you the two organisations, the Forest Lake RSL sub-branch that looks after the amphitheatre at Forest Lake, and who did also a dawn service this year as well, and a dusk service over at Dogs Queensland, but also the Lions Club of Inala, who undertake the service on behalf of the Incapacitated Services Men and Women Association, and I believe this is the only park in Australia with acknowledging that particular association, that they've undertaken this work for many, many years as well. But I think especially the Isa Park one, I've said it before over a few years that there's a small team that look after that Isa Park one, and they just fell in love with it. I sat down with one of the officers a couple of years ago, and he just explained why they just take special care of that particular one as well. It's one of the smallest probably in Brisbane as far as size, and but it really is something special right on Inala Avenue, especially during Anzac Day. So, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Strunk. Any other speakers? Councillor Collier.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Just wanted to make some brief remarks in support of this committee report today for city standards. As people would know, the Morningside ward is home to a number of significant sites, and the one at Bulimba Memorial Park in particular is a site that is of particular importance to the local community. And so it's with the deepest gratitude, you know, on behalf of myself, but the broader community, that I thank the officers who take such care and attention. They are working for, you know, quite a number of days beforehand to make sure.
Councillors.
To make sure that the memorial and the surrounding park is in the most amazing state, and it is recognised. I know quite a number of people actually came up to me on the day or days after Anzac Day and commented specifically on the work that the council officers had done, in particular around Bulimba Memorial Park. And if you weren't aware, you know, Bulimba Memorial Park, of course, does have a number of significant sites, including naming of trees for family members and families of people who unfortunately didn't come home or paid the ultimate sacrifice. And there is a large, you know, military connected community in the Morningside ward, whether that's, you know, those hard-working members of the Bulimba and Districts RSL who do an incredible job putting on the service in Bulimba every year. I think sometimes, you know, we've talked, you know, maybe 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 people, but it's an extremely well-attended event and brings the community together, not only because we have former and current serving service people participate, but also leaders from our local schools. And we have spoken in this place often about continuing to share those stories for the next generation, so that we will never forget you know, the pain, sacrifice that our servicemen and women have experienced and continue to experience. So just really, from the bottom of my heart, want to thank the council officers who make that possible, whether it's at Bulimba Memorial Park, whether it's at the Norman Park National Servicemen's Memorial, or whether it's in, of course, Suvla Bay Park in Balmoral, which is actually just an amazing feat. It's, you know, it's not got a memorial, but it is home to the best annual Anzac Day neighbourhood family get-together, and is a place of, it's my favourite way to end Anzac Day every year. We've got, you know, Anzac Day biscuit baking competition and games for the kids, and we of course pause to remember and share stories about our connections, and it is such a privilege to go to that every year, but also just to see how beautifully the space is maintained by officers in the lead up. So on behalf of, you know, all councillors on this side of the chamber, we want to thank the officers who have played such an integral role in what is a really important occasion for all of our communities.
Thank you, Councillor Collier. Any further speakers? Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just had to rise and make a contribution to this presentation as well. I thought there has been so many wonderful statements made, but I thought that they can't go unaddressed. The efforts of my own community, the inaugural community, which has two significant Anzac Day ceremonies held in council parks. The Gaithorn RSL holds a event for, commemorating Anzac Day in Sid Loader Park. It would hold some thousands of people every year, and this year was no different. And the reason I wanted to get to the microphone today was because one of the, Greg, the Secretary of the RSL, grabbed me as I was leaving on the morning, and he said, "I've got to stop you. I've got to thank you and the council officers. They were here at 3 a.m. this morning doing a final clean-up and preparation." And I thought that that recognition had to be passed on from Greg to the officers and also from me to the officers as well. But Greg himself is a stalwart of that organisation, dare I say, a veteran of that organisation. But the inaugural community has many people closely associated with the defence community, whether that be serving or veterans themselves or the family of current or former servicemen and women. It's a, excuse me, it's a community that deeply recognises and respects the efforts of that community, of the defence community, and this year was one of the best examples where council was able to come through and support the RSL for one of their biggest and best Anzac Days yet. So thank you to the officers for their efforts, and thank you to Gathorne for putting on one wonderful service and ceremony this year. Can I also say the council also has a regular ongoing work at Windsor Memorial Park, which some councillors may recognise as the park you drive. It's the park with the sandstone monument that you drive around when you go through Windsor. And you might drive past it many times in your life and not consider what it is, but that monument is a World War I monument. There's a nearby World War II monument, and this council routinely maintains and improves the gardens there. There is an extensive rosemary garden that is quite remarkable, that's maintained by our officers. There is other memorial gardens that are maintained and upgraded regularly in that place, and I think it's also timely to recognise the officers for their ongoing efforts to make that also an exceptional memorial place in this city.
Thank you, Councillor Vines. Any further speakers? Councillor Hutton, right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just want to say thank you to all the councillors from across the chamber who have acknowledged the great work of our PSO officers. It's wonderful that everyone can actually thank the officers who do such an exceptional job. And just like Councillor Wines, John, who is in my PSO team, was down at the memorial at 2 a.m, making sure the paths were clean, making sure it was ready to roll. And we do owe our council officers a lot. And I'm grateful that the opposition have today gotten up and acknowledged them for their good work. So thank you so much. We appreciate what you're doing. 10 out of 10. We'll keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. We'll now put the report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Howard, Community and the Arts Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the report of the Community and the Arts Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 7th of May 2024 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Howard and seconded by Councillor Atwood that the report of the Community and Arts Committee meeting dated Tuesday 7th of May 2024 be adopted. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just before moving to the report, there have been a couple of fantastic things that have happened this week that I'd like to report to the chamber. I was privileged to meet with some students from the Fortitude Valley State Secondary College, which is in my ward. It's one of the most amazing new colleges, and it's one of the high-rise ones. But the students have been doing a number of projects, and one of them was about homelessness. So it was wonderful that I was able to tell them that right across the road from where their school is, we will be having Homeless Connect on Thursday, and as a result, they will be attending the Homeless Connect and will be going on a tour. One of our wonderful staff, one of our wonderful officers are going to meet with them. And I thought that that was a really great way for our young people to see firsthand the amazing work that Brisbane City Council does in terms of our Homeless Connect. I also want to say a huge happy birthday to St Stephen's Cathedral, who's celebrating 150 years, and they started the huge celebrations. There's a number of events that will be happening, but they had the Queensland Symphony Orchestra with Mozart's Mass, and it was truly beautiful and amazing, and the church was packed with people, and His Grace was there and sat next to me, and we both thoroughly enjoyed the evening, and it truly was something that many people found very moving. I was also privileged to represent the Lord Mayor at the Commissariat, where they have a new exhibition, the Griffith and Petrie exhibition launch. And yet again, this is another amazing heritage building within our wonderful city, which does fantastic work. And so they had assembled and restored a number of artefacts that tell the story of Griffith and Petrie, both of whom are very important to the history of Brisbane. I had a great time with Councillor Davis and the Lord Mayor and the Lady Mayoress and all of the Lord Mayor's children at the Bris Sizzle and Sounds, and it was fantastic. I imagine there could have been other people there, but when I was there, that's who I was seeing, and it was just fantastic also to see the Tenerife Lions doing the sausage sizzle. And you know what? Those sausage sizzles are just so important to these events, and that Bris Sizzle and Sounds was a great opportunity for them yet again to show what they can do. I then popped along to Brunswick Street Live, and again, through you to Councillor Adams, I want to say a huge thank you to the mall staff, because Stella does the most stellar job down in the valley, and she loves what she does. It shows, and I was doing a little bit of DJing, just so you know, but it was fantastic. And then I went to the opening night of Black Box, yet again something that we have supported, a wonderful performance by our local Paul Hodge, who was doing great, amazing things, and it was a wonderful opening night, and I'm sure that he's going to go on to even bigger things than he has. He's already appeared on Broadway, and he was off to Los Angeles, but a really great night. And so, Madam Chair, moving to the committee presentation, we had a walking tour of Brisbane City Hall. Now, Brisbane City Hall was constructed between 1920 and 1930, and the committee was shown into the organ room, the housing and the wind system of the organ located in the main auditorium. We were able to climb a lot of stairs and peep over where last night I was sitting watching you, Madam Chair, with the citizenship ceremony, and I looked up and I could see where all the pipes sort of finished, and it was extra special because we had managed to have that wonderful tour and be able to know that was sort of that what was up there, because it was really great. So the committee was shown to the dome above the main auditorium, which is the largest copper dome in Australia at 31 metres in diameter. And we were told that the conductive copper strips are located on the outside to safely earth lightning strikes, and I know that that's also important. So the committee was also shown to the basement of the City Hall, but most importantly, we were shown the Museum of Brisbane shop, and that sort of was where the tour ended, and we had to sort of declare the meeting closed, but it was a fantastic tour. Wanted to thank all of the officers that were involved in making that happen, and I recommend the report to the Chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Adamman.
Yeah, point of order, Chair. I move that Council now adjourn for dinner for 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded. It has been moved by Councillor Adamman and seconded by Councillor Givney that Council adjourn for dinner for a period of 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. The meeting will be adjourned when all councillors have left the chamber.
Yes, thank you, Chair. In regards to the tour of the upper regions of Brisbane City Council here, where we are tonight. I'd just like to thank the Chair for taking us on a tour. I hadn't been up to those areas, and when I went up, we didn't sort of see any phantoms or ghosties or spirits up there, but what we did see was a lot of fantastic engineering, which had gone into creating the dome, and of course that organ, which was quite special. I don't know if they told us how many different pipes there are that make up that organ, but I did see one. I did see an organ taken apart out of Norwich Cathedral online, and there was something like 800 pipes that made up that, and so I don't know if this one had as many, but it looked like it definitely had hundreds and hundreds of pipes that all had to be integrated and put together, and then I believe that it took some number of months to have it all tuned. So it was quite special to be able to go up there and have a look at that, and to have a look down in the main auditorium as well, of course, although I don't favor heights, but it was quite, it felt quite safe. And I hope other people, not just councillors and council staff and all the rest of it, get the chance of maybe doing that dome tour. I don't know if that actually happens, but I hope they do. I haven't been up to the clock tower yet, but I'm sure I'll get up there at one stage. But yeah, I just want to say that it was a real pleasure to be able to get up into there and just have a look at the intricate work or the engineering design of the dome, which is all copper as well, which is quite impressive. And you can see why it would have cost hundreds of millions of dollars to restore this place back 10 or 15 years ago, whatever it was, because it's really an icon of Brisbane, of course, and it's really a pleasure to be able to walk into this place every week when we sit, and sometimes when we don't sit, and just have a look at the fantastic architecture and the work that went into recreating what was built over 100 years ago. So, thank you, Chair.
Any further debate? Councillor Howard? No. So now we'll put the committee and the Arts Committee report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Finance Committee, Councillor Cunningham.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Deputy Chair. I move that the report of the Finance and City Governance Committee meeting be held on. I'm really struggling tonight, Mr. held on Tuesday, the 7th of May, be adopted.
Yep. Second.
It is moved by Councillor Cunningham, seconded by Councillor Edelman, that the report of the Finance and City Governance Committee meeting dated Tuesday, 7th May 2024 be adopted. Councillor Cunningham.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Chair. Our presentation at the Finance Committee was an overview of the Electoral Commission of Queensland's delivery of the 2024 local government elections. Now, before I continue, you might ask why we brought this topic to committee for discussion and debate ultimately in this chamber. Well, the answer is, and I sort of feel like I need to explain it because I was initially surprised myself, it's actually the ratepayers of Brisbane who directly fund the delivery of council elections. So it's only the right of this council to scrutinise that expenditure. The ECQ has advised council that the estimated cost to Brisbane ratepayers for the 24 local government elections in the Brisbane LGA will be $7.43 million. It's 20% higher than the cost of the 2020 elections, which was $6.2 million ex-GST. During the meeting, Councillor Collier asked what the cost of the 2016 election was. So I can advise through you, Mr. Deputy Chair, the cost was just $3.4 million. So the cost has more than doubled since 2016. Madam Chair, this continued increase in costs, compared with the service delivery, is quite frankly bewildering. It seems the ECQ's performance in delivering council elections is going from bad to worse. I think it was former Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk who said after the 2020 council elections about the ECQ, "You have one job." Mr. Chair, we've seen multiple reviews completed following the council elections in the past, even one that was conducted by former Lord Mayor Jim Sawley. But still, we see continued issues when it comes to this. I don't need to tell councillors in this chamber about the problems that we saw on election day in particular, because we all saw them for ourselves. Huge queues remained for hours and hours. Polling booths which ran out of ballot papers. Polling booths which told voters they were unable to do an absentee vote and to get in their car and drive to another booth. A lack of appropriate staffing on booths and no crowd control at these booths to ensure that they operated smoothly and that voters knew where to go. We also saw result declarations taking too long, which ultimately impacts, of course, how quickly we can get back to work and how quickly a council can get back to work. Mr Deputy Chair, I was really pleased when the Premier and the Attorney-General issued a media release on the 25th of March to announce an expanded scope for an external review of the elections. I thought, great, that's a good thing. But I was disappointed there was no formal call for submissions to contribute to the review. Instead, councillors and candidates were sent a brief online survey to submit their feedback. And I note that even some members of my committee were not aware of the survey, which kind of speaks to how well the ECQ and the reviewing consultants publicised it. However, Mr Deputy Chair, our team has taken a proactive step. We've independently contacted the ECQ with our feedback, and I'm aware that the LGAQ is also talking to ECQ to share their feedback on the broader sector. I'd like to discuss as well, quite frankly, how ECQ manages, or rather doesn't manage, the behaviour on polling booths. The March election was an election like no other. In terms of the aggressive behaviour of some of the volunteers from the Greens Party. Or should I say paid operatives. Thank you for the interjection, Councillor Wines. Both in my own experience and in the experience of candidates in other wards, we saw sustained efforts by Greens volunteers or workers to intimidate me and other candidates from both the LNP and Labor at both pre-poll and on polling day stations across Brisbane. Unfortunately, I lost count on the number of times I was verbally abused. On one occasion, I'm really sorry to report, that things even got physical when a Greens volunteer shoved me. And while I reported this to the ECQ, ultimately no action was taken. I was body blocked and stood over by the husband of a candidate who falsely claimed to people that he was apolitical and from an independent community group. This behaviour was witnessed by many, including the Labor Party, and I want to thank personally the volunteers from the Labor Party who checked on me after witnessing the incident. I'm not alone, Mr Deputy Chair. Councillor Collier raised similar concerns about Greens volunteers. On X, she asked, why do Queensland Greens workers take such delight in intimidating and harassing women, end quote. One political friend in the system told me how a Greens volunteer called her children little Nazis. A Greens candidate and her husband spoke to the wife of a Team Schrinner councillor, calling her, among other choice phrases, a stupid woman, and calling her a racist. But it gets worse. Because when the elderly mother came to vote, the Greens said, I hope she gets hit by a car. The intimidation tactics that are being used by the Greens are a frightening phenomenon in Queensland politics. And unfortunately, it feels like the epicentre of this is the Griffith electorate. Because between myself, Councillor Collier, and in fact the Labor candidate for the Gabba, we've reported very concerning tactics employed by Greens operatives, organisers and paid workers. It feels like it's coming from the federal member for Griffith. The Greens ensure a large number of their volunteers swamp polling stations in target areas just to swarm over voters. It creates a very intimidating polling booth environment, not only for candidates, but for voters and for volunteers in our democratic process. I've heard feedback, as I'm sure many of us have, that voters hate running the gauntlet at polling booths. But the environment that is created by these Green volunteers goes beyond it. Voters have to brave a barrage of green shirts wanting to talk with them, stop for a chat, and if they don't want to have the chat, they're forced into it. And in many cases, people don't want a bar of it. People who have since contacted me saying that the behaviour of the Greens volunteers makes them feel anxious, but worse than that, it makes them feel unsafe in the public area. What I'm saying is I think the ECQ, and quite frankly, the state government, should take action to stop it from occurring. Because polling booths should be an intimidation-free zone.
Councillor Cunningham, your time has expired. Any further debate? Councillor Johnston.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much. Look, I'll be brief, but I unfortunately, there were a few problems with the local government election, many of which were in Tennyson Ward. No ballot papers, people being turned away, queues of an hour and a half, not enough staff. All of the things that Councillor Cunningham raised certainly happened over at in Tennyson Ward at multiple booths. At joint booths, people could not vote in Maruka Ward because they ran out of ballot papers, but they could vote for Tennyson. It was a schmozzle, and it is a poor reflection upon the ECQ that they failed to recognise that local elections are very much a social and community event as well as a civic governance one. They knew, and this is the thing that I kept saying to my returning officer. Okay, you know, every day he knew exactly how many people had pre-polled, how many postal votes had came in. They knew that on the day it was going to be bigger than what they had planned for. But in my ward, the biggest booths had less people than the smaller booths. It was not well managed, and it is a poor reflection upon the ECQ. So I agree with all of those things. And it is disappointing that public submissions are not being sought for the inquiry that's underway. Now, I had a slightly different experience out in Tennyson Ward, and there really was only one problem that occurred during the voting process. Most of us had, because you spend a lot of time with the people, the other candidates, with the campaign workers, you know, you do get to know them a little bit. They're all local people in your community, you know, those kind of things. You know, I met some absolutely delightful people from all the parties, all of them. You know, on the whole, we had what I would describe as a fairly good, you know, response and a good collegiate kind of process amongst all the political players that went through pre-poll and on the day. However, there is one absolutely notable exception, and as Councillor Cunningham is blaming everybody else, I thought I would share the problem in Tennyson Ward. And the problem is a young man called Charlie Swindon, who happened to be the brother of the candidate. Now, the candidate, Henry Swindon, was a delightful young man. But unfortunately, his brother, who works for Tim Nichols, so this is somebody who is a political staffer and works with the public, which I kind of struggled with, but Henry Swindon came out and did several hours of pre-polling on a couple of days and said some of the most foul and awful things about me to people that I could not believe. Now, in one occasion I was not there, and I was told by others what he had said, including a resident. A resident told me what had been said. Now, I'm not going to repeat it all here, but it was awful, unnecessary, ridiculous, and it just ruined, I think, what was otherwise a fairly, you know, I enjoy elections, they're good. And, you know, we all worked, we shared the food, we shared the lollies, we shared the water, people were exhausted, we shared the umbrellas if it rained. But this young man who works for Tim Nichols and is an active member of the LNP not only said disgraceful things about me, he actually dobbed a resident into Ben Riley, the state director of the Liberal Party, because the resident had said that he was voting for me, even though he was usually a Liberal. He didn't mean he was a member of the Liberal Party, he just meant he usually voted Liberal. So this got passed on to Ben Riley, who then rang the resident, because the resident had handed over their card.
Ben Riley is not in the report. Please speak to a report.
We're voting. We're talking about voting. I'm sorry. We're talking about voting. This all happened while we were voting. While we were voting, these people would do this. Was what was going on. So this poor resident was then abused by the director of the Liberal Party, who's not even a member of the Liberal Party, at the time. All of this happened because an LNP operative decided to say terrible things about me and then reported on residents who came to vote. Now, if we want to talk about bad behaviour at elections, that's right up there. So this idea Councillor Cunningham has, that the Greens are terrible, that Labor's terrible, I'm sure instances happened at booths right around the ward. But the only things that happened in my ward happened because of the behaviour of this young man, and it was not appropriate behaviour, not appropriate behaviour at all. Now, the best part of all of this is, and I'll do a public shout out, the other representatives who were present for the other political parties were absolutely, you can't do this is wrong, so that was good. Everybody recognised that what he was doing was not okay and called him on it. And then when he did it directly to me, I called him on it. But I guess the best part of it is, despite his best efforts, my vote at pre-poll was 78%. So I must thank him very much for coming over and helping his brother and helping my vote go up in Tennyson Ward. It is probably the best outcome of his actions that I can say he helped my vote go up. Now, I would just say everybody needs to step back. Councillor Cunningham may have had terrible things happen to her, but I can tell you it was the LNP over my way who were, unfortunately, not all of them, just this one person to my knowledge, that was the problem. So I don't think it's necessary. It's not necessary by anybody, but I'll just say that the adverse outcome of his behaviour from his point of view was that he helped my vote go up. So beyond that, it is incumbent upon anybody who may be physically assaulted to report it to the police. And I would just say, Mr Deputy Chair, through you, if Councillor Cunningham has not done that, she should, because it is not appropriate that anybody is physically assaulted, and the appropriate place for that to be referred is absolutely to the police, and she should do that if she has not done so. Beyond that, I certainly hope the state government will ensure that there is a thorough and independent and open review. And if this, I'll get my crystal ball out, if this idea that prices have gone up is a new one to Councillor Cunningham, that's somewhat of a surprise, because she's been saying in this chamber every time we have any kind of budget debate that prices are going up for concrete, for everything. So, wages, for absolutely everything. So I certainly hope this is not a play to bring the Brisbane City Council election back in-house, because that would be a retrograde step to put highly paid council officers who are directed by senior members of this staff in charge of running an election. And if that's where Councillor Cunningham is thinking of going, I can say I'll strongly be opposing that. I'll be making it very clear that it risks corruption, not just inefficiency or bureaucratic problems or mistakes, it risks corruption. So I hope that's not where she's planning to go, because I don't think that's right. We need a robust and independent electoral commission. We need one that is capable of delivering good elections, and that needs to change. And I hope that council does as much as it can to make sure the state government puts in place the proper apparatus to conduct independent elections.
Any further debate? Councillor Massey?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I'll rise to speak to this very briefly. Reiterating the words that Councillor Cunningham said, you know, there was a very poor reflection on this election, based to the understaffing, based to the lack of understanding of returning officers. I know that in the Gabba booth, the returning officer themselves was constantly making decisions and looking at different state government and council policies to how to run the election. From my understanding, there was also different decisions made by returning officers from across the city, across the campaign. This is an incredibly poor reflection on ECQ. Further to that, I think it's also, you know, important to note those long lines in booths across the Gabba ward. Specifically, I think they were experienced by many people across the whole elections were really noticeable. We had a tiny booth that had 2 people manning it, and the wait there was over an hour and a half. And of course, we also had people that came close that were told that they couldn't actually vote. There was a lot of confusion. The other thing, and that can't be understated, it's important to get that all on the record, that this was a citywide issue and that this election was run very, very poorly, incredibly understaffed. And with returning officers making very different decisions, all right. You know, I think it is a good thing. I know that my party has contacted ECQ with its own reflections and feedback about the election. And I think that's really important. I do still believe that there should be time for feedback, and I support Councillor Cunningham in that. I will speak briefly, since the Gabba ward was mentioned and the Greens were mentioned, to the political play that Councillor Cunningham, through you, Madam Chair, was making, because the reality was on my booth that there was only one party that was bullying people, and it was the ALP. And I say that not just because it is the truth. You know, we had not just on pre-poll, but also during the election day, we had the candidate that was running on there, and I haven't talked about this publicly because I think it's important to not make political plays about this, but it's important to put this on the record. We had the candidate and we had the volunteers questioning volunteers from where they lived, right? And they literally were like, Hill End, West End. We had the candidate for the Gabba ward like body blocking me constantly, which was fine, and volunteers around them constantly all the time trying to speak to me. And as I said on the day, with a smile on my face, I'm here to talk to volunteers, and I think you should too. And I understand that in elections, there's a lot, it's a peak, it's a lot of energy, it's a lot of expense, especially for candidates and even the councillors here that campaigned. There's a lot of effort that's done in it and things can be hidden. But certainly on that booth, there was none of the aggression that Councillor Cunningham was talking about that actually wasn't coming from that ALP candidate, to the extent that I can state that there were only 2 complaints done. These were done on Friday to the returning officers. And those complaints, and the people that actually made those complaints came and spoke to me afterwards to thank me for staying out of that area, because their complaints were on 5 Labor volunteers blocking the entry to the election booth, including the candidate, while I was noticeably, as I saw the line forming and people didn't want to interact, moved away. Now, I'm not saying all the volunteers were bad. To be honest, like, I was buying people coffees and buying them loon. I had some great relationships, not only, and conversations, not only with some ALP volunteers, but also some Liberal. Yeah, and can I also give a quick shout out to the Liberal candidate of that area, Laura Wong, who was incredibly pleasant to deal with. And we had a lot of laughs together too. And we did have a lot of laughs together, but it's really important. Narratives can be twisted, narratives can be changed, narratives can be used for political purposes. And I think it's really important to get on the record that that was my experience. I've been silent about it because I wanted to respect the election result and because I didn't think it was worth interacting with a candidate that had lost. Honestly, I didn't think it was important. That's already hard. There's no need to kind of rub it in or any of that kind of stuff. And so, reiterating Councillor Johnston's message, if this is being used to suppress or to shift what happens in electoral booths for our democracy, if this is being used to shift the election back to the hands of Brisbane City Council, I have grave concerns about our democracy. And I have great concerns about our democracy because if we are looking at making our elections better, one place that we should undeniably be looking at is political advertising. Political advertising, what is allowed for political advertising. The fact that the LNP Council is able to also send out letters to people saying, we will do pre-poll for you with Brisbane City Council colours.
Yeah. Oh, and their name.
And their name. When the return address to that letter is not ECQ, is actually to LNP headquarters, and that in itself is data harvesting. So if we actually want to be serious about good elections, maybe we should be looking at those things.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point.
Oh.
Thank you.
You missed it. Sorry.
Further speakers. Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just rise to make some remarks in regards to the item before us. And I just want to reflect, take a moment to reflect on some of the things Councillor Massey said, which I had not heard before. I am surprised to hear them, but they are consistent with what Councillor Cunningham was arguing for. Councillor Massey's point that her volunteers were interfered with, that she felt that some actions taken by the Labor Party against her were intimidatory, are exactly the point that Councillor Cunningham was making, that perhaps there should be increased enforcement of the conduct of volunteers on the booths. Now, it was interesting, I noticed when Councillor Cunningham corrected herself and turned the Green volunteers to the Green campaign operatives. It's important to remember that most of the people on my booth were bragging that they were, most of the Green handing out people were telling me they were paid about $28 an hour to be there. So, and they were quite open about that. And And the Green Party put out more material than I'd ever seen before. Their booth workers were all apparently quite well paid. And it's pretty tough when the Liberal Party does not pay any volunteers.
Point of order.
That's a misrepresentation of the party.
I note your claim of misrepresentation. Councillor Wines.
It was. I understood it. I didn't realise it was a secret. I thought it was open. I thought everybody knew that.
Just one moment, please, Councillor Wines. Councillor Massey, you will listen to councillors quietly, please, without speaking, and not call out across the chamber. Councillor Wines.
Well, if Councillor Massey's suggestion that they had no money was true, then the only inference I can take is the vast amount of material put out by the Green Party in my ward was paid for by the federal government. Oh. That's the only next step. It wasn't paid for by the Green Party, then it had to be paid for by the Ryan and Brisbane public purse. That's the only next step. And if Councillor Massey is prepared to say that's the case, then I'd be interested to hear that. And I'm sure many people would be interested to hear that was what those federal campaigns and those federal officers were doing with public funds. Now, I must take a moment to reflect that Councillor Cunningham's circumstances on her booth were what I largely heard to be consistent by a lot of Green Party operatives within the areas of Brisbane, Ryan and Griffith. Did they happen to me? No, they didn't. But I'm a man. But did they happen to my volunteers? Yeah. My female volunteers were, particularly the younger ones, were targeted and bullied off booths. No doubt that happened. And I'd have people, and that was a deliberate strategy to try and silence differing opinions. And it's really sad. It's sad, but it could become scary if the Green Party are allowed to continue down the path that they've chosen. Many years ago, because I have a lot of friends in a lot of different places, I was talked into handing out how to vote cards one day in a student election. Now, I apologise that I ever did that, but it was one time and it was one day. But I promise I did not inhale that. But some people do really enjoy student politics. And there's a couple of techniques and tactics that are fundamental to the way student elections are conducted. And terms like, when you hear terms like body blocking, that is something that is taught in student elections.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm sure you know where I'm going to go with this, but are student elections relevant to the item before us today?
Well, Councillor Johnston, when I was not in the chair and since I am in the chair now, I noticed that the speeches before were quite, there has been leniency shown to everybody. Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And effectively what it is you find a voter and then you walk with them to the booth and you kind of effectively push away the volunteers of other organisations. And that is absolutely what the Green Party did over and over and over. Now, I don't know how to tell people this, but people don't like student elections. People don't like student politics. People don't like the way they're conducted. And to bring it into, an attempt to bring it into mainstream politics is very strange. Now, Councillor Johnston made a point that where she found an aggressive how to vote volunteer, it improved her circumstances. And I have no doubt that the ultra-aggressive activity of the Green Party was of great benefit to me. I'm very, and I understand that most people are repelled by those tactics, but some people are deeply intimidated by them. And in this country, the right to vote is one that, while too often taken for granted, no individual should be concerned that they're going to be accosted, that they're going to be hassled, that they're going to be followed for 10, 20, 30 metres, while people, in some instances I saw 80 metres where people were followed. It was very strange conduct and outside what I think the Australian mainstream would expect. And so I think that we should take a moment to reflect on that and whether that's something that we want to see going in the future. I certainly don't think so. I think that the happy and polite conduct of elections is important. I think it's fundamental to how our nation has been able to remain a cohesive and unified and prosperous country for so long. Now, with the conduct of the election, I am still struck by how much it cost. In my head, I was always of the understanding that an election costs roughly $4 million. To find out that it costs almost double that is deeply concerning, particularly because when you talk to, I'm going to say, deeply professional and committed people who run the community elections, I must say, can I recognise my own returning officer? He's been my returning officer for 5 elections, a deeply professional man who was very good at executing the election, was asked to go above and beyond personally. He became unwell and wasn't able to cover for his hours during the election. He would inform me that, I hope I'm not getting in trouble, Graham. I hope I'm not getting in trouble, Graham, if the ECQ sees this. That the budgets were such that he couldn't put extra people on at booths, knowing full well that they were coming. But here's the thing, we were paying $7 million. And this organisation, I think, has a fair question to ask, well, what did we get for our $7 million? I think we could have afforded, and if we were prepared to go to $7 million, they could have asked us how much more we were prepared to go if we wanted to, say, an extra worker per booth, say, so that this thing operated properly. It's not lost on me that at the Windsor State School, the line was minimum 40 minutes long all day, and it's the only one that I did not come first at. And I can't help but think that spending a lot of time in a queue, getting a bit annoyed, it starts to reflect poorly on the incumbent candidate. So all of a sudden, you start to consider...
Councillor.
You start to consider, well, perhaps getting that annoyed gets people upset and starts to affect their conduct. And so you have to ask, was this a phenomenon we saw elsewhere in the city as well? So what my point is that did the operation of booths affect voter behaviour? Now, difficult to prove, but important to consider. Now, we look at, there was some criticism, particularly last election, by the Premier of the ECQ, and I have no personal criticism of Graham and Simone and his team at Capera, except there were so few of them that it took them a long time to get through the ballots. And considering the cost of the operation, I think the ECQ should justify to us, the people who are paying for this service, why their units were understaffed, why the RO officers were understaffed, and why the booths were understaffed. Leading us to the next question was, most of our pre-poll locations will likely become state government pre-poll locations. I certainly noted that my pre-poll was better located for Ferny Grove State electorate than it was inaugural ward, considering that mine wasn't actually even in inaugural ward. It was in the Gap ward. And so it leads us to the question, will the Brisbane City Council be paying the leases for the operation of the state government elections? Which should not be the case. Again, another example of cost shifting from the state to council. I see Councillor Parry, her and I normally share a booth at Wilston State School. This time, all of Councillor Parry's votes taken at Wilston State School were taken absentee and not counted on the day. It affected the interpretation of the result. We knew what was going to be in them, but the result in Marchant took longer, and people like Darren Mitchell were given false hope because of the way that they were counted, and that's not right either. That's not right either. There are people there are people who claimed victory on the night who found a reversal of fortunes quite sharply when all the votes were counted in a timely, by the full time that the votes were counted. And that's not, that's not right either. These results should be brought in a timely manner, they should be cost effective, and people should be, and finally and most importantly, people should feel comfortable and safe when interacting and approaching a polling station.
Councillor Massey, you had a personal misrepresentation of something you said during the speech.
Thanks, Madam Chair. The Greens had over 2,000 volunteers citywide sign up, and just want to make sure that Councillor Wines noted that the claims that volunteers were being paid $28.
Councillor Massey, that is not a personal misrepresentation of something that you said.
No,
that is
the
what,
misrepresentation
that is what
was the $28 for volunteers was the misrepresentation that I cost.
Are there any further speakers?
That was the misrepresentation that I caused.
Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Listen, when this came up on the papers, I said to my caucus that I'd like to say a few words because some of this has to go on the record because it was what actually happened at pre-poll, and I'm talking about just pre-poll now. We had 11 candidates, so you can imagine. We had a by-election, and then of course we had the council election. Three council candidates, and the rest were state candidates. And so you can imagine how that would be at pre-poll. But I'll tell you, it went pretty well. As far as the interaction between candidates and most, if 90% of the volunteers at least, we all had to get along because it was really hot. Can I say that again? It was really hot. I lost 6 kilos, which was a good thing. It was a good thing. It does go back on. But I'll tell you what, and I'm not discounting what other experiences other councillors had here in the room that they were talking about tonight. But honestly, we were all under a lot of pressure. And of course, the ones that were under the most pressure, of course, were the voters. Because you can imagine every one of us wanted to approach, or one of our team members wanted to approach every one of those people that came to pre-poll. And sometimes it got a little bit testy because we had a lot of candidates who had never worked a booth, because we had a lot of independents, and we had a lot of candidates who never worked a booth before or worked an election before. So, but they learned very quickly, and I just want to take my hat off to the fact that all 11 of us right, learned how to work together, especially after the first couple of days. Now, ECQ. The pre-poll was a disaster. The building they decided to have pre-poll in was an absolute disaster. It was in an industrial estate, and you would think an industrial estate, well, that sounds all right, it's away from the maddening, crowd. But it was on a B-double route, on a bend. Lynn Fox was right across the road, and you can imagine how many trucks comes out of that thing, right? So, and then we also were in a precinct, an industrial precinct that actually had a manufacturing plant in it as well that made specialized concrete. So we had trucks coming down the road at 100 miles an hour, and it seemed like 100 miles an hour, but they were doing the speed limit because they couldn't really go too fast around a bend past us. And then we had trucks coming out of the industrial precinct that we were in as well. And then we had people trying to park up on the road. There was a few parking spaces inside, but they had to dodge trucks. It was absolutely appalling. And I tell you what, if it wasn't for all of the 11 candidates and their workers knowing how dangerous it was, someone would have got either killed or badly hurt. But because we were all looking out for one another and those voters as well, we got through without, listen, there were some close calls. I'll tell you, there were some close calls because people didn't even know if the driveway they had to pull into was a driveway because there was no signage. And then they had these big B doubles coming just behind him, just around the corner as they're trying to pull over and to have a look. And then we had to direct them. And it was, honestly, we saw the returning officer after the first couple of days, and we said, this is just absolutely appalling, and someone's going to get killed here. And they did some modifications with some signage, but In the end, he decided that he was going to have to look for another pre-poll venue because he'd already booked this for the October election as well. Now, there weren't going to be as many candidates, right? But he decided it was dangerous, and maybe because we had been here before Lynn Fox had moved in and before it became a B-double route. So, so hopefully in October we won't be back to this space because it was really, really bad. Now, the reason we had the lines were so long in the booths on the day, at least in my area anyways, is because the returning officer decided that the pre-poll was going to be at the same level of voting individual votes as it was during COVID in the 2020. He thought that it was going to be that 15,000, which was almost 50% of the votes. It was going to be 15,000 this time as it was last time. So he allocated the resources into pre-poll to deal with that number, and it eventually ended up being about 8,000, so about half, right? And then once he had consumed all that budget in there, they cut back in the polling booths because they only get a certain amount of money, right? And I have a real problem with people wanting to penny pinch, saying, oh, it shouldn't have cost more than this, shouldn't have cost more than that. It should cost what it costs to undertake an election. The most important thing for a democracy is for people to actually vote, right? And money should never be a consideration, quite frankly, as far as I'm concerned, right? But it's got to be run right, right? And if it needs to have more people, if it needs to be 16 million or 20 million, I don't really care, right? I just want it to be run right and on time, and we get the results as quickly as possible with the voting system we have in Australia, right? It's much quicker overseas because they use a lot of electronic voting, right? And so it's much more quickly tabulated. And so they get those results. But we have a very small population, seems to work all right here. And if it has to take an extra day or two to find out who wins, who cares? So long as it's done right, you know. Let's not, you know, shouldn't be it's not a fast food operation, right? It should be a sit-down 3-course meal or something like that, so we all enjoy it. And honestly, I really take my hat also to the voting public as well, because those long lines at the booth on the day, I had never, in all the elections, and I've been doing it since 1998, I've never seen anything like it. It was brutal. At least the weather was okay in most areas, but some areas had a lot of sun. And but the 3 booths I worked in were not too bad. So I take my hat off to the workers and the voters as well, because for the most cases, most of them stuck around to vote. They didn't take off and say, I'll come back later. They actually stayed in line, which was a testament to the fact that we do have a great democracy here in this country. But we should resource it so that we try to get as many people along to vote, because, I mean, they're required to vote, I know, but a lot of people sometimes get turned off of these things, which is a shame, because we have a great democracy, and if you only have to look at some of what's happening over in Europe, well, I say Russia, I suppose, and some of those other countries that really treat it with contempt, their so-called democracy with contempt, and really don't really undertake it the way it should be. So I just want to say to the ECQ, you got to lift your game, because the last one was a shocker, and I haven't spoken to anyone that disagrees with that, right? And if it takes more money from the state government or whoever funds them, right, state government or council or whatever, I don't really care. I just want it to be done right, and so that we end up with a result that we can all be happy with during the day, pre-election, during the day as well, and then the results afterwards. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. And I just rise to make some brief remarks on this committee presentation about the elections and delivery of that by the Electoral Commission of Queensland. of course, no one thinks that it's acceptable the way that the council elections were carried out from a logistical manner. We've heard a number of councillors from all different, political parties sharing their experiences and their frustrations on behalf of their communities, whether it was the locations of the pre-poll and early voting, issues with ballot paper distribution on the day, the lines, of course, as well, and, more people sharing their experiences and participating in a review is a good thing, because that's the only way the ECQ are going to learn and modify the delivery of the election so that it is the most efficient for the people who are participating in modern democracy. And Councillor Cunningham and I do not always agree on everything, but I must say on this issue we absolutely do, I think. And I do want to acknowledge our shared experiences. During the election, I was very vocal about my experience at early voting by members of the Greens political party and the way that they targeted and harassed not only me as a Labor female candidate, but also my volunteers, my family members, my friends, and also did the same to voters and the LNP as well. And irregardless, that behaviour is so completely unacceptable. The point of difference, of course, is that in the Griffith electorate, it is systemic, it is institutionalised, and it is organised. This is a pattern of behaviour from the Greens political party that I have personally witnessed over a number of years, and it is only getting worse. And that is really disappointing. And the byproduct of this, of course, is, yes, of course, I can share similar experiences about how female voters were chased away from the polling booth in some sort of strange straw polling, I don't know, after they had voted by members of the Greens political party. And this person did say that they also were paid to work on that campaign. When I raised this, of course, with the Greens political party candidate locally to my area, who I note now wants to represent the area at a state level of government, her remarks to me were, well, you go deal with it. So it was a complete dismissal of responsibility, and that was genuinely really disappointing, because I expect more. If it was a complaint raised with me about the conduct of my volunteers, I would personally take responsibility. It's my name on the ballot paper, and I would address it. But unfortunately, that is not what happened. And in fact, that behaviour was allowed to continue. It was an endorsement of that. I had disparaging comments made about the clothes that I was wearing. I shared a very personal and intimate story last week about my life experience. So you can imagine that having a man who is more than 6 foot tall towering over me in my personal space, leaning over me, was actually quite traumatising in a way. And that's not acceptable for participating in a modern democracy. And as candidates, we put ourselves forward. We are subjected, of course, to a level of scrutiny. I understand that, but this is above that. This is so beyond unacceptable, and I absolutely think there needs to be accountability from candidates and political parties of any incidents, absolutely. But when it is demonstrated in a systemic way, I have seen this behaviour occurring over a multitude of elections locally in the community that I live in, that I work in, that I represent. The byproduct, of course, is that voters do not have a positive experience in a modern democracy, and that volunteers are actually too afraid to volunteer on election day because of the conduct of one political party. That is not conducive to a modern democracy, and I do not support that. Just back on, I guess, the way that the election was run, I do acknowledge that the ECQ staff was so very frustrated on the day. A lot of people have shared their stories. I agree, it was awful. It was a really poorly run election, and the review is a good thing. Maybe the administration, given that councillors have shared so many experiences that are worthwhile noting. Maybe the administration could send a transcript of this debate as part of their submission to the review. I think that would be more than appropriate. So yeah, in summing up, I guess, you know, the delivery of an election is a precious thing. And I note that Councillor Huang in particular was very interested to see how the Brisbane City Council might take over running the elections to get value for money. I just, on the record, just really want to make it clear that I don't think that Brisbane would be good.
Claim to be misrepresented.
You haven't spoken.
I note your claim. Continue, Councillor Collier.
He hasn't spoken in the debate.
Point of order.
He's just noting a misrepresentation, which we'll hear at the end.
But point of order, Madam Chair. You have to speak. Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Councillor Johnson.
Yes. To claim misrepresentation or make a personal explanation, you have to have spoken in the debate before you can claim misrepresentation, which I don't believe Councillor Wong has done. So I'm not sure how that's a valid point of order.
Okay, so, sorry, I assumed that he had, that's why you're saying that he had said something that you're quoting.
Not during the debate, during the committee meeting.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor.
Okay, as I was saying, I was very interested to note that Councillor Huang expressed a particular interest in understanding how Brisbane City Council might resume the running of the elections, which on the record, we do not support that. It would not be appropriate for Brisbane as a modern democracy to, you know, be in the company of places like Myanmar or North Korea or Russia.
Further speakers? Councillor Wong.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I believe at the committee meeting, I actually asked, I understand at one stage the council election was run by the council, and that's all I said. So look, I'm dissatisfied with the what has happened during the election, but I never raised anything about council taking back the election.
Any further speakers? Councillor Cunningham, right of reply.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks to all councillors who stood up tonight to have what I think was a mostly grown-up conversation. What I heard is that Councillor Johnston said one person might have been a problem and other LNP volunteers certainly did not condone it. It is a fact, Councillor Johnston, that prices have gone up.
Councillor Johnston, point of order.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Note your claim. Councillor Cunningham.
Thanks, Madam Chair. As I was saying, it's a fact that prices have gone up. The price doubled and the number of ECQ workers were decimated. But I never said one word about bringing it in-house, and I would prefer, as a general rule, to not be verbaled in this place, although something it's sadly that I begin to expect. Madam Chair, the comments from Councillor Massey only, I respectfully submit to the chamber, reinforce my argument. Councillor Strunk, I agree we should properly resource it, but I don't agree that costs from ECQ should double and the level of service should be halved. Councillor Collier, finally, thank you for acknowledging this as an issue. I too had comments about what I was wearing almost every single day on pre-poll. So, in wrapping up, the ECQ's delivery of council elections leaves much to be desired, Madam Chair. Ratepayers do have a right to be frustrated and to demand better of this state government agency. I believe the ECQ and the state government need to do more, quite simply, to create a safer environment at polling booths. And I once again invite my Labor colleagues to speak up and to talk to their friends in George Street to make the necessary changes. Thank you.
I'll now move the report.
Point of order.
Sorry, Councillor Johnston. Sorry, your point of misrepresentation.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Cunningham has misrepresented me by stating that I said it was LNP councillors who called out the behaviour. It was my volunteers who are independent, the Greens and Labor, who called it out as inappropriate.
We'll now move the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Okay, councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 6A on the agenda. Councillor Cassidy, would you please move the motion?
Thanks very much, Chair. I move that this council commits to installing Share the Dignity vending machines in all council pools and libraries by the end of 2025.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier that this council commits to installing Share the Dignity vending machines in all council pools and libraries by the end of 2025. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. And this will be a great news story for this council. As we continue to navigate a cost of living crisis right across Brisbane, we hear more and more stories of families doing it tough. For many women, it means going without the basics throughout their menstrual cycles. That's where Share the Dignity comes in, a fantastic national charity that started with very humble beginnings in Sandgate in my ward. Rochelle Courtney, their founder, reminded me just a couple of weeks ago, in fact, that they kick-started everything back in 2015 with a small contribution I made through our LMCF fund for a computer, and that's how they started. And they've come a very long way since. Period poverty and menstrual equity is a serious issue for many in our wider community, and Rochelle and her team have achieved some amazing things over the last 9 years. From first supporting her with that work of a single computer, Rochelle has built the organisation into a real force for good right around Australia, but they still have a very strong eye here on Brisbane. So I'm calling today on Council to get behind her cause in a new way, to help women across Brisbane, because no one should have to go without the basics. I know many councillors in this place here will already be supporting the work of Share the Dignity, but this relatively small amount that we're talking about today will spread that support to parts of the community that we never realised needed that support on a day-to-day basis. Share the Dignity have been rolling out free vending machines to supply pads and tampons free of charge for a little while now. These machines dispense a specially designed period pack containing 6 tampons and 2 period pads, offering a choice of product aimed at getting anyone through a full day during their cycle. The first commercial Dignity vending machine, as they're known, was actually installed at Australia Zoo in February. We're seeing them rolled out across public schools in Queensland currently. I saw one in the brand new building at Tagum State School just recently, which is great to see. Our council has an opportunity tonight to make a real difference for women by empowering and supporting them to live a life of dignity and safety. I'm calling for the support of all councillors here to install these Share the Dignity vending machines in every council swimming pool and library by the end of next year, by the end of 2025, as a start. Each machine costs around $10,000 to install, so we're talking at the moment about $220,000 across our council pools. I know Craig and Corinne, as I mentioned last week, at the Sandgate Aquatic Centre have already installed the first one there, so we're now down to just 21 to go. There's 33 libraries in Brisbane, so just another $330,000 to see them installed there. This is a modest investment to see Brisbane become a much more equitable place for all. And this isn't a suggestion I've just come up with, this is a direct request from Share the Dignity themselves. Through their bloody big survey, they identified through their last survey a real need for access to Share the Dignity vending machines and the products of which they supply free of charge to women in community spaces and safe community spaces. So council libraries are a great safe community space, as are our council pools as well. And as I said, that bloody big survey was the genesis of much of this work and the genesis of a lot of work, other work that Share the Dignity are doing, and that's how they've identified a lot of that need. And they want to reach new heights through the current survey. So as an aside as well, I just encourage everybody, women to take part online, and everybody in here to share that survey out amongst their communities, because the data of which they are able to collect from that enables them to advocate to us as local government, to state government and federal government, and to organisations right around Australia who want to work and partner with them. So I'd encourage everybody to support this motion tonight.
Thank you. Is there any debate? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on the motion before us, and we all recognise that a lack of access to period products can have a significant impact on people's ability to participate in everyday life. I have to say I saw it on a daily occasion as a high school teacher, particularly in physical education. And it can lead to people missing out on opportunities at school, but also work and social activities, and it really shouldn't be that way. Everyone has a right to a life of dignity, and that's why the work that Share the Dignity does is so important. But there are a lot of things we need to consider before installing one of these machines. It can cost up to $25,000 to install one Share the Dignity vending machine, which includes maintenance and stocking for 4 years. We entered into a $25,000 funding agreement with Share the Dignity to install the machine in the Red Cross Cafe 2 years ago. So since then, there has been limited use of this vending machine, with it only being used 30 times since November last year. And so whilst we absolutely support the intent of the motion, I think we can do much better, and I think we need to be a little bit more subtle and recognise where these machines or this opportunity needs to be made available. So because of this, I would like to propose the following amendment. After the word "to," insert the words "continuing the installation of free period product dispensers from," after the word "dignity," replacing the words "vending machines with or other suppliers." After the word "in," replace the words "all council pools and libraries with "in suitable council and facilities," at the discretion of the councillor from their Lord Mayor's Community Fund budget. The motion will now read, I move that this council commits to continuing the installation of free period product dispensers from Share the Dignity or other suppliers in suitable council facilities at the discretion of local councillors from their Lord Mayor's Community Fund budget by the end of 2025.
Seconded.
Thank you.
It has been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Howard that the motion be amended so that after the word "to," insert the words "continuing the installation of free period product dispensers from," after the word "dignity," replace the words "vending machines with or other suppliers," after the word "in," replace the words "all council pools and libraries with "in suitable council facilities" at the discretion of the local councillor from their Lord Mayor's Community Fund budget. The motion will now read, I move that this council commits to continuing the installation of free period product dispensers from Share the Dignity or other suppliers in suitable council facilities at the discretion of the local councillor from their Lord Mayor's Community Fund budget by the end of 2025. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, sorry. I've moved the amendment because it definitely achieves the outcome of the original motion, which is to install period product dispensers, but it also allows councillors freedom in determining where they can be installed, where are appropriate facilities for them to be installed, and they may not have to cost the $25,000 across the many years they are to be installed as well. I trust that all councillors will welcome this amendment and support the women of Brisbane. Thank you.
Is there further debate? Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Chair. I just have some questions of the Deputy Mayor, which I will muse over now in my contribution to the amendment, and hopefully she can answer them in summing up in her amendment. I wonder whether she has discussed this with Share the Dignity, this amendment to this motion. We put this on the notice paper on Friday last week, I think, yeah. So plenty of time to do that. I just wonder because Rochelle or anyone at Share the Dignity will be able to give some great insights into why they thought it was important to have these rolled out, not on a sort of ad hoc basis on the way in which the Deputy Mayor is now suggesting, but for Council to take a leadership role in that, and particularly Brisbane City Council, because Share the Dignity is born here in Brisbane, are really passionate about Brisbane, have a national focus obviously, but as I said, a really strong eye here on Brisbane. We know the other suppliers that the Deputy Mayor is talking about. I don't know how much she knows about them, about those commercial suppliers, but they're big, like multinational companies that do that supply, not local supply. So yeah, that certainly wouldn't sort of meet the council's procurement policy, I don't think. I'm not sure whether the Deputy Mayor's thought about that. Those vending machines then are full profit. That's how they operate them, those other companies. Should they probably function well, but Share the Dignity is a not-for-profit organisation that, you know, I think just on the weekend had their big fundraising high tea here in City Hall. Yeah, and Rochelle was there in her pad dress as well, raising awareness for this. A great, amazing Brisbane success story. And given this is a request of which I've aired now here for weeks and weeks, directly to Council, for Council to take this leadership role, for Council to install these, and it's a bit of a cop-out to say that it should just be left up to local councillors to determine where they, you know, I assume the Deputy Mayor's talking about us doing a ward office application through LMCF and purchasing these, and then going to librarians. Do we have to go to library services in the city, or do we talk to the librarians who are in charge of the local library? Do I just go into Sandgate Library with a Share the Dignity machine, or the Zulmia Library? I'm not sure. This isn't really well thought out, this amendment. I would have engaged with the Deputy Mayor around this, around finding a suitable solution to this, but I don't think it's really well thought out. It will be deeply disappointing to Share the Dignity, I believe, to sort of see it change in this way. And if the Deputy Mayor wanted to lay this on the table for a week or two and discuss some different options, I would have been happy to do that as well. But I think given this amendment is not a very good one, we won't be supporting this today because I just don't think it'll achieve what we need it to achieve, what I'm talking about here to achieve, what Share the Dignity want us to do to achieve. It'll just be a case of maybe there'll be another one or two, maybe none. Maybe there'll be 20, who knows, but that's not really what they're after. And I think for all the reasons I outlined, this is actually quite an urgent issue. It's just been identified through the largest survey of women ever conducted in Australian history, which has identified these community facilities as places of great need. So yeah, look, I'm sorry, we just can't support this today. I just think it's just not very good.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Thank you. I rise to speak on the amendment before us today. I honestly cannot believe that the Deputy Mayor and the LNP are taking a simple, thoughtful and compassionate motion that has been put forward by the ALP and politicising it in such a foul way, because that is what is happening with this amendment before us today. I'm not entirely happy there are 10 ALP motions on the agenda this evening. However, this is a good one. This is a good one. I'm sure others will agree with me. I am, however, very thankful that this was put on the agenda because this is a good motion. It is a simple motion that says Council will install the Share the Dignity vending machines at pools and libraries. These are excellent locations for them because, particularly libraries, I think, because everybody from all walks of life use the libraries. They are free, safe places. And if we did want to save a little bit of money, maybe not the pools, because you've got to pay $6 to get into a pool to start with. So, you know, I think there are some issues around that. But putting these into libraries, which would cost, I think, as Councillor Cassidy outlined, about $330,000, do you know what would pay for that? pretty much. Adding up the junkets to the Olympics by Councillor Adams, Councillor Howard and 3 senior council officers, and what council paid for its party on the bridge, that'd get you to $200 and something thousand, nearly $220,000 right there. So this comes down to the LNP deciding that things like Olympic junkets are more important than supporting women who are experiencing period poverty. It comes down to the LNP administration saying that a $92,000 sausage sizzle over at Newstead or wherever it was is more important than supporting relief from period poverty for women all over Brisbane. That is the outcome of the decision today. So what is Councillor Adams doing? She's saying in this motion, well, councillors can fund it from their Lord Mayor's Community Fund. Now, if you're an LNP councillor, you've probably got 8 or 10 community functions funded through the council budget. But for those of us that don't, we have to pay for every community event out of our LMCF. I've got hundreds of organisations in my ward, 16 schools, 15 kindies, 3 cricket clubs, 3 RSL, 2 Meals on Wheels, 2 Country Women's Association, hundreds of groups. We have $35,000 to cover the costs of movies in the park, small grants to community organisations, any events that council we do for the community, as well as grants for a whole range of groups and organisations. So Councillor Adams' suggestion is we take money away from community groups and community activities in Brisbane and invest in one of these machines, which will cost roughly $10,000 just for a machine. That'll leave $25,000 for community events. Now, I just say to all the LNP councillors sitting on the other side of the chamber, have you actually thought this through? Because what the Deputy Mayor is suggesting is that you will have less money to do good community works instead of making sure that the LNP councillors sitting here aren't wasting money on things like junkets to Paris and barbecues, $92,000 barbecue in the middle of an election campaign. So this is a terrible bit of party politics by Councillor Adams, simply because the Labor Party put up a good motion. I urge the Deputy Mayor to withdraw this. It means that you are creating a wedge saying that community groups that all councillors support don't deserve to be supported anymore, and we should put the money that we put into community activities and events and groups in our wards into this. It shouldn't be an either-or. It should be both. It shouldn't be some sort of political wedge that Councillor Adams thinks gets her some advantage. I don't know where this came from and what advice she took about why this would give some advantage. It looks mean-spirited, it lacks compassion, and it hurts community groups that are just as vulnerable as people who are experiencing period poverty. You know, I give money to the veterans so that they can hire chairs so that we can have an Anzac Day service. Should I stop doing that? I give money to bush care groups so that they can continue their activities. Should I stop supporting the environment? Do I think that Councillor Adams and her mate should be off to Paris to the Olympics? No, I don't. No, I don't. And I think that they should say right now they're not going to go, and the $127,000 that is going into the Olympics junket should be going into these machines. It would be cost neutral and it would be a good outcome. And we should pick the wards, I don't know how many would that get us, 12-ish? That we should pick the 12 libraries in the most socio-economically challenged areas to put them into. That's where they should go. So I don't know what this LNP is doing when it does things like this. This is a terrible amendment. This amendment means that other community groups are going to be hurt at the expense of another community group, Share the Dignity, and I am certain that Share the Dignity would be horrified to hear that the Deputy Mayor is saying, we will take money from one community group and we will force councillors to give it to you. I think they would be horrified by Councillor Adams' decision to do this. And I think every LNP councillor out here today should just say right now, withdraw this amendment. It is not right. It is not right. This is a terrible, terrible decision that pits community groups against each other. Not councillors, community groups. Community groups like, oh God, there's so many that I support. It is astonishing to me that Councillor Adams wants to take from the community on one hand and give that money to a group that would be horrified by this. So I just say right now, I urge this motion to be tabled. I urge the Deputy Mayor to reconsider what she is proposing to do here, which is simply a crass political wedge that will hurt more community groups than it will help. And I urge the Deputy Mayor to find another way to fund this, even if we start with libraries and move on to pools. That would be a good way to do it. So I just urge that this motion is tabled, and if someone will second it, I will move a procedural motion that it's tabled. Well, no, we can't, can we? Can we? Yeah, I suppose we could.
I'll second it.
It's an amendment, though. I don't know if I can.
It has to pass before you table it.
Yeah, okay. All right. I just urge that the Deputy Mayor withdraws this amendment. We'll start there. It is not the right amendment. It is not being done in the right spirit. This council has huge volumes of money. Funding this would be maybe not running some ads on the telly. That's what we're talking about. Funding this would be, not having some sort of party for the opening of the Moggle Road roundabout. I mean, I bet you that's coming too. Let's see how much that'll cost. So this is about choice. This is about making sure we don't take money from community groups that need it as much as Share the Dignity. And the decision by the Deputy Mayor to do this is a terrible, terrible one. It's the wrong way to approach this. And if she cannot see past the people who have moved the motion to see how important the motion itself is and how it is a thoughtful and compassionate response to a very real problem in a cost of living crisis, then I think somebody else on the other side of the LNP needs to speak up. They need to speak up now and urge her to withdraw this. It is a terrible amendment and I will not be supporting it.
Further speakers? Councillor Collier.
Yeah, thanks very much, Sharon. Just rise to speak against the proposed amendment put forward by the Deputy Mayor. It is deeply disappointing that, given that this is being brought to Council by Labor councillors, yet again, when it is a motion that is, makes a lot of sense. It's deeply compassionate and it is a cause that we should all be supportive of. So it's deeply disappointing that, the Deputy Mayor has chosen to deal with this motion in this way. And if the Deputy Mayor was genuine about getting these products into these locations, we didn't make this up. Share the Dignity requested this. Step one, engagement with Share the Dignity, I believe has not happened. Step two, you really could just amend the motion and say, subject to further consultation, and that would be okay. But instead it's been completely garbled and butchered and warped, all for a political point. It doesn't actually make any sense. And I just want to talk to some of the data from the last bloody big survey, and I have, of course, participated in this year's one. It took me like 5 minutes. I was sitting on the couch. It was actually a really good use of my time to participate. But some of the information that came out of the last one told us that 8 out of 10 respondents at least sometimes don't swim because of their period and because of access to those products. And we all know that participation in sport can have so many benefits, like maintaining good physical and, of course, your mental health as well. So the survey also found that girls and women were shown to drop out of regular sporting activities and team involvement at a higher rate than boys and men. So the Bloody Big Survey's research demonstrates that periods can very much impact these dropout rates, and it should be a consideration when developing policies and campaigns to encourage participation in sport. So when council's considering initiatives, I don't know, to say maybe get more people to council pools, this should be in consideration with that. We could help address the dropout rates by delivering these vending machines in every single council pool, like I said, as requested by the organisation who is doing the work. They are there on the front line, they are engaging with stakeholders, they are collecting all the data. I think they're over 100, maybe 100, close to maybe 176,000 last time I checked. 176,000 people responded and provided information to this data. So it's actually backed up by what people want. So, Deputy Mayor, we implore you on this side of the chamber, please, even if you would, one, firstly, consider withdrawing your amendment. Secondly, maybe you could leave it on the table and go away and have some further considerations. I certainly have questions about how mechanically this would work, given your proposal to have it very restrictively funded through the Lord Mayor's Community Fund. You know, there are other funding avenues available, and by restricting it to this only one, it could actually impact. Yeah, the charitable trust, there are many other avenues in which council could provide funding to this, and you wouldn't want to be the one standing in the way of that happening, would you? So I really do respectfully ask that you would consider, firstly, withdrawing the amendment, but if not, tabling it and going away and having further consultation with libraries, with councillors, with Share the Dignity itself. That would just be the respectful thing to do.
Further speakers. Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak briefly against this amendment motion. Last week, when we were debating the domestic violence strategy, I mentioned period poverty and the importance of an action towards domestic violence and family strategy to reduce period poverty. And look, there are 9 motions here, and I'm not sure about each one, but this one was a good motion. This one was a motion that in its own way circumvents what happened last week, where there wasn't even a conversation about domestic and family violence strategy. And it is a motion that would help girls and women who are struggling with period poverty. And it is in the right spaces, in pools and also in libraries. And so, you know, I really think that this idea that this council has to choose one or the other is a really big contradiction to how councils should be functioning. You know, our limited Lord Mayor's Fund, I think last year the Gabba Ward funded 18 community groups from $35,000. And from that, it was 18 community groups. It was 2 community festivals like the Kurilpa Derby, also the Laura Street festivals. We helped supported a local koala community group, various other community groups. We've also supported, you know, transgender clothes days and barbecues, etc., from this fund. Even just recently, Language Day in South Brisbane, and we'll be doing more of that. You know, that fund, which is limited, is an important lifeline for our communities, who are too often underfunded and with a volunteer pool that is reducing. And so to be here debating an amendment that would make us choose from funding our communities or helping do a very tangible and reasonable action on period poverty is really concerning, because it doesn't have to be a choice. You know, it doesn't have to be a choice in this. We can and should be able to have both. I agree with Councillor Johnston and Councillor Collier. If you are going to pass this motion, please put it on the table, please reconsider. And I see, you know, opposition councillors in the other corner like laughing for whatever joke that they might have. But this is like serious.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Nothing related to this debate.
That's not a point of order.
See, yeah. Please continue, Councillor Massey.
Who knows? He mumbled into the mic.
So it's just an interjection.
But this is a very serious thing, especially for people that are suffering from period poverty and from those girls and women that drop out of sports, like water polo and swimming, etc. And also for our communities that need our Lord Mayor's Fund to help them. $10,000 is a lot relative to our fund, but it's not a lot relative to what we could actually deliver through a budget or through other means from a $4 billion budget. It's actually relatively not a lot. And that's something that people should remember. $4 billion is the budget. And we would be giving people an opportunity to retain their dignity and participate in sports in ways and reduce the harmfulness of period poverty to them. And so, look, I'm sure the Deputy Mayor will do and the LNP will do whatever they've decided to do. But I must be a part of the voices that says, please reconsider this amendment. I think there are other ways that we can deal with this. And I hope the Liberal councillors will have that conversation too, because this is not just about us in the opposition, this is about people in your ward too. It's about residents across the city. So please, please, please reconsider. We will not be supporting, the Greens will not be supporting this motion, this amendment, because we don't think it should be a choice of one or the other. We believe that period of poverty should be dealt with and we should be able to deliver to our communities with the Lord Mayor Community Fund.
Are there any further speakers? Deputy Mayor, right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And there seems to be a lot of confusion about the intent of this amendment. And I think maybe I'm confused listening to the ALP on this, because I was quite sure that this was about menstrual equity, not about share the dignity. We're here about menstrual equity and making sure there's access for as many people as possible, whether that is out of a share the dignity, local, by all means great, vending machine product, or another product that could deliver the same thing for cheaper in our local areas, in suitable council facilities that may be or may not be pools and libraries. This amendment is to broaden the menstrual equity across the city, the access. And we hear day in and day out from the councillors' offices, they never have any choice of where things go in their ward. They never have any say. And this is what this amendment is about. Each councillor makes the decision of where would be the most suitable place for this to go. Now, no, I have not reached out to Share the Dignity. They have not reached out to me. We spoke to them in council, I understand, a few years ago. They have obviously reached out to Councillor Cassidy because he got a vending machine into his pool. But let us remember that pools are leased facilities. We can't come in here and do a motion that provides a sole source and enforces it to go into leased facilities. It's actually not competent, probably, when you think about it. So we have broadened this amendment to make sure there is menstrual equity. And I think if you actually look at what the product is from Share the Dignity, and let me say it again, this is not against Share the Dignity. If Share the Dignity is the product that you want to use, by all means use it. But there is also a $2,000 dignity dispenser, which is small, compact, does not need connection to power. Now, that's the type of thing that I'd be interested, more than a $25,000 one in every pool and library that requires power and a new lease agreement and an AFW. $2,000 out of the community benefit? Reasonable, because as far as I'm concerned, if there is young women that are in poverty and don't have access to period products, I'll put my community funds into that. And as a local council, I feel I do know some places that would be suitable, but not necessarily my pools, or the one pool I have in that area. For where that pool is, it's a learn to swim pool. It's very different. It's not like where you go and play on the fantastic places that you have at your swim pool. It doesn't have that type of facility. It's a learn to swim pool. Is that somewhere we're going to put a $25,000 vending machine? Possibly not. But as councillor, I think that's something that I'd like to be able to have the say and the ability through my community funds to make that decision. So the excellent locations are very, very restrictive in this motion, and our amendment is here to actually change that. So let me be clear. This is not about not supporting Share the Dignity. It's about including Share the Dignity and any other possibilities to increase the menstrual equity across the city at any facility that councillors see fit. And that comes back to exactly why, because Councillor Collier stood up in here and said exactly why. The bloody big survey told us exactly why, and that is why this amendment is here. Because we need to broaden it. We need to take it across the city at a reasonable price, and councillors should be able to decide what that reasonable price is and what they need for their local community. I'm happy to stand up for my community through my community fund, and every other councillor should be able to do that in this place as well. I support the amendment to the chamber.
I'll now put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division. Seconded.
Division.
I didn't quite catch who did it. Okay, thank you. Division has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 7 against.
The motion is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Is there any debate to the motion? Any speakers?
Yes, yes. Lights on, standing up.
Yes. Johnston.
I just want to respond to the amended motion as it reads today now. And this is the amendment moved by the Deputy Mayor. The Deputy Mayor believes that other suppliers should be considered. Well, you know, fair enough. But my understanding is that other suppliers charge for products, and I am concerned that that's not sustainable from the LMCF. Two, it is astonishing that the Deputy Mayor thinks each councillor out of their $35,000 budget should purchase these machines when this council has $4 billion that it could choose to use. So when the Deputy Mayor stands up and I think...
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim of misrepresentation.
Oh, if the Deputy Mayor's been misrepresented by saying she thinks we should fund this out of the LMCF, then that's a bit strange because that's what's actually in the motion, which is what I've just said. So I think this is a terrible decision by the LNP. I think it is incredibly disrespectful to share the dignity. I think it will mean community groups in our wards will have less money available to them if we support this. There are so many unanswered questions, like I can't actually just decide to put something in a library. I don't have any authority to do that. I don't even know if the LMCF guidelines allow this. So there are so many problems with what the Deputy Mayor has done here. And what I don't understand, and again, my knowledge is now some 12 years old, but generally speaking, there used to be party room meetings where, you know, these things were discussed, and the problems with these kind of motions or amendments should be ironed out in the party room. So I just wonder, not a single LNP councillor stood up to support this decision. Not one. Not a single one. Maybe they're going to speak now and say how brilliant Councillor Adams is. I mean, I don't even know if they got a vote on who would be the Deputy Mayor, other than they were told they had to do it in here. They weren't given options, and I'll just remind them they were given options at the time. But this kind of decision hurts community groups. It doesn't hurt us, it hurts community groups. We don't know if we can even do this or if the guidelines allow it. And the amendment today, I think, is so disrespectful to share the dignity that there is something wrong when the LNP does things like this. So I just urge the LNP councillors on that side of the chamber not to sit there in the party room and just go along with things. Even at the risk to yourself, and I'm standing here as evidence of that, but where there is a bad decision, you should call it out. This is a bad decision. This is now a bad motion. And it is completely a reflection of the Deputy Mayor's political game
Point of order,
playing.
Madam Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
I ask you draw the Speaker to the amendment, not to party room decisions or otherwise.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We do ask you to come back to the motion. Councillor Johnston, please.
Well, I think I'm being pretty relevant to the motion. I'm not talking about student elections, so I think I'm going okay, really, with this. But what I'm saying is this is a bad motion now, and other people should realise the impact of it and where they've had the... And I don't even know, maybe they didn't get the opportunity to, you know, flag it. Maybe this was just decided without any reference back to the party room meetings. I don't know. But all the LNP councillors are going to vote for this. They're going to vote for giving less money to their community groups, because that's what's going to happen. And poor Share the Dignity, are they watching? Because, I mean, if they'd been watching and listening to what the Deputy Mayor said, they must just be shaking their head going, how could this happen? How could a Queensland-based organisation like this be treated so disrespectfully by these amendments that are designed to make it harder, not easier, for women to access period products? So I'll just say now, I won't be supporting this. I think the Deputy Mayor has done a terrible disservice to women in Brisbane. I think she's done a terrible disservice to community groups right around Brisbane. I think she's done a terrible disservice to councillors by trying to wedge councillors like this. And I think that it will reflect poorly on her in the long term. And I urge her, I don't think she will withdraw it, so I will move now that this motion lays on the table.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Massey that this motion now lie on the table. Straight, yep. All those, so I'll now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. And those against say no. No. The noes
Division.
Have it. A division has been called by
I think it was me.
Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Massey. Councillors, ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 18 against.
So the motion is lost. We'll continue. Please return to your seats, councillors. Councillors, please return to your seats. Further speakers?
Madam Chair, point of order, I had a claim of misrepresentation.
Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor, your point of misrepresentation.
Councillor Johnson said that I am making councillors that they must buy these machines out of their LM community funds. That is absolutely not what this amendment is about. It's about choice.
Thank you, Deputy.
Point of order.
Mayor.
Point of order.
Sorry, what's your point of order, Councillor
Yes, claim to be
Johnston?
misrepresented.
May I raise it now?
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Adams has misrepresented me by saying she's making me do this. I'm saying Councillor Adams is forcing us to use the LMCF. That's a completely different thing.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Further speakers? Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would also like to speak on this motion and to reiterate some of the words that the Deputy Mayor has already said. The work the Share the Dignity does is so important, and I know every single councillor in the room agrees with that. It's disgraceful that any councillor would try to portray that we don't appreciate and love the work that they do. So we fully appreciate them. Not only do they help provide access to pads and tampons to the most vulnerable people in our community, but to all girls and women. That is why we are proud to partner with Share the Dignity to install Council's first ever Share the Dignity vending machine in 2022, right here in City Hall, before Australia Zoo. But before installing this machine, we worked closely with Share the Dignity to identify an appropriate location. And there were some specific criteria. It had to provide appropriate access to members of the public, and especially people that needed it most, which is people sleeping rough or experiencing period poverty. And I would raise concerns about our swimming pools. I think it's important that we do put them everywhere, but you've also just acknowledged that entering a swimming pool does raise a hindrance with accessing sanitary products. The Red Cross Cafe was determined to be a suitable location as it aligns with their missions and the work that they do to support our vulnerable communities. Share the Dignity has some specific guidelines on placements and access, so we had to make sure that the machine was installed in a discrete area. This was in addition to ensuring that the site met all of the physical requirements, such as access to power, making sure the dimensions of the space allowed for the machine to be restocked. Now, the original motion asked Council to install 55 vending machines across the city at a cost of $25,000 per machine. There wasn't even any due diligence done. They just wanted us to install them. With 33 libraries and 22 pools across the city, it would cost at least $1.3 million to deliver the current usage at the Red Cross Cafe, and this doesn't show a strong demand. And I'm really disappointed it didn't mention community centres because, Madam Chair, I would argue that they would be the most important. Because even the Red Cross Night Cafe in the middle of the city, a site that directly supports our most vulnerable women, has seen very low usage. Quite simply, it doesn't provide the benefit we'd expect to see from a $25,000 funding agreement. As the Deputy Mayor has said, the 30 users over the last 6 months is not a great outcome for the Brisbane ratepayer, and we need to make sure that we're investing the ratepayer dollars wisely. But this doesn't mean we shouldn't use their services altogether. There are other options out there that don't cost $25,000. For example, Share the Dignity offers a dignity dispenser, which is $23,000 cheaper than the vending machine that were originally proposed. So this motion, as it stands, achieves the outcome of the original motion, which was to install period product dispensers, but it allows councillors the freedom in determining where they can be installed in a much more cost-effective way. So, Madam Chair, I commend this motion to the chamber, and I thank Share the Dignity again for the incredible work they do in our community, and I hope all councillors will support this motion.
Further speakers. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Rise to speak on the amended motion. I presume, like the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Atwood hasn't spoken to Share the Dignity about their bloody big survey, about their push to roll these vending machines out across more community facilities. I note that Councillor Atwood was handed that speech by the Lord Mayor's office on a way in here after the dinner break, and there were a lot of factual errors in the speech that Councillor Atwood just read out. The funding agreement of which Councillor Atwood is talking about doesn't necessarily apply and wouldn't apply to the motion that I brought in here tonight, the original unamended motion. The clear advice I got from Share the Dignity, and you would also have been able to get, Councillor Atwood, if you had took the time through your chair to reach out to Share the Dignity, because you obviously intended to speak on this amended motion, you knew it was going to be amended, and you chose to speak on this, so you'd think you'd get all of the facts right, you'd reach out to them and say, let's just ground truth some of what Councillor Cassidy is suggesting here. You think you would do that? It clearly hasn't been done, because that funding agreement that Councillor Atwood has insisted that we would have to enter in installing these in council pools and libraries is simply not the case anymore. It's simply not operating like that. Even on those figures that Councillor Atwood said, Chair, if we just pause the Living in Brisbane newsletter for 1 year, we could pay for this. There's a suggestion. Out of the $4.3 billion budget, the Living in Brisbane newsletter for 1 year would pay on the inflated costs that Councillor Atwood spoke about, not the true costs even, around this. Councillor Atwood also said that Share the Dignity has very specific requirements around that, around the installation of them, as if it's sort of an argument to suggest that they shouldn't be put into pools and libraries, but clearly didn't listen to the data and to Share the Dignity and to me earlier, and that's all right. Councillor Atwood doesn't have to listen to me, but she should engage with the data. And this is why we suggested these places, because again, I say it came from Share the Dignity. The other organisations that the Deputy Mayor spoke about in moving the amendment and amending this motion, to my knowledge, they're all multinational, full-for-profit companies that do that. So, sure, there is an argument around value for money and, you know, dollars on a spreadsheet, but the kind of work that this would support in both delivering period products totally free of charge to vulnerable people, including people who access council pools, yes, to teenagers, to mums taking their kids to swimming lessons. We don't know, we don't go and ask individual people those questions. We provide that under the original motion for them to access that. No questions asked, to ensure that there is menstrual equity in our communities. And again, this motion now leaves us in this position where we don't know as councillors how to move forward, because according to the Deputy Mayor, if a vending machine is to be installed in a pool, an application for works now needs to happen. I think she suggested that with a library as well. Again, I say, if Share the Dignity approaches Councillor Landers, for instance, and requests one go into the Bracken Ridge Library, Does Share the Dignity make that application to the Brackenridge Ward LMCF? Does Councillor Landers make that application as a ward office application? Is Councillor Landers supposed to go to the head librarian at Brackenridge or to library services? These questions have not been answered, and yet this motion, which will be endorsed by the LNP majority here, suggests that's how it all happens. You know, are they going to now put in place a specific policy around the installation of these machines, whether they're Share the Dignity machines or not? Which, you know, Councillor Atwood said community centres. Well, sometimes they are lease sites run in a very different way to pools and libraries. You would expect those organisations could apply to the council's LMCF. That would be very simple. That would be a simple process, yes. We could, you know, agree to that, absolutely. But when it comes to rolling them out in libraries and pools, this complicates it unnecessarily. And this was a direct request from Share the Dignity. So I sort of say this out loud, and I'm sure Rochelle, and I'm going to say this directly to her as well, I'm actually sorry that I brought it. I didn't realise the LNP would do this. I didn't think the LNP were going to be so spiteful about having brought this. Like, it's not a surprise. I spoke about this last week. Yeah. It was a notified motion. We copped a lot of criticism over the last term for continuing to move suspension motion. So we've now taken the approach. We're going to give as much notice as possible. Happy for the LNP to engage with us around that process and agree to amendments. But I'll just say to Rochelle and Share the Dignity, I'm very sorry that you've had to be dragged through this by the LNP. And we're going to have to find a different way, a different approach, I guess, to roll these vending machines out across Brisbane. Perhaps we do talk to the Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust about that. Maybe they'll have a different approach than this LNP administration to partnering with Share the Dignity around this. And I'm glad the Lord Mayor is here and can contribute to this debate now, given the mess that the Deputy Mayor's created in this motion here. We have now had 6.5 hours of debate since ENC, where the Lord Mayor's been absent from this council meeting, so I'm glad he's back to contribute to these motions tonight and perhaps provide the leadership that has been lacking from the Deputy Mayor in his absence here tonight, and to hopefully make a better and more mature contribution.
Further speakers? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I rise to fix some of the factual errors as well. And through you, Madam Chair, I would remind the Leader of the Opposition that pools are actually leased sites. So he's quite right. The motion that he brought was messy. Can I apologise to Rochelle for being used as a political football? That's what I apologise to Rochelle for. And I'm looking forward to seeing Rochelle at the Homeless Connect on Thursday, and I would very much like to have a conversation with her, because we haven't had a conversation with Rochelle. She hasn't reached out to us, but she's obviously reached out to the Leader of the Opposition, and that's all great and fine. So perhaps the Leader of the Opposition could have had the courtesy to have contacted me. But did he? No. Okay, so here we are tonight with a notified motion that we all support. We all support the fact that Share the Dignity does a tremendous, tremendous job. So many of you will remember that we had young Charlie that came and spoke, that came and addressed the chamber. Now, what a fantastic young man that was. And as a result, I think that most of the councillors have a Share the Dignity collection point. I know I certainly had one as a result of Charlie's speaking to us, and I know that it's been filled over and over and over again, because the residents of Central Ward are always willing to be supportive of charities such as Share the Dignity. So this nonsense that we hear from the opposition, that those on this side don't care, is an absolute load of garbage. Now, let me just add something else. The Deputy Mayor stood up and moved an amendment with some solutions about using our Lord Mayor's Community Fund. We've already heard from Councillor Cassidy that it's not 25,000, that we can get something for 2,000. There might be something else that's out there. My understanding is that Share the Dignity have a number of options and that one of those options is around $2,000, and therefore that fits very nicely into our Lord Mayor's Community Fund. Now, AP 120 tells us what we can use that Lord Mayor's Community Fund for. Do we force people to use it? No. The councillor for Tennyson, you would think that we were forcing her to stop giving to other charities, to other organisations. That's not it at all. If this is something that is important for your area, here is a means that you can do it. So I would suggest that everyone have a look at AP 120 to see how the Lord Mayor's Community Fund could be used to do this. I absolutely would be very willing to chat to Rochelle about other ways that we can help. The divisional manager is very happy to hear from any councillor in this chamber that would like to clarify some of these issues. So the other factual error that I just want to point out is that the bloody big survey doesn't close till the end of May. So the bloody big survey that everyone seems to want to say, because it sounds pretty good, is still going, it's ongoing. And we really... I don't think I interrupted when other people were talking, but hey, it seems to be okay for those on the other side to do that. All I'm saying is that the bloody big survey is open until the end of May. If Rochelle then wants to tee up a meeting, I'm very happy to meet with her, very happy to look at what the outcome of that data will provide, and very happy to work with her into the future. But the motion that we have on the table at the moment gives us a way forward, and I commend it to the chamber.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. And just to address some of the comments made now that this motion has been completely butchered and amended to not reflect the intent of the motion originally, which is very disappointing. The amendment and the LNP's track record on issues like reproductive leave and access and equity around period products shows that you are not genuine about addressing the issue. It was only last week in this place that LNP councillors unanimously decided It was only last week in this place that LNP councillors unanimously decided to dismiss the idea of implementing reproductive leave. So when we're having a conversation about...
Point of order, Madam Chair. I don't believe that that's a true statement.
Is that a point of order, Chair?
No, please. And Councillor Collier, there is no one speaking in here. It's people outside the chamber.
No. Who? When
you looked at me because you thought people were speaking in the chamber.
No, other people were interjecting. Sorry, Chair.
No, they're not. Thank you.
They were? No, they weren't.
He's outside.
Irregardless, back to what I was saying, is that the LNP's track record on supporting the issues around women's reproductive health issues is atrocious. And whether it's that you won't do it or you push it off or you make it someone else's problem, like the opportunity really was here tonight to engage in a meaningful...
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Howard.
We're discussing a motion that what is being talked about here has nothing to do with Share the Dignity.
And that is a fundamental issue with the LNP, that they don't see how these two matters are intrinsically linked. Okay. So when we're talking about this amended motion tonight, Councillor Howard, let's be really clear. First of all, you got it wrong. There's a bloody big...
do not direct to the council,
Sorry,
please.
Through you, Chair. Councillor Howard might want to make herself aware of the 2021 bloody big survey, which is the one that... She thinks that's funny. And she thinks that's funny, and that is... It's funny that you're... Chair.
Councillors, we're not going to debate across the chamber. We have a lot of motions to get through. Can we please stick to the motion that we're discussing and listen to each other in your contributions.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. And when I was listening to what Councillor Howard was saying and contributing to this amended motion tonight, she made remarks around the fact that the bloody big survey is open. And yes, of course it is. However, there was one already done. And my question to all councillors in this chamber is, have you read it? I have a copy of it. If you would like it, come and see me. You can get it off Share the Dignity's website. And it goes to the heart of why this amendment is really disappointing, because firstly, it's very clear that no engagement has been done with the peak organisation that is making important work and important steps to address the issues of period poverty. And instead, there have been some very strange remarks about what councillors think about how things should or shouldn't be done. But at the end of the day, on this side of the chamber, we have taken the advice of the peak body who want to see this implemented, because they are on the front line addressing these issues every single day. They are the ones collecting the data and they're the ones producing these reports. And I strongly do urge all councillors to read it. It is deeply, deeply interesting. It will tell you all the statistics that you may know, but you may not know. And I spoke earlier in the debate about the rate of women's participation in sports and in particular in swimming. So I guess when the LNP make the argument that councillors should have the discretion to decide the locations, on this side of the chamber, we will take the information from the organisation at the coal face of this work, not making decisions about, oh, they shouldn't go in pools, when I very clearly stated from the 2021 Bloody Big Survey about why that was important and why that was imperative, why that location was identified by, again, the peak body who is doing the work. And we should be taking this advice on board. So, no, I don't trust the LNP to make good decisions about the locations of where they should go, because they have these little thought bubbles instead of actually listening to the people who are doing the work. And if council was genuine about addressing, menstrual equity, they would have, back in 2021, when they were in administration, participated in, engaged with, excuse me, and read the report and seen those figures and taken proactive steps. Yes, of course, it's good that there is a location in one place. We could do so much better than that by listening to organisations and hearing their feedback, what their suggestions are based on data, not on what Councillor Atwood thinks might be maybe the best location because she said so. That is the point of working with an organisation that actually understands the issue far better than any politician truly ever would. That's why we're listening to their advice. That's why the original motion was brought tonight. So if you are in the administration, I do again implore you, go out and engage. It's very disappointing to hear comments made through you, Chair, by Councillor Howard earlier in the debate saying, well, they never reached out to us. Surely you would think that if this was an issue like the LNP have claimed tonight, that it was really important, you would see the work that they are doing. You would see that they have installed an amazing Share the Dignity vending machine in a council pool. Yeah. And you would think, gee, wouldn't that be great if we increased that reach across the city? Maybe I should reach out to the organisation who is doing that important work and have a conversation. Through you, Chair, the reason why we bring motions like this is so that we can draw attention to the horrendous track record of this administration, who love to come in here and read from pre-prepared speeches by officers, but actually you had the opportunity, all administration councillors had the opportunity, including the Lord Mayor, the city's leader and the Chair responsible, to go out and then go, hey, this is actually maybe a really good idea that's been brought by an organisation on Friday when the motion was first put on the agenda, and go away and engage with them and say this is a way that we could move forward. But instead, we're all left confused. I'm sure administration councillors have more questions to ask. How is this going to work? How can I get one? how can I fund this if I've already got funds allocated? I know that when I first heard about what was happening at the council pool in Councillor Cassidy's ward, I made representations to see if I could fund a similar one out of my SEF program, my Suburban Enhancement Fund. So is that now no longer going to be possible because of the short-sighted decisions made by the Deputy Mayor and endorsed by every single LNP councillor here tonight? That would truly be a barrier to accessibility. That's what we're talking about tonight. This is a ill-informed and poorly thought out amendment, a new motion now. It's really disappointing. So we could, again, I'm making my last-ditch effort and I'm imploring council to put this on the table, go away, do the consultation with the organisations and, yeah, putting it out there. If you want to go and consult with apparently the other suppliers who do this same thing, of which I've never heard of them, I'm very happy to say I support Brisbane and I support Brisbane-based organisations, and that would be my first preference given their strong track record. And just one last remark I'll say is that you can't, LNP councillors cannot in one breath say, we support Share the Dignity, we think they're so great, and then on the other hand absolutely criticise the recommendations that they've asked us to bring to council today. That's insulting. And honestly, like, do administration councillors actually think before they speak? Do they actually read the speech before it's handed to them?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Collier is imputing motive. We have never criticised Share the Dignity, and starting to attack councillors on their speeches is not in this amendment. Ask her to come back to the, not amendment, sorry, this motion. Ask her to come back to the motion and stop the personal attacks.
Thank you. And in the spirit of each councillor and the debate that is going, please just stick to what your comments, what your debate, what your points are. Please, Councillor Collier.
It's deeply disappointing that on the administration side of the chamber, councillors have chosen to make disparaging comments about the recommendations made by the peak organisation working in this space. You cannot simply...
Point of order.
Point of
Claim
order.
to be misrepresented.
Councillor
I
Howard.
didn't mention anyone's name.
Councillor Collier, you've got about 10 minutes.
10 minutes? 10 seconds.
Sorry.
I'll leave my comments there. But yeah, deeply disappointed in the behaviour of the administration tonight and their poor track record on women's health issues.
Your time has expired. Councillor Howard, your
Thank you,
point of
Madam Chair.
representation.
Nobody on this side of the chamber made disparaging remarks.
Are there any further speakers? As there are no further speakers, we'll now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Councillors ayes to my right and noes to my left, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 6 abstentions.
The motion is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 6B on the agenda. Councillor Cassidy, would you please read move the motion?
Thank you, Chair. I move that this council rescinds authority given for excessive travel spend for staff and councillors to attend events surrounding the Paris Olympics in France.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Collier. This council rescinds authority given for excessive travel spend for staff and councillors to attend events surrounding the Paris Olympics in France. Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Chair. Some concerning data came to our attention last week regarding just how much this council is spending and has previously spent on sending councillors and staff around the world for Olympic research. In the last 2 years, more than $220,000 has been spent on Olympic travel, and it's disappointing but not surprising that another $123,000 is being spent this July and August by sending 2 LNP councillors, Councillor Adams and Councillor Howard, and 3 senior council staff to Paris. The Lord Mayor himself has repeatedly said that the Brisbane Olympics are largely being handled by the state government. He's reminded us of that when he called for a brand new $3.4 billion stadium in the heritage-listed Victoria Park just a few weeks ago. We also know this is the case because those of us that were here when Council entered that host city agreement, it was clear that Council's responsibility was to make sure that the grass was mowed, the bins were collected, people could walk and ride around Brisbane and catch a bus to venues. It's clear that Council is failing on a few of these already, and it certainly doesn't take an expensive trip to Paris to figure out why. And just this morning, Chair, the Deputy Mayor's Committee heard from the head of the host city office in Council that of the 10 program areas that have lead roles in the delivery of the games, and these are the 10 program areas that sit underneath the IOC, and delivery partners include the AOC, the state government departments, and in the future the Independent Delivery Authority, of which there is a bill before the State Parliament to establish at the moment. Of the 10 program areas, Council has responsibility for just 1 out of the 10, alongside 2 other councils, so joint leads on that one program area between Brisbane, Sunshine Coast and Gold Coast. It's called City Readiness, that one. This is for managing volunteers that are not associated with the games themselves, so volunteers that are not engaged as part of the delivery of the Olympic Games. It's for volunteers that are ancillary to the Olympic Games but do activities alongside and outside of the Olympics themselves, and for disaster management, God help us, if this LNP administration's in charge of that. So that means there's 9 other program areas of great importance to the delivery of an Olympic Games that are led by OCOG and the state government predominantly, and state government departments. But we know that the state government is sending just 2 more people than Council are sending. So state government and OCOG, of which the Lord Mayor is a member of OCOG, so you could assume he might go. Yeah. So state government and OCOG are responsible for the program areas of venues and villages program. So that's all state government and OCOG responsibility. The transport program is operated by DTMR, and we're advised that Brisbane Transport have a staff member that attends that. For the utilities program area, that's run by the Department of Energy and Climate, plus another steering committee. City Readiness, as I said, is the one that councils have a lead on. So running the live sites, putting TVs up. Yep. They didn't do such a good job at the Women's World Cup though, did they, for that one? So got a bit of work to do there. Security and Safety, that one's run by the QPS chair. Legacy, Department of State Development and OCOG, that's one that we presume will be taken over by the Independent Delivery Authority. Access and Inclusions, led by the Department of Child Safety and Seniors. Sustainability, the Department of State Development and OCOG. And First Nations, the Department of Treaty, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Partnerships. And Procurement and Supply, the Department of Energy and Climate. So you'd imagine that the state government, who is the delivery authority clearly there, alongside OCOG, which has representatives from the state government, the federal government, sports, the AOC and the Lord Mayor and the Mayor of Ipswich now, as another member on there, have the responsibility for the delivery of the Olympic Games, not council. Not council's host city office, not the Deputy Mayor, and not Councillor Howard. We all want to see a legacy from these games for this city. We want to show off our incredible city to the rest of the world, but does council need to spend, at the moment, when we're having all these debates around the cuts that the LNP are inflicting on community services, because the LNP, week after week after week, keep saying they need to tighten their belts. Councillor Cunningham got up earlier today and said she made no apology for reducing council's workforce by 180 staff because belts, in her opinion, needed to be tightened. So this council has 180 fewer staff today on May 14 than it did on October 17 last year, because according to the LNP, Brisbane's belt needed to be tightened. And yet we've got the LNP spending $123,000 sending LNP politicians and council staff from an office in council, a made-up office in council that has no authority to deliver the Olympic Games on an official Olympic trip. Just doesn't make sense. So the Deputy Mayor is the head of this committee, which was set up by the Lord Mayor as a sort of consolation prize. We all remember, those of us who were here, that Karen Williams had to be appointed to OCOG, couldn't be the Deputy Mayor. That didn't work out so well, so I think the Noosa Mayor replaced Karen Williams on OCOG as the SEQ Mayor's pick, and now it's Teresa Harding. So the Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee, in terms of its delivery of the Olympics, is largely made up. It has no authority when it comes to the host city agreement in delivering the Olympic Games. So we understand then why some consolations on top of having a committee were in order, which includes overseas travel, of course. And we've seen the Deputy Mayor engage in overseas travel over the last couple of years, and this is some more junkets coming up. In council, the Olympic responsibility rests with the Lord Mayor and CEO, and also you could easily argue with the infrastructure, transport, and city standards chairs, probably as well, in terms of the stuff we talked about in terms of engaging around transport and open spaces, footpaths, bin collections, live sites, maybe even the chair of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee. All of the chairs have some responsibility except for the ones that are being sent to Paris for the Olympic Games. So that's a bit strange. I'm sure, can't LNP councillors scratch their head when they saw this one, especially other civic cabinet chairs when they approved it, going, hang on a minute, they have those LNP chairs, they're doing all the work to prepare Brisbane for the Olympics, when the two chairs that have no responsibility under the arrangements of the host city arrangements are being sent over there. But I understand one of those would have to be absolutely ruled out of overseas travel, Councillor Wines, because the last Olympic travel that he did in his capacity as infrastructure chair was during the height of the February 2022 flood disaster, and when his community was going underwater, was on a plane to Dubai secretly because he was posting lots of photos of him supposedly standing on a bridge that was about to go under, but turns out he was in seat 1A. Flying over to Dubai. So they don't have a very good track record when it comes to the good use of ratepayers' money for Olympic travels. We have absolutely no faith in that. So why isn't our city being represented by a Lord Mayor? I'm glad the Lord Mayor's here. Again, I said it's now been 7 hours since we've heard him speak in this council chamber, so I'm sure he'll get up and explain why our Lord Mayor is not representing us at the Olympics. The state government, as I said, which has the ultimate responsibility, is sending only just 2 more people than council sending, and no politicians. No politicians are going, but that's not the case here in council. This is clearly seen by the LNP as a junket chair. It's extravagant arrogant and ridiculous, and it's offensive to Brisbane residents and ratepayers and renters who are dealing with less footpath maintenance, less drainage, less curbing and channelling, with a 20% cut to that budget. And we assume this is also how, and this belt tightening we're hearing about from Councillor Cunningham in sacking staff and cutting back on services, how this travel is being paid for in this new environment of austerity under the LNP. The 2032 Olympic Games are important, but so are basic services.
Councillor Cassidy, your time
and that's a
has
better use of our money.
expired. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I rise to speak on this motion, and I look forward to whatever stunt the LNP have got coming up on this one, whether that's an amendment or sending out a novice LNP councillor to read a pre-prepared speech, or perhaps just voting against it. I don't know. However, I am appalled that the LNP administration is spending $123,000, I thought it was a bit more than that, but $123,000 to send Councillor Adams, Councillor Howard and 3 senior council officers to Paris. Now, the Olympics are some 9 years away? 7? Thank you. 8 years away for Brisbane. It's highly unlikely that Councillor Howard will be here. It's highly unlikely that Councillor Adams will be here. And at the attrition rate going in the Brisbane City Council office, it's highly unlikely that those staff will all be here as well. It is appalling that the LNP administration is spending money that should otherwise go into services, services that should be being made available to the people of Brisbane who pay rates so that they get good services in their local community. That funding should be going into those services. Worse still, Councillor Cassidy said there's some other $220,000 that's been spent on other junkets, presumably officers, not councillors. Have they already? Oh, God, this is outrageous. That's $340,000, and it would pay for a Share the Dignity machine in every library around Brisbane.
Yes,
It's just, what is going on with the LNP administration that they think sending Athens. I forgot she did go to Athens. Yes, thank you. She did go to Athens. What is it with the LNP that they think spending this kind of money on junkets for LNP councillors who are on their way out the door is a good idea? Meanwhile, this council won't fix a flood-damaged park in my ward. It's not mowing roadside verges in my ward, and we're paying for that to be mowed. It won't fix Venner Road. Twice now money's been put in the budget to fix Gordon Thompson Oval, and twice it's not been delivered. The footpath in Guard Street at Graceville won't be delivered. And these are just some of the cuts that the LNP have made in my ward this year so that that money can be redirected into sending 5 council people off to a junket in Paris. It is an appalling use of ratepayers' funds, appalling use of ratepayers' funds. And the good news is I'm telling everybody about it. Those flyers have actually started to go out because nobody in my ward who's been complaining to me about the fact the grass is not being mowed, the trees aren't being trimmed, the footpaths aren't being fixed, and now their oval remediation's not going to happen, from what I've heard. Venner Road's not going to be fixed. Now they're being told that the projects the Lord Mayor keeps announcing in the budget, both of them, not the first time they've been announced this year, they were all announced last year, they weren't delivered last year, they're not going to be delivered this year, so their projects are being cut, but yet their funds are being redirected into junkets for LNP councillors and senior council officers. This is an appalling waste of taxpayers' funds. I don't support it. I support this motion. And I just say, I mean, the LNP should have learned from the whole Salary Ann thing. It's what brought down Okay, there are a few other issues, but it was one of the major reasons that Jim Sawley was able to damage Sally Ann Atkinson, because she became out of touch. This LNP administration were last time, and it's only their fraudulent postal vote campaign and incompetence up at George Street that basically got the Lord Mayor back over the line in many seats. It's not a re-endorsement of what you're doing, and nobody in this city thinks spending money on junkets for councillors to go overseas is a good use of money. There's plenty of other things this should be invested in, like delivering on your election promises, not sending councillors and senior staff overseas. This is an incredible disservice to the people of Brisbane. I do not support Olympics junkets, and I support this motion.
Further speakers? Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. I just rise to speak on this motion about excessive travel spend by the LNP Council. It really does speak to what the priorities are of this LNP Council when making decisions to spend insane amounts of money on politicians' luxury travel. Isn't right. Every single ward, every single suburb in Brisbane at the moment is feeling the LNP Council's cuts when it comes to basic services. And we know that right across the board, officers are under so much pressure to either delay or cut projects. And so when we're constantly having discussions in this chamber about sensible savings, about not replacing staff who go on leave, about broken footpaths that sit there for months and months and months and years and never get fixed, about playgrounds that never get repaired, all of these discussions, and Council's constant response is, we are under significant financial pressure, we have to be sensible. I do not think that spending this kind of money on politicians' luxury travel is sensible. And you would think that, I would think that LNP councillors like Councillor Cunningham would say that to her colleagues and say, hey guys, I'm under a lot of pressure in the chamber, the media's onto it, like, you know, we've really got to make sure we're on these savings, and to then go, okay, no, it's okay, we're going to spend over $100,000 of the people of Brisbane's money on travel for politicians that have no role to play in the delivery of the games is completely outrageous. Let's be clear, if the Deputy Mayor had any important role to play in the delivery, it maybe might stack up, right? But remember last year in her summing up speech, she didn't mention the Olympics once. She didn't mention the Olympics once. And now she wants us, sorry, through you, Chair, the Deputy Mayor wants us to cough up and pay for a trip for herself and for Councillor Howard. The question the Lord Mayor has to answer is, why isn't he going? Like, genuine question. Why won't you come clean to the people of Brisbane and say, well, yeah, we don't know, so maybe he could confirm tonight. But other mayors are going, and we want to see some leadership. The people of Brisbane deserve that. And, you know, Councillor Cassidy made remarks earlier. I genuinely do think if we were going to send any politician, it would make sense for the mayor, but if it had to be a councillor because, you know, the mayor's got other more pressing and important engagements, it actually would be probably Councillors Murphy, Wines and Hutton, because we had the presentation today that outlined the most important areas that council have to deliver on, and they fall under those three councillors' responsibility. Yeah. So I am so sorry that you got duped out of your trip. Really, really disappointed for you.
Don't worry, we'll probably do another one.
Yeah, and look, there could be more trips on the cards, who knows. This is, of course, just really the beginning of the travel. We've got 8 years to go, so who knows how much this is going to end up costing the people of Brisbane on excessive travel. From a delivery perspective, the Lord Mayor has, of course, often spoken about his desire for the legacy of the Olympics to be about transport and improving Brisbane's transport and public transport options. So that would be, you would think, the priority of the Lord Mayor to go, if he was going to go...
The Paris Metro.
Or, yeah, maybe Lord Mayor, through you, Chair, while politicians are there, you could check out the Paris Metro. That might be...
Used to compare Brisbane
to that. Brisbane used to be compared to that, but now I think it's a little bit, you know, watered-down version of that. So maybe it might be good to just refresh your memory on what a real metro actually looks like. So that maybe we could do the agenda, the TRIP agenda, value for money for ratepayers. Instead of using this money of the people of Brisbane, I can think of 10 things off the top of my head that I would like to see the money for. Actually, I'll make it 11, but firstly, fixing the playground at CP Bottomley Park that has been closed for over a year, nearly a year, sorry. Completely closed, inaccessible, not able, no forward plan to address it. Terrible. That could be a good one. That'd probably cost the same amount. Resurfacing Ritchie Road, we heard Councillor Kim talk about that last week. Buying more bushland for koalas to live on. We all love koalas in here. A new playground at Doondella off Redhead Street. Councillor Strunks thinks that might be really nice. Fixing up the Ironbumpin Lagoon would be a good start, a good funding contribution.
Please come back to the actual motion that Councillor Cassidy has moved.
Yeah, so if we rescind the funding...
It's about that,
yep,
not
if we
what it's
rescind
going
the funding,
to.
we could invest that money in other projects that council could fund instead, like completing missing bikeway links on Nudgee Road, making Ekman Road safer, fixing the Kedron Brook Bikeway, sorting out the Marshall and Toohey Road intersection, more support, of course, for organisations supporting those who are homeless or insecure housing, living in or experiencing insecure housing through council's grant funding, or funding Share the Dignity vending machines in council facilities. This excessive travel does not pass the pub test, and that is why we have brought this motion tonight, and I hope that all councillors will support it.
Further speakers? Councillor Cunningham.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on this motion. It's a rather puzzling motion, given Councillor Cassidy's own comments and the record of Queensland Labor at multiple levels of government when it comes to travel, but regardless, here we are, 9:45, so we'll discuss it. Council has a clear travel policy for staff and councillors. So for those who are playing along at home, it was most recently adopted and approved by Council in 2022, and at that time, interestingly, it was supported by Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Cassidy said, and I quote, Madam Chair, "We do accept the changes in the travel policy and modernising that and including Olympic travel as part of that. It's a legitimate form of travel now that we're a host city." He went on to say,
Councillors,
Madam
one
Chair,
moment, Councillor Cunningham, please. One moment. Councillors. Everybody else was heard in silence. Please give Councillor Cunningham the same respect. Councillor Cunningham.
He went on to say, Madam Chair, and I quote, "We believe there's legitimate travel to be undertaken as a host city for the Olympic and Paralympic Games in 2032 and establish working relationships with past and future Olympic host cities as they come online as well in the lead up to 2032. It sounds a lot like from Labor tonight, anyone else could go but the Deputy Mayor. So I would ask for them to refrain from the personal attacks. With backflips like this, you'd have to think it's actually Councillor Cassidy who we should be sending as part of a member of the gymnastic team, perhaps. Because as Australia's largest local government and the second largest in the Southern Hemisphere, and as a future Olympic and Paralympic city, of course representatives and staff from Brisbane City Council need to engage with counterparts across Australia, across the region and around the world. But importantly, the Lord Mayor has made a sensible decision to seek a reduction in travel expenses as part of our savings drive. and we say that despite the growing international presence of Brisbane, we still spend far less on travel than during the days of the Sawley Labor administration. So bear with me here. I went back and I had a look. In today's dollars, travel spending peaked at $1.7 million a year in 2002-2003. In our current financial year, Madam Chair, Council's travel budget is less than a quarter of that. So it's galling to get some kind of lecture in here tonight from members of the Labor Party. The same Labor Party which recently just sent tandem private jets down the coast of Queensland for a media event. I mean, spare me, people. Our travel spend is modest and it is responsible, and it is focused on delivering outcomes for Brisbane. It's not about travel, this motion, you see, Madam Chair. It's about them trying to get a cheap headline. So we won't be supporting the motion, and that's in line with Councillor Cassidy's previous comments. Thanks.
Any further speakers? Councillor Cassidy, right of reply.
Thanks very much, Chair. What I find particularly galling is the Finance Chair, who has been lecturing us since the 17th of October about the cuts to staff, the cuts to projects, the cuts to council services, all in the name of belt tightening and what's the sensible, so-called sensible savings, lecturing us once again, saying that this travel's okay because 22 years ago somebody else did it. That's it. That's all they got. That's it. That's the whole argument. That's the whole argument the LNP have tonight in support of this Olympic travel. That's just quite weak. If that's the reason, you go out. If you go out and did a vox pop in the mall yourself, Councillor Cunningham, through you, Chair, and asked 20 people if they thought it was acceptable to be sending politicians, Councillor Adams and Councillor Howard, on this Olympic junket, while 20% of the funding for basic council services like curb and channel repair and footpath repair and drainage repairs, when 180 staff have been ripped out of council's workforce who thought it was okay to do those things but then spent $123,000 on travel, I reckon most people would say, no, that's not okay. You should put that money back into council services because we're a service delivery level of government. I don't find Councillor Cunningham's argument to be very strong when it comes to this being a good use of money. Again, when we heard just today that the reduction in council's workforce by 180 staff who do very basic work, from what we can assume. These are staff that, might work in council's libraries. These are staff that might work in compliance and regulatory services. These are staff that do footpath repairs and fill potholes. So as they're exiting important work, as they're exiting council through voluntary or forced redundancies, at the moment, they're not being replaced because, according to Councillor Cunningham, she has to go through a process of belt tightening and of cutting expenditure and of finding savings everywhere she can, except when it comes to this Olympic travel. We've now, in the last couple of years, racked up $350,000 worth of Olympic travel, so-called Olympic travel, and yet the Deputy Mayor couldn't even talk at the end of the term about Council's preparation for the Olympics. So the comments I made in 2022 weren't made in the context of Councillor Cunningham's lectures. We've had to sit through, for the last 6 months, lectures. by the LNP about having to find savings. Well, we've suggested lots of ways to find savings on this side of the chamber, and this is another one of them tonight, so we can continue to fund service delivery, so we can continue to employ the hard-working council staff that do such an amazing work on behalf of council out in the community. That should be the top priority for council, to find sensible savings like cutting Olympic travel so we can continue to fund services. But tonight the LNP have confirmed they want to do the opposite. They would rather sacrifice footpath repairs, they would rather sacrifice drainage repairs to send LNP politicians over to Paris to look at the Olympic Games. Well, it's good if you can get it, isn't it?
We will now put the motion. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Councillors, ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 17 against.
The motion is lost. Councillors, please return to your seats.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Eamon.
Chair, I move that council now adjourn for supper for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Adaman and seconded by Councillor Givney that the meeting adjourn for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. The meeting will adjourn when all councillors have left the chamber. I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 6C on the agenda. Councillor Collier, would you please move the motion?
Thanks very much, Chair. I move that this council commits to continue its support of Ida Hobbit and congratulates council staff for working with the people of Brisbane to eradicate transphobia and homophobia.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Cassidy that this council commits to continued support of Ida Hobbit and congratulates council staff for working with the people of Brisbane to eradicate transphobia and homophobia. Councillor Collier.
Well, thanks very much, Chair, and I hope that this will be a straightforward motion because the purpose, of course, of this motion is that we want to mark on the record our appreciation for the work of council officers in making Brisbane City Council as both an employer and a city space that is free of trans and homophobia. And we want to affirm our continuing commitment to that cause in support of Brisbane's members of the LGBTQIA+ community. This year we mark Ida Hobbit International Day Against LGBTQIA+ Discrimination and May 17 marks the date in 1990, which is the year that I was born, that homosexuality was removed from the World Health Organization classification of diseases. Over 2 decades later, LGBTQIA+ communities still face discrimination. The stakes have never been higher to champion inclusion, and as councillors we should thank and acknowledge the officers who have been integral to our efforts from Brisbane City Council. We are, of course, a modern and progressive city, and the people who make up our council staff reflect these values. So when we recognise the council officers and their work, whether it's the work of library staff supporting Brisbane Pride Festival, the staff who facilitate important community partnerships, the officers who have helped provide grant support to organisations like Open Doors Youth Service, Rainbow Family and others, those officers who have worked on helping raise the rainbow flag or advocate for the rainbow crossing at the Wickham in the Valley. We want to recognise and thank you. And I also, importantly, really want to recognise the work of the LGBTQ Domestic Violence Awareness Foundation, whose Light Up the Night Gala will, of course, take place here in City Hall on Friday night. Of course, any level of discrimination faced by the LGBTQIA+ community is completely unacceptable, and our collective work continues, and I hope that Council will commit to that. But today, let's just all recognise and appreciate the work of Council officers who have made important strides in this space.
Is there Councillor Wolfe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move an amendment. I move that the motion be amended to correctly reflect Ida Hobbit. The motion currently reads Ida Hobbit, which misses out on the all-crucial against in the International Day Against Homophobia, Biphobia and Transphobia. I thereby move that the motion be amended to insert a capital A in between D and H so that it will now read IDAHOBIT. Thank you.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Wolfe and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the motion be amended so that an A is put after D. Thank you. And the motion will now read that Council commits to continue its support of Ida Hobbit, IDAHOBIT, and congratulates Council staff for working with the people of Brisbane to eradicate transphobia and homophobia. Councillor Wolfe.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Every year Brisbane joins more than 130 nations around the world in commemorating Ida Hobbit, the International Day Against Homophobia, Biphobia, Intersexism and Transphobia. This amendment seeks to correct the motion so that accurately reflects Ida Hobbit and congratulates our council officers for the incredible work that they've done to capitulate Brisbane into being Australia's most inclusive council. As such, I move that this amendment be put so that we can deal with the right motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All those in favour of the amendment say aye. Sorry, just to be clear that we're putting that the amendment be put. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. So we'll now put the amendment forward. So all those in favour of the amendment say aye. Aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. The speakers. Sorry, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, look, I wasn't going to speak on this because I did think, again, it was a very straightforward motion. Obviously, there's a technical issue in there that the LNP has felt that they must correct. What that says to me is that even when it comes to simple motions like this, the LNP simply can't let anybody else bring an idea to this chamber. They have
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, I think you're on to what I'm on to. And Councillor Johnston, it's not about all of that, about why it had to be corrected so that we have a correct motion, which is very important. Can you please speak to the substantive motion now? Thank you.
And I most certainly am. And my point is that the LNP haven't been able to bring themselves to allow this motion to go through. They felt the need to change it when it was a technical issue that probably could have been corrected as a typo. That's what they do when they bring problems through in their own
Councillor
motion.
Johnston, you're spending time talking about something that is not relevant to the substantive motion. The motion is substantive and everyone can talk to it now, and it's really important that we do. So can we please spend that time doing that? Thank you.
And the substantive motion has had an A added to it, and I am talking about the substantive motion, which now includes an A. So I'm just, making the point that the motion now has been amended by the LNP to change one letter. One letter. They can't just let...
Councillor Johnston, you're still not talking to the motion. It was done, excuse me, it was done in good faith very quickly, and it was moved so that it could quickly be put so that everyone could debate the substantive motion, because everybody wants it to be correct. If it's only just been people have realised that, they've corrected it, and now we want to talk to the motion. Can you please do so?
And I am definitely talking about the motion. IDAHOBIT. And I'll do 10 minutes on every motion tonight if that's what everybody wants. I will do it. It will not be a problem. I can talk on my feet and I can make stuff up. But my point here...
Point of order, Chair.
Yeah.
Councillor Cassidy.
Awful lot of interjecting from LNP councillors, which has gone unremarked by you, strangely.
Including Councillor Murphy shouting across the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Thank you, Councillor Johnston. You are entitled to talk 10 minutes on every motion tonight, and if you wish to do so, you can. But please, when you are, stick to the substantive motion.
So, point of order. The Leader of the Opposition has raised a procedural issue with interjecting, which you've just failed to rule upon. LNP councillors, including Councillor Murphy at the top of his voice, shouted across the chamber, and you've taken no action against them. Why are you applying the rules in one way to me and in another way to LNP councillors?
Councillor Johnston, I can hear nobody talking in the room. Both sides of this chamber have been vocal from one time to another during the night and every week during council chamber, and it's often called out to bring the chamber back to being quiet so that you can speak, and the chamber is quiet and we're waiting to hear from you.
Again, Madam Chairman, you ignored multiple LNP councillors shouting across the chamber, including clearly Councillor Murphy. A point of order was raised by Councillor Cassidy and you just did not rule upon it. You have called myself multiple times, if I've even made a peep, Councillor Collier and others, but where Councillor Wines has interjected or Councillor Murphy, you've taken no action.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston.
Why are you not ruling on
Councillor Johnston. I'll
Cassidy's
tell
point
you
of
why.
order?
Because several times during this evening, during the day, other councillors, including the Deputy Mayor, have said point of order, and I know that they want everything, what they have asked for others to stop interjecting. I haven't made a ruling each time. I've just brought the chamber back to order. And we are waiting to hear from you.
Madam Chairman, I urge you to seek some advice on this. The meeting's local law require you to
Thank you,
make a
Councillor
ruling.
Johnston. I do not need to seek advice. I will just remind all councillors, could you please not speak while other councillors are speaking, which I have consistently done all night to all sides of the chamber.
That's absolutely not what you have done.
And Councillor Johnston...
Not what you've done, clearly. The record will show that's not what you've done. But that's fine. I'll continue because this is all on the public record and your actions are all on the public record. So that's fine. I'll continue.
As it be.
Yeah. So, how long have I got to go now? Sorry, given all of that.
7 minutes.
Oh, excellent.
No, 8 minutes now.
8?
No, sorry.
It's going up. Excellent.
Let me have a look.
Excellent.
6 minutes, but we can, keep talking rather than the substantive motion, but it's important for you.
7, 8
Please
or
continue.
6, just to be clear. 7, 8 or 6?
You have spoken for 4 minutes and 14 seconds.
Thank you very much. So just
You're
under
welcome.
6. What is essentially the issue here, in my view, is that the LNP have amended the original motion to now have a motion that includes the letter A. Now, against homophobia does seem to be an important part of the motion, and it is good that it has been corrected. However, when there are typos in LNP motions that come before this place, they are just corrected. There's no motion to correct them, and if this is the new standard now, as Councillor Wolf has so helpfully brought to our attention, I look forward to that being done every time now there is a typo in one of the LNP's motions that have been brought forward today. Because that will be something... Yes, I know. Every time now, I think that that's what we should be doing, because a precedent has been set today. Usually where there's a typo, it is just corrected. But that's changed. But I think it is a reflection of the LNP's intention to not let something through that is not put by them. This is the issue before us today. So they could not just allow a motion to go forward, which committed to recognising council officers for their work on behalf of the people of Brisbane to eradicate transphobia and homophobia. The motion was very clear. Everyone understood its purpose, but the LNP felt they had to play games and add an A at 10:27 in the evening. I just think that seems to be petty, I think would be the word I would use. And I think...
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
I think Councillor Johnson missed the amendment debate. We are now talking about the substantive motion. LNP is not in it. Does she support the motion or not?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And we've had this conversation, Councillor Johnston, that it was quickly done so that we could get on with the substantive debate. And I think everyone is keen to do that and talk to it as well. Can you please talk to the substantive motion?
So, point of order, Madam Chair. Was that a valid point of order by the Deputy Mayor who said, I've got to say whether I support the motion or not?
I didn't say it was, and I said, let's continue.
OK, well, I'm now raising a point of order, checking with you about whether that was a valid point of order by the Deputy Mayor, and I'm seeking a ruling.
Councillor Johnston, often people make points of order and we move on. I am asking everybody to please stick to the substantive debate. We have moved on, and I'm just bringing you back to the debate. Thank you.
Well, Madam Chairman, I've raised a procedural point of order, and I'm entitled to a ruling on my point of order, as you are the Chair of Council.
Then I'll make a ruling.
I'll make a ruling,
Councillor.
But it is the meeting's local law that you make a ruling.
I will, Councillor, for your benefit then. The point of order that the Deputy Mayor is correct. You are not sticking to the relevance of the debate. Can I please call you back to the relevance of the debate?
Point of order, Madam Chair. The Deputy Mayor did not raise a relevance point of order. She said very specifically that I had to say whether I supported the motion or I didn't support the motion.
Councillor Johnston, I am not going to debate this further with you.
No, but you and the Deputy Mayor seem pretty intent on doing that. So,
Councillor
is it okay for the Deputy Mayor to stand up and say, I've got to say whether I support something or not? Is that a valid point of order? Because that is what the Deputy Mayor did.
Councillor Johnston, I have just told you I'm not debating this any further, and I consider that you're now displaying unsuitable meeting conduct in accordance with section 21(4) of the Meetings Local Law 2001, and I hereby request you to seek making points of order and disrupting the meeting.
unlike the Deputy Mayor who can, or Councillor Wines or Councillor Murphy, but that's fine. I'll go back to the debate because that's the most instructive episode from you in the past 4 weeks I've seen. I look forward to Council continuing its programs to support the queer community, and I look forward to new initiatives coming forward to support them. I know that council officers are very passionate about doing this where they can, and I think it was an important motion to bring forward, and I am disappointed that the petty party political games of the LNP have ruined what could be something that was very straightforward, would demonstrate unanimous support from all councillors in this place. But again, it's game playing by the LNP that has disrupted that motion. I also look forward very much to typos being corrected in this way going forward under this administration, because clearly they feel it's very, very important. And if they're doing it at 10:31 at night, they can definitely do it at other times of the day as well. And if the Deputy Mayor really, really wants to know, there'll be a vote in a minute and she can find out.
Further speakers? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on this motion, substantive motion now, because it is an important motion, recognising that this date, Ida Hobbit date, is really about raising awareness for LGBT plus peoples and the right violations that have happened historically to that community. My community, actually. And it's a really significant day, as Councillor Collier talked about, because it was the day not too long ago in 1990 where homophobia, the declassification occurred on the 17th of May as a mental illness, mental disorder. Homosexuality was just classified, and that's really important because it is within most of our lifetime here in this chamber where homosexuality was classified as a mental disorder, and we now live in a time where we know that this is completely untrue. And yet, you know, we do recognise, and it's important to put on the record that 20 years later that the work does have to continue. And not only internationally, but also here in Brisbane, where transphobia, biphobia and homophobia continues. We saw a recent demonstration of this just in November last year in the lead up to Bay Pride. We saw that happen very clearly, and what was incredible about that in the end was that that community stood up to it, and 5,000 people joined for the Pride Stride. And that was an incredible show of solidarity to the LGBTIQ plus community. And so this is why the support of allies, members of the community and organisation, not just on Ida Hobbit Day, and also Wear It Purple Day is so important, because the work that this council does is important in this space, not just through visibility and symbolism, through the bridge lighting, the raising of the flag, City Hall and Ida Hobbit Day, noting that symbolism is really important for queer communities due to the oppression that they've received socially and historically. But because of that historic oppression, it is our work that we do that where we can be leaders in diversity. And the council's work in the library collection, commitment to equal opportunities in the workplace, support of Brisbane Pride, community events, organisations and beyond is really important. I also must state that it's really important that we constantly look at other ways to support LGBTIQ plus communities and peoples. And a really great way to do that is not only just this motion, but of course wholeheartedly in this chamber to be active, not just on Ida Hobbit Day, but every day in fighting homophobia, biphobia, transphobia, etc. It's really, really important that we stay vigilant, not only in our communities, but also very publicly vigilant to fight this. And, you know, we'll be supporting this motion because the Greens wholeheartedly do thank council staff for all their work. It's really important. The diverse workplace and the work that they do on the ground is really fantastic, and we can keep going further. This was a very good motion that I thought was simple, put forward by the ALP, and we will be supporting it. And thank you.
Further speakers. Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Every day we work to celebrate and support Brisbane's thriving LGBTIQ+ community. And of course, this week we pay special attention to this. Madam Chair, there's a lot of words about respect that are bandied around this room. How much more respectful is it that we spell the word against, that we include the A against homophobia? That's what the amendment was put forward, so that we could all talk to this very important motion. So Ida Hobbit is such an important day, not only to stop and recognise the past and the present challenges faced by the LGBTIQ+ people, but also in recognising the wonderful progress that has been made and continues to be making this lovely city of Brisbane a more inclusive place. We were the first ever local government to be officially recognised as an LGBTI inclusive workplace. And Council continues to be recognised as an outstanding employer through the Australian Workplace Equity Index, earning gold status for its ongoing work as an inclusive workplace for LGBTIQA+ employees. I am always pleased to join River City Pride at events, and I want to say a huge thank you to Sarah and her team, who are continuing the work of David Mann and Luke Nixon. The work you do is making a real difference to the lives of so many people, and we cannot thank you enough for your dedication and commitment to making the Brisbane of tomorrow even better than the Brisbane of today. And as we are all in furious agreement, I move the motion be put.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Howard and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the motion now be put. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Division.
A division has been called by Councillor Howard and seconded. No? Okay. We will now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Division, Madam Chair.
Carried. A division has been called by Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Howard. Councillors, ayes to my right and noes to my left, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 24 in favour.
Thank you. The motion is carried. Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 6D on the agenda. Councillor Johnston, would you please move the motion?
I move that Brisbane City Council urgently installs a zebra crossing or wombat crossing on the uncontrolled slip lane at the intersection of Ipswich Road and Eckerman Road, Annerley, allocating funding from the Infrastructure for Brisbane Program 2, as it has in similar locations in Norman Park.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Collier that Brisbane City Council urgently installs a zebra crossing or wombat crossing on the uncontrolled slip lane at intersection of Ipswich Road and Eckerman Road, Annerley, allocating funding from Infrastructure for Brisbane Program 2, as it has at similar locations in Norman Park. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. And I must thank all the LNP councillors for the genius move of putting me on the Infrastructure Committee, because after just 3 short weeks of being on that committee, it has been enlightening, absolutely enlightening. A couple of weeks ago, we had a presentation about, it was a black spot funded program, and one of the projects that was given as the example was Bennett's Road, Crown Street, Macrossan Avenue, Norman Park. And as part of that presentation, we were shown photos of wombat crossings being placed on slip lanes. And it was amazing to me, because myself and Councillor Griffith, who also supports this motion, we've been told you can't have zebra crossings on slip lanes. And I've been told that several times about slip lanes in my ward. So when I saw this, I thought, gee whiz, that's a surprise. And then I did speak briefly to Councillor Collier, and she said it was a good solution for her area. And she also told me that at least one of these roads, and perhaps both, are 60 kilometres an hour. Both, yeah, thank you. So, you know, I don't think Councillor Wines necessarily understands when he gives us information that, you know, it does highlight the hypocrisy of the LNP in other parts of Brisbane. So this motion today is very important because the uncontrolled slip lane at the corner of Ipswich Road and Eckerman Road, Annerley, was identified by hundreds of residents in the Move Safe consultation that Council did back in 2017-2018. Now, for those councillors who weren't here back then, and there's quite a few of them, Council did at the time quite an innovative survey asking residents to drop pins on a geotagged map talking about where they wanted pedestrian improvements around Brisbane. Now, I'm very proud to say my community responded overwhelmingly, and Annerley was one of, I think, the top 3 areas where people wanted pedestrian improvements. And that's something that myself and Councillor Griffith have advocated for, and then more recently Councillor Sri Ranganathan and Councillor Massey, because we all share common borders around Annerley. This one is on the border of Tennyson Ward and Maruka Ward, and people cannot safely cross Eckerman Road to get to the shops at Annerley, to get to the bus stops, because there is an uncontrolled slip lane. Now, Move Safe was a really good piece of consultation, and it gave us a very clear picture of where people travelled, how they travelled, and where they felt safe. And this was one of the locations clearly where they did not. Now, to date, Councillor Griffiths and my attempts to get action on this slip lane have met with a number of no responses for the following reasons. You can't put it on a road that's 60 kilometres an hour. Yeah. There's not clear sight lines, and I'm very interested in what they come up with this evening as to why it can't be done, because I'm presuming there will be a reason. However, we now know those things are fundamentally untrue. We now know that Brisbane City Council engineers have signed off on a solution where not 1, but 2 wombat crossings have gone in at this intersection of Bennett's Road, Crown Street and Macrossan Avenue, Norman Park. We also know that these are 60 kilometre an hour roads. Now, the good news is Ipswich Road Annerley is now 50 kilometres an hour. So it's not a 60 kilometre an hour road. It is 50. Now, we did want it to be 40, but 50 was the compromise that council finally agreed to after about 7 years of action. Eckerburn Road remains a 60 kilometre an hour road, but clearly 60 kilometres an hour is not an impediment to getting Wombat Crossing across a slip lane. So the excuses that I've had to date about the fact that, that Wombat crossings are not suitable on slip lanes, that they can't be on roads that are 60, are clearly untrue, because there's not one rule for Norman Park under the road rules and another rule for Annerley under the road rules. The road rules are the same. So clearly, somebody within council is making decisions to allow a solution in Norman Park that would be incredibly beneficial for Annerley residents, because this is a low-cost solution. Putting in traffic lights into this location would be the best solution. I agree completely with that. But the problem is they are way more expensive. And as we know, that money has to be put aside for Councillor Adams and Councillor Howard to go off on their junket to Paris. It can't be put towards improving road infrastructure in Brisbane. Or, you know, we've heard that $92,000 had to be put aside for a barbecue at Newstead for the opening of a bridge. Imagine if the pedestrians of Annerley had $60 million and $92,000 spent on improving pedestrian facilities around Annerley. I don't think I could come up with enough projects to do that. Or even, let's just say, the $92,000 Councillor Murphy organised for the party. Let's say that was done. That'd pay for all of this as well. So the issue, if there is apparently no money, well, we know that's not true, because clearly there are projects that are not being delivered this year, which sadly include projects like Venner Road, where they're clearly not doing any work. So there is room in the budget to do this project. There is precedent to allow this project in at Norman Park. It is clearly a project that is supported by the community that would have real and long-term benefits for Annerley residents. And it is a project that will make it safer for people to move around their suburb, to get to work, to get to sport, to get to the shops, to get to church, and it will make it safer for everyone. I think that the solution in Norman Park gives us a very instructive example of what is possible when council puts politics aside and looks at investing in the infrastructure that a community needs. And we know that the community does need this infrastructure. So I urge all councillors to support this motion. I know Councillor Griffiths, he had a public meeting tonight because he had 3 days' notice of his neighbourhood plan going out for consultation. So 3 days, yeah, it was a lot, wasn't it? So he had Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 3 days. So he had a public meeting on that tonight. But I know this is an issue that he has been pushing council officers to address. I know that improving pedestrian safety around Maruka Ward is critically important to him. That is why he seconded the motion, and he would have been here to debate it tonight if not for the LNP's decision to do a sneak attack without advising him on the neighbourhood plan. So I know he joins with me in calling on this administration to deliver this important pedestrian safety upgrade. It is low cost, it's clearly technically possible, and we want to see some improvements. Residents have been waiting for 6 to 7 years now for this to be done, and it's not been done. And this administration simply failed to invest time after time in infrastructure in Annerley. You know, the project at Villa Street got cancelled. Councillor McLaughlin stood up here, you know, a few years ago and said, I'm cancelling this project, and $300,000 just got pulled out of a road project because I asked for a slip lane to be addressed. And again, they couldn't possibly do that as part of the plan, so they just cancelled the whole project. So this administration, when it comes to investing in pedestrian safety in Annerley, have a terrible track record. And this is one small way and one important project that can be delivered to make things safer for Annerley residents, and I urge all councillors to support the motion.
Further speakers? Councillor Givney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on the motion before us. On April 10, I received a memo from the Lord Mayor asking me for my budget submission with a deadline of the 26th of April. The memo said, and I quote, "Submissions received after this date risk exclusion from the budget consideration process." The motion before us today is a budget bid which I can only assume the relevant councillors included in their budget submissions will be considered along with requests from all councillors. Given this, I move a procedural motion that this motion be laid on the table.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Givney and seconded by Councillor Adderman that the notice of motion at item 6D lie on the table. I will now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. And to the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor, was it Massey? Yep, thank you. Councillors, ayes to my right, noes to my left, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 7 against.
The motion is carried. Councillors, please return to your seats. Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 6E on the agenda. Councillor Cassidy, would you please move the motion?
Thank you, Chair. I move that this council commits to making Homeless Connect more accessible for all by delivering more frequent events in suburban locations from 2024 onwards.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier that this council commits to making Homeless Connect more accessible for all by delivering more frequent events in suburban locations from 2024 onwards. Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Chair. This Thursday, Brisbane City Council's Homeless Connect event is on at the Brisbane Showgrounds, providing free services to people experiencing or at risk of homelessness. We know and we often talk about this being one of the biggest issues our city is facing at the moment in terms of humans, so the human impact of the housing crisis. So tonight what we're calling for, and this has been a long time coming, particularly with feedback from service providers, housing organisations, homelessness organisations who attend Homeless Connect and do great work and work with council, and we applaud the work of council and council officers that roll out Homeless Connect event. But rolling these out to more locations so they are more accessible to people is important, and that's the advice that we get and the continued feedback that we get from service providers. What we know, and we've talked about this again over the last few weeks, is that we will all know and see firsthand as councillors people sleeping rough in so many parts of Brisbane, so many more parts of Brisbane than we've ever seen before, not just the inner city, and also not just in highly visible places either, not just in park areas along the Sandgate foreshore, at Curlew Park, at the back of the Sandgate Library, in the alcove at the entrance to the Sandgate Town Hall, in the stairs that lead up to my office, in the Aldi building. Not just places like that are highly visible, but also places that are highly hidden as well, in the back seats of cars, couch surfing at friends' or families' houses, so people experience different have different experiences of homelessness and sleeping rough, as we know, right around Brisbane. So providing services is really critical, and we know that's not something that council does directly, but connecting people to those services is a critical role that council can play. And we know that hosting the Homeless Connect event in one location is the easier and more convenient way of doing it. I get that and understand that's logistically an easier way of delivering that event. And providing extra bus services certainly does help people get there, but distance is still a barrier for so many. And I think, and I hope the council chamber here tonight will agree that we can do better. We know that events like Homeless Connect improve the quality of lives for so many who can access them that one time a year. And as we know, and we'll hear as well from Councillor Howard, that the event provides free services to some of our most vulnerable residents, whether that's advice about health and housing to food support and access to basic items on the day, and also other important services that a lot of us take for granted, but things like haircuts, for instance, as well. So we certainly thank and congratulate the staff and volunteers who are taking part in Homeless Connect this Thursday. Wish them an extremely successful event. And as I said, council isn't involved in the direct service delivery when it comes to this. We accept that. We're not saying that we should at any point in this debate or in debates we've had over the last few weeks. We do believe that that's done best by those who specialise in it. But what council does do and can do even better, we think, is connect those services and host those organisations together. As this problem evolves, so too must council's response to that. That's something that's become evident in the housing debate. As this problem, as housing crisis has evolved and changed, and the face of housing stress has changed, our response to it and our actions need to change. Well, that's also the case when it comes to a critical and important event like Homeless Connect. It isn't set and forget, and it can't be. And the modern face of people who are either currently homeless or at risk of homelessness is changing fundamentally as well. I caught up with Ozcare yesterday, who provide services in terms of people who have hoarding and squalor problems, and I know council works in that space as well, and also connecting people to ACAT assessments and aged care funding and services, as well as housing. And whether you talk to people like that who work directly one-on-one with people who are funded at a federal government level, or community-based organisations that work to deliver food to people on a weekly basis, or other support like Sandbag, and they're seeing a community centre with showers and hot meals on a weekly basis. They are seeing the face of homelessness and housing stress change significantly. The people who are accessing it aren't just necessarily people who are well known to council and have been, sleeping rough for a long time. They're often now seeing families who are making the decision whether they can pay rent that week or pay to put food on the table that week for their family. These events are catering more and more to people who are at risk of homelessness, not just people who are themselves homeless or sleeping rough as well. Right. So the problem is evolving. I think we all agree with that, and I don't hear any councillor getting up here and arguing that we aren't experiencing as a city, and our population isn't experiencing housing stress. But I think what has been missing from the debate is changing the approach and evolving our approach to dealing with these problems as they evolve. And that's what this motion is about. We're not talking about this financial year, this budget year. We realise this event is falling this Thursday, but from this year onwards, we think a new approach could be taken, and are happy to again negotiate and take feedback on board and be consulted as councillors and provide local service-based organisations, and all councils could do that to help out with that consultation process. But I do know in the conversations that we've had, whether they have been with peak organisations like Q Shelter, with community housing providers, with homelessness service organisations who are funded and who are also working on a charitable and volunteer basis. The feedback that they consistently give is Homeless Connect is a great event. It would be great if we could see more of that work done out in the suburbs of Brisbane. So again, we're bringing that feedback from the industry, from those who work on the coalface to the council for this debate tonight, and I certainly hope that all councillors engage in that. I'm sure we'll see the Lord Mayor back shortly. I think it's been 9 hours since we've had him contribute to any debate in this council chamber, so I look forward to seeing him back in here shortly.
Is there any debate? Councillor Collier.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. And I just rise to speak in support of this motion today because I too do think that Homeless Connect is a really important event and one that we can all be really proud of as a council. I want, on behalf of this side of the chamber, I certainly want to thank the team who are so integral in their role in putting on this event. And, you know, last year I volunteered all day in the food store and I'll be back again for another shift on Thursday. It is an amazing event and do strongly encourage all councillors to at least attend and see in person the not only the friends that we're helping but also the work happening right before your very eyes. It's always so great to see the collaborative efforts of not only council's public space liaison officers but also the resident liaison officers and of course the organisations and volunteers who are there on the day and offer really hands-on, really meaningful support and services. Through my volunteering experiences, I did meet, of course, some amazing people and connected with some local people and families at the event last year, and I've remained in touch with them and continue to support them in any way that I can. So if anyone, of course, has been to this event, you would know that it is at times very confronting. Amongst many other things that I saw on the day, you know, I think probably the thing that has stayed with me the most is multitudes of women attending with babies as young as 6 months old, coming to access free food from the food store because they didn't know where their next meal was coming from. Just to further on Councillor Cassidy's remarks earlier, the name Homeless Connect, you know, probably isn't actually reflective of the friends that we're supporting at this event. It's not those who strictly are just without a home. It is those people in Brisbane and beyond who do attend as well that are facing complex hardships in a variety of ways, not just no home. So these are some of the most vulnerable people in Brisbane and in need of such great support from us. And the smallest thing can mean so much and does mean so much to the friends that we help at this event. I think you'd be very hard-pressed to find a single person who would not recognise the positive impact that this event has, and we all absolutely you know, acknowledge the real support that it can provide. So given that housing insecurity and the real cost of living pressures that people are facing, why, as a council, would we not at least consider expanding that positive impact? It makes sense, it makes a lot of sense actually to listen to the feedback of key stakeholders and make this event more accessible and more frequent. So I would love to see all councillors vote in support of this today.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yep, may as well give it a go. No typos, that's good. I suspect, though, this motion, they'll just vote it down, the LNP, so sorry, Councillor Collier, nice try. Look, I do think this is a good idea. When I started in this council, there used to be 2 Homeless Connect events per year. You know, I think that was worthwhile. Whether we could have more or whether they're the right way in which to engage people, I'm not sure when the last time was this model was reviewed. But certainly we need more services for people who are experiencing homelessness and cost of living issues. Increasingly, we know from service providers, and I know from talking with people like Micah and community centres, that place-based support is generally best. So bringing services out to where people are experiencing hardship. So whilst the inner city is a key area and it's easy for everyone to get well, it's not easy, but everyone can get to the city, it is, I think, important that we do look at council supporting more place-based services for homeless people and people experiencing hardship. And we do have a range of very, very good community centres around Brisbane. I have several in my ward that are fantastic, including the Yeronga Community Centre, Banarawa and the Sherwood Neighbourhood Centre. The Sherwood Neighbourhood Centre, in fact, also provides emergency housing. They have properties both on site and in the community to provide emergency housing for people who are experiencing homelessness. So I think council's been doing the same thing for a very long time, other than cutting it by 50%, which is what they did. It's a while ago now, maybe 6, 7, 8 years ago. But council does need to be looking at how it can deliver more accessible services and more frequent services for suburban areas going forward. And most certainly, I think, looking at venues like neighbourhood centres and community centres is a good place to start. Brisbane City Council really does not understand the work of community and neighbourhood centres, and it does a very poor job in supporting them. We know this with council's failure to support and invest in community centres in times of natural disaster. They provide no funding whatsoever. And I don't think they provide any funding other than through grants to most community and neighbourhood centres. So this would be one way in which we can experience, or we can provide a more accessible service to residents. And certainly in my view, the venues would be a neighbourhood centre or community centre. They don't have to be as big as the one here in the city, but I'm sure we could find a suitable way to do it. So I really hope someone from the LNP stands up and says perhaps when the last time was they reviewed the Homeless Connect model, because the last time they did anything different, they simply cut the service by 50%. And since then, I think it's struggled because of location moves and things like that. So this is an area where council can do more. I know there's another motion on the agenda tonight about the public space officers, and I'll certainly be speaking to that one. But what I would say is there is most certainly a way in which we could deliver this through an existing community network that has the skills and experience to help deliver a really good outcome. Because if you talk to the PSOs and the community safety team, what used to be just an inner city problem with homelessness is now all over Brisbane. It's all over Brisbane. And as Councillor Collier outlined, it is now people that would not normally be experiencing homelessness. So we really need to be thinking as a council how to do things differently. And I thank Councillor Collier for putting this motion on the agenda. I really hope we're going to hear from somebody from the LNP without, a pre-prepared speech that just bags this idea about how they're going to contribute to delivering more accessible and frequent services around Brisbane. Now, I suspect Councillor Howard will probably hop up and talk about how great the services are that council delivers now. They are limited and they have been reduced, not increased. And I think that at a time of significant crisis, both with cost of living and with homelessness, we need to be looking at what more we can do. And a good start would be Councillor Howard saying she's not going to go to Paris and she'll give up that funding and invest it back into...
Homelessness Connect.
Yeah, Well, that or trialling a new model. I can't remember how much it was, but I think it was about $17,000. That would probably fund a pilot project in a community centre somewhere in Brisbane to run a version of Homeless Connect. So you would pick an area experiencing significant issues, and you would look at investing that money into a service that would make it more accessible here. So there are ways we can do this, and I hope that the LNP will look at the fact that they're not coming up with new ideas about what to do. They're simply cutting services, and at a time when our community needs more, not less. So I think this is a good motion. I'll support it. I actually have some ideas that I think would be useful. And it's just a shame the LNP aren't prepared to meaningfully engage with other councillors outside of, well, I don't even know that they meaningfully engage within their party, but they certainly don't want to meaningfully engage. Yeah, they do get pre-prepared speeches and told what to do, so I don't think that's meaningful. Like, I'm pretty sure the councillor for Wynnum Manly, who's brand new, doesn't know that I've been advocating for this for many years, and of course it's in my budget submission, but this called for, but that's fine. She just read out a pre-prepared note she'd been given. So I just think that really the LNP councillors should be open to new ideas that can contribute to cost of living relief and more homeless support, more support for people suffering from domestic violence. And I think we can do that in a more creative and localised way so that it can reach more people. And I've come up with a few ideas to do that tonight.
Further speakers? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I'll rise to speak briefly on this because I was inspired by Councillor Johnston. Look, Homelessness Connect is an amazing event, and Homelessness Connect and the way that they're able to provide services for people that are the most marginalised, whether they're sleeping rough currently or on the cusp or are in emergency housing, or even in mortgage stress or are in social housing or are at the cusp of homelessness or couch surfing. There's many different challenges at the moment, and Homelessness Connect is an important part of that ecosystem. And it is an incurred, and I know that it's an important part of the ecosystem, not only because of the rough sleeping that we do see in the Gabba ward, and we see it at Carrilpa Point. It is obviously in Musgrave Park, but as Councillor Cassidy said, it's also in hidden areas because homelessness historically has been hidden. It's not something you usually see, and now we see it very visibly on our streets. And the reason why I was inspired was because just recently I learnt a couple of new facts about community centres. Some of the things that Councillor Johnston was talking about. And I also just want to acknowledge very quickly that it is Neighbourhood Centre Week. Yep. And you were talking about some wonderful neighbourhood centres just beforehand, and of course we've got the wonderful neighbourhood centre in West End Community House. And we know that it's a difficult time, and we know that Homelessness Connect is needed. We can all acknowledge this, but we don't see this we see this demonstrated even more clearly when it comes to community and neighbourhood centres, who are now, from my understanding, delivering 700 tonnes, so this is each centre per week, 700 tonnes of emergency food relief per centre statewide. There's about, from memory, 142 centres. And for those of us that are engaged in this space, we would know that that is an increase of about 7 times since 2019. It's a massive thing. Emergency food relief is a huge, huge thing. And the reason why this motion is good is it recognises that. It recognises the reality, and the reality is people need to access not only emergency food relief, which I believe most councillors in this chamber help collect for Homelessness Connect. So we are doing that work, but it also recognises the need to access services like doctors, housing services, emergency, dentists, haircuts, and all the other things that would provide people with dignity as they face really tough challenges. And so I do think that we can do more with Homelessness Connect. I think from memory in the budget, it was about, in the budget in 2000, the budget year that we're in?
About the same as the jump to Paris.
I'm torn between, I'll take that interjection, I'm torn between that number and also for the delivery of 2 biannually, like the other little bits and pieces. I think it was about 360. And the reason that figure stays in my head is because I think it was about 360 was the budget for the economic development travel budget too. So that's about the same amount. We have an opportunity to acknowledge that this is needed. We have an opportunity to deliver in this space collaboratively, and we will be supporting this motion because we think it's a good one. We should be doing everything we can. Again, we can do more, but tonight we're talking about this, and that's why we will support this motion.
Further speakers? Councillor Marx.
Thank you, Chair. I rise briefly to speak on this motion. So by way of background, Council has held 28 Homeless Connect events supporting more than 21,000 people at risk of experiencing homelessness. It's actually quite good. I wasn't aware of this because it's before my time, but apparently this was a Campbell-Newman initiative some years back. So it's great to see the Labor Party and those on the opposite supporting something that Campbell-Newman thought of all those years ago. So I really appreciate it. The fact or the comments that have been made that this model has not been reviewed in any way, shape or form is not only an insult to all the previous chairs in this portfolio, but obviously Councillor Howard, who's the current chair of this portfolio. These models of anything that we do in this space are regularly reviewed, and Councillor Howard, I know, talks to the key stakeholders, not only at the annual event, but also outside of that event. She's in that space a lot. The event hasn't been cut by 50%, as has been erroneously stated. We've actually did 3 events over 2 years just previously. I know that everybody in this room agrees, and I'm not sure how many in this room and councillors have actually been to the event. I understand Councillor Collier mentioned just briefly that she had been there. I know that Councillor Landers goes there every year and works in the supermarket department and that. I went last year for the first time, and I have to say it was mind-blowingly huge. What's provided to the guests there is unbelievable. Like, not only is there the free medical care, there's the housing and employment support, legal advice, haircuts, toiletries, clothing, and as I mentioned, the food, which is basically a supermarket. So anyone can come up there, grab a shopping bag, and it's given to them, and then there are tables that they've set up outside of that tent where if they've given something that they don't actually particularly want or like or whatever, they're quite able to put that back on the table. The volunteers will go back out there and then they can swap it and get whatever they want. So it's pretty much shopping in a supermarket, but in a controlled manner, as you can imagine, with that many people coming through. And as I said, through you, Madam Chair, you have worked with that group of people, so you would know exactly how it works. The clothing is a similar scenario. It's like shopping in a clothing store. You can go in there and tell them what size you are and they'll find stuff for you and all that sort of stuff. Haircuts, everything like that. And then, of course, more importantly, all those services that I did mention. So I know that through you, Madam Chair, the Leader of Opposition said that this was the easy option by having it here at the location that it's done. That at the Brisbane Showgrounds, that is by far not the easy option. It is a massive event, a massive undertaking with hundreds of volunteers included, many different service departments that all come together on that day to deliver basically a one-stop shop. I know there's conversations are being had about doing this out into the suburbs and talking about community centres and all that. I don't know of any community centre that has the scope and capacity that the Showgrounds does. They are massive marquees, massive supermarkets, massive amounts of supplies, massive amounts of volunteers, and a huge amount of work that goes into this event. There are, as we've talked about and was mentioned and acknowledged, the council does put on a dedicated free bus service. The buses run all day from 8 o'clock in the morning, and they go from the north side, the south side. The Inala bus services out there, Sandgate, Wynnum. So it doesn't matter where you are within the Brisbane Brisbane LGA, you are able to get to this event and take advantage of whatever that it is that you need. If you were to take this event and put it in the suburbs, as has been suggested, my question to you, through to the chamber, through you, Madam Chair, is what goes and what doesn't go? What stays, what doesn't stay? Do you leave the food behind and just take out the hairdressers? Do you leave the hairdressers and the doctors behind and just take out the food? Like, it's just not one of those things that can be cut into little wee pieces and spread across the whole city. This is a one-stop shop for everybody that needs it, regardless of they're homeless. They don't even have to be homeless to come to this. And I do agree that maybe Homeless Connect is potentially not the right name, because it's acknowledged by everybody just how broad the issue is and the situation that people are now finding themselves in. Mortgage stress was one that was mentioned. It potentially, you know, not even homeless, but struggling with all sorts of difficulties without being able to find whatever they need to survive. I know they even have a book library there, so if people want to collect books, they could take them out there. My kindy next door to my school, to my office, they collected more than 28 shopping bags full of food. It was quite extraordinary. The council officers had to send out a whole van just to collect all the food that they collected for this organisation, and I'm sure it'll be all out there when you go out there, through you, Madam Chair, on Thursday, and see just how much is actually out there. So to say we need to split this whole event up and water it down amongst the community, it just doesn't work. And we know that this current model for delivering Homeless Connect at a single centralised location is one that works, and for that reason we will not be supporting to this motion today.
Any further speakers? Councillor Cassidy. Thanks
Very much, Chair. I think Councillor Marks just didn't listen to the contributions. Obviously, clearly didn't read the motion that's before us tonight, didn't listen to the contributions. Nobody suggested, well, first of all, I didn't say it was easy to put the event on. I said logistically, I understand centralising it is an easier option. Yeah. Sure, it is. But having more frequent events in suburban locations doesn't mean you have to cut things out of it. It means you adapt what you deliver in working with, you know, as we heard from Councillor Johnston, Councillor Massey and Councillor Collier, who clearly had these discussions with organisations and providers that attend Homeless Connect, and the people who attend Homeless Connect as well, who come from all parts of Brisbane. You know, the universal feedback is, one, we need more, so more frequent events, and place-based is the feedback we get as well. And that can be from, and Councillor Johnson talked about micro-projects, a large organisation. You know, smaller organisations, you know, my patch, the Zilmia Community Centre or Sandbag, the Sandgate Community Centre, who provide housing and homelessness services, domestic violence services, you know, that are funded, and also services that are unfunded. They seem to manage with no support from council whatsoever in that space to be able to deliver those services. Imagine what we'd be able to do in community in local areas, working with those organisations to deliver more frequent, more wraparound services more often. Everything that Councillor Marks, I think it's the only person that contributed from the LNP on this, everything that Councillor Marks said, you know, right up to the point where she started talking about splitting the event up, I agreed with. The kinds of services that people can access at Homeless Connect are amazing. They can be life-changing for somebody, and I know that Councillor Collier's told a story tonight about a local resident that she connected with and stayed connected with and continues to support. For that person to make not just a connection with Councillor Collier, but to make a connection with somebody at that event was life-changing for her. Yes. Imagine if we could do more of that, but the LNP just continue to say it's all too hard. That's their response to everything. Nothing can change. They only look in the past. They only look over their shoulder, have an eye to the rear vision mirror. They have no sort of sense of urgency at the moment about addressing these critical issues for tomorrow and the day after and the day after that, which is really disappointing that tonight the outcome of this is the LNP just continuing to say no. But we won't be deterred. We'll be there at Homeless Connect and we'll be continuing to talk to these service providers and finding different ways in which we can pursue more support for the work they do and more support for the people of Brisbane.
We'll now put the motion. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Councillors ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 17 against.
The motion is lost. Councillors, please return to your seats. Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 6F on the agenda. Councillor Cassidy, would you please move the motion?
Thank you, Chair. I move that this council congratulates the Albanese Federal Government on announcing their investment. Thanks very much, Chair. I move that this council congratulates the Albanese Federal Government on announcing their investment in a new National Active Transport Fund to deliver new cycling and walking paths and encourages council to apply for funding.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier that this council congratulates the Albanese Federal Government on announcing their investment in a new National Active Transport Fund, to deliver new cycling and walking paths and encourages council to apply for funding. Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you very much, Chair. The federal budget was handed down tonight. This is something we obviously saw reported and knew was coming ahead of the budget, and this was funded in the budget tonight. And certainly congratulate the Albanese Federal Government on their investment in a new National Active Transport Fund, something we haven't seen from the federal government. Certainly seen, local governments invest and state governments through various means, and now we have the federal government playing an active role, just like we're seeing the federal government play an extremely active role in housing, and more so in this budget. Now we're seeing the federal government play an active role in active transport. This fund is designed to upgrade and deliver new bicycle and walking paths across the country. We're certainly hopeful the Brisbane City Council will apply for funding. I know this is particularly important, and I'm sure council officers are furiously writing applications because we know Councillor Cunningham and the Lord Mayor have been, lecturing us and them about belt tightening and sacking staff and finding savings, so-called sensible savings. So we know that they'll be looking for funding sources from any kind this LNP administration they can get at the moment, particularly after we saw a 20% cut in the concrete contract that looks after footpaths, drainage and curbing and channelling, of course. Footpaths in Brisbane are the most important active transport assets we have. You wouldn't think that if you listen to Councillor Murphy, who thinks it's only the two green bridges are the most, 1.5, the Green Bridge over the creek and Green Bridge over the river. But footpaths are the most important active transport asset we have in Brisbane. They're the infrastructure, for instance, that most kids will learn to ride their bike on. They help people living with mobility issues or living with disability get around, and they fundamentally connect our communities. We know how important active travel is, not just because of the health and social benefits of this, but also because it helps to reduce emissions. Brisbane should be a city, we think, where infrastructure supports residents to get to school and work without having to jump in the car. And I'm sure the LNP will get up, or who knows what they'll do tonight, but they'll get up and claim they have some record investment in active transport, as we've heard the drivel from Councillor Murphy over the last few weeks. And that's primarily because of the blowouts on green bridges, that record. They certainly will help people cross the river and cross Breakfast Creek. But beyond that, they're not increasing the walkability or cyclability of our suburbs. They're not making it safer to ride to and from work 20 kilometres away from the river. We know as a fact that Council today spends a smaller portion of the Council budget on footpaths and bikeways than it did 20 years ago, and that's a fact when you look at the size of the Council budget and what is expended on new footpaths, new bikeways, bikeway maintenance and footpath maintenance. The Brisbane Labor team are big fans of this federal investment that's been recently announced and to the federal government for their commitment to delivering safe, connected and thriving communities. It's our responsibility as a council to step up and work with the federal government to deliver the right infrastructure for cyclists and pedestrians. We'd certainly hope we'd have an adult debate around that. I'm sure the LNP they'll get up and do the political bit. We all do that. But at the end of the day, we certainly hope that Council will take advantage of this funding that's on the table, which isn't just for regional communities, specifically says cities as well. So we obviously hear a lot from the LNP administration that capital cities miss out on this funding. Well, this is a fund that is designed to support capital cities as well as regional centres. And I know over the last few years how much this administration has relied on federal funding to deliver basic community upgrades and projects. We know roads, we know the black spot funding, which we've been talking about earlier, other road upgrades, simple council upgrades. I know in Brackenridge Ward, it took federal intervention and federal funding to do the job that council should have. I know at the Shonkliffe Escarpment project, the Brighton Foreshore project is 100% funded currently by the federal government. So we know council can engage with the federal government and can apply for funding. And so this motion is pretty simple, encouraging council to apply for this funding when it opens to ensure that we can see if the LNP won't fund increases in footpath construction and bikeway construction in the suburbs of Brisbane themselves. We certainly hope that they can work with the federal government to do just that.
Further speakers, Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on this motion. Let's be clear, this funding is about $100 million over 4 years. That's about $25 million a year, split between 86 cities and regional centres. That could amount to only about $300,000 a year for each public transport project. This is the bare minimum. This is a lick of paint. And $25 million a year for active transport compared to the $10 billion the federal government is going to support for roads is nothing. That's 0.05% compared to building roads and budget. Further, This allocation falls well below the call from the Climate Council for federal transport funding to allocate at least 20% for active transport funding. This was the call that was made in the 2023 Shifting Gear report, and that is a call that was investigated by the Climate Council and that they called for and that they believe is needed for Australia's Paris Agreement obligations to be met. What we have here is a fund that will barely make a dent to the actual work that we need for meaningful engagements to decrease cars on the road. And this motion seems like patting the back of an ALP government that is doing less than the bare minimum for what actually has to be delivered across Australia and for this city to reach its active transport and climate change needs. We need transformation in the city. We need the federal government to step up and not offer $100 million so that we can actually transform this city to be climate adaptive, so we can make safer pedestrian ways, so we can make separated bikeways. These are things that I have talked about constantly in this chamber, and the importance of those safe pathways. And this fund will go nowhere near that. And it is a motion that, to me, seems, yeah, great, council can apply for $300 a year, but to me, it is a pittance compared to the actual federal funding, and we believe the federal funding should be much more to allocate for active transport. We think that the funding, if the federal government was actually true to its belief that it wanted to support this and actually make transformative change to our cities, including the regional centre, that this fund would be much, much more. This motion seems weird to me because it's less than the bare minimum. And it's not a great fund, and it's not going to help us get to where we need to get, and rapidly.
Further speakers? Councillor Collier.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. And you know, from Labor councillors' perspective, we will welcome any new investment. It's additional. And to make it clear, it is additional investment that is being provided by the federal. Oh.
He's got a voice 9 hours later.
I note the Lord Mayor's interjected, which would be the first time that he has spoken in this chamber in 9 hours, despite the fact that we have debated several important motions.
Oh, there he is. Oh, he's back.
Okay.
Just abuse.
Sorry, Chair, were you going to say something?
She didn't hear that.
No, I didn't hear it.
Yeah.
Oh, she's not going to say anything. Okay, so...
Point of order. If Councillor Collier has finished speaking, I'd like to speak.
I don't believe she's finished speaking, Lord Mayor.
Yep.
Councillor Collier.
Mansplaining.
I appreciate that the Lord Mayor is frustrated because it is Labor councillors that have brought motions on the most important issues that have kept us here in this place tonight talking about the issues that matter most to Brisbane residents. And so I can appreciate that he might be frustrated, but on this side of the chamber, we will not apologise for bringing these issues to the attention of what is the largest local government in Australia. This is really important stuff that we're talking about. And while I'm on my feet, I just couldn't let the comments from the Greens political party slide, because it is rank hypocrisy of the Greens political party to get up here and talk about being unhappy with additional investment from a federal government when they are the ones standing in the way of delivering 30,000 extra social homes for this country.
Councillors, don't call out across the chamber, please. Councillor Collier.
I didn't think this... I mean, the theme of the night is I didn't think this motion would actually be all that controversial. I thought that, you know, the LNP would just be unhappy with congratulating anything to do with Labor or any positive thought. You know, on this side of the chamber, I will say, when good ideas have merit, we have supported LNP motions and LNP ideas and LNP proposals if we think that they're on their merit and they're based on, you know, rigorous engagement with stakeholders. But unfortunately, the administration seems to be completely immune of supporting anything that isn't their own idea in the first place.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Deputy
I believe Councillor Collier is misguiding the chamber. We voted with them on one of their motions tonight.
Thank you.
That's not a point of order.
Deputy Mayor, it's not a point of order. Councillor Collier.
So just to be clear, what this motion talks about is welcoming additional investment in an area that all councillors agree requires more investment. So to bemoan a single additional cent from the Greens political party is quite frankly really disappointing. And, you know, on an issue that is as important as providing additional active transport infrastructure for our city, it's too important to come in here and play politics and say a single additional cent is not good enough. You know, we're talking about any new additional investment from the federal government that's on top of other projects. You know, I have spoken in this place before about the positive impact that black spot projects have had in my local community for pedestrian access, and that has been an amazing investment, actually. It has had such a great impact on the community in Norman Park, and I'm 100% supportive of the project when it was happening, and now that it's been delivered, you know, federal government provided the funding, council I know was consulted and designed the project and then delivered it. Like, that is actually a really good thing. So any additional investment is worth noting, is worth appreciating, and if we are a council, all we're asking is that council could consider applying for a share of that funding. It's not too much to ask.
Further speakers? Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly, this is a massive own goal from Labor, like a massive own goal. They want to be congratulated for the pittance that has been thrown to local government from a federal government that has massively increased the tax loading on our country. And today we saw in the federal budget, not a cent for Brisbane, not a cent, nothing for Brisbane. And in fact, this council has been spending more in a single year than the Australian government wants to spend over multiple years across the entire country. And it's interesting because to see the difference in approach we've seen from Labor, where if it's a Labor government, we should all be grateful for an extra cent that comes our way. We should all be grateful. Yet, when it comes to an LNP administration, oh, it's never enough. It's never enough. Nothing we do is ever enough to please them, yet the federal Labor government, everyone should be grateful for a few extra dollars spattered across hundreds and hundreds of councils across Australia. I never thought I would be on the same page as Councillor Massey and the Greens. Maybe we should form a coalition. I withdraw. But look, the difference in approach that we've seen, you know, if it's anything the state government is doing or the federal Labor government is doing, we should be grateful. But no, nothing that we do is ever enough. No amount of investment, even if it's much more than they ever did when they were in administration, no amount of investment apparently that we do is ever enough. The reality is there's been no administration in the city's history that's invested more in active travel infrastructure than this one and its predecessors, and we're very proud of that. And that investment continues. We've had the Breakfast Creek Bridge open, fully funded by the Brisbane City Council. It should have been, at least in part, funded by the federal government and state government, but no, they didn't believe that was suitable. We were able to get some money for the Kangaroo Point Bridge, which I am grateful for. But I'm not grateful for the pittance offered in this particular announcement when we're able to get $60 million from the federal government for the Kangaroo Point Bridge. Do you think we'll be able to get $60 million from this fund when it's $100 million over 4 years to go across hundreds of councils? So this won't make a dent in the big active travel plans that we have as a city and that we should have. Considering some of the other budget initiatives that we've heard of tonight, billions of dollars will go to billionaire mining companies in subsidies, billions of dollars, yet a pittance for local councils to deliver important infrastructure, and certainly nothing new that I can see to help improve our transport network, our road network. The only mention, in fact, of anything anywhere near Brisbane in the budget tonight was a rail line to the Sunshine Coast. And, you know, that might happen by 2030, it might not. But the reality is this motion should in fact be condemning the Albanese government for its underinvestment in active travel and encouraging them to step up to the plate with the massive increase in taxation revenue that they're receiving and put more on the table for local governments across the nation to do more so we can have a more sustainable future for our cities, but also one that's easier to get around, that encourages some of the active travel infrastructure that we've been building, like our new bridges, our new bikeways and river walks. These are important assets and we could use a bit more help than what's on offer here.
Further speakers? Any further speakers? No. Oops, Councillor Cassidy, right of reply.
Thanks very much, Chair. How do you spell hypocrisy? S-C-H-R-I-N-N-E-R. We hear from the LNP week after week, month after month, year after year, that they won't act on certain things because, according to this Lord Mayor, it's not the job of this council. It's not the job of this council to address the housing crisis, according to the Lord Mayor. That's the job of the state and federal government, he says. You know, when it comes to a whole range of things, the Lord Mayor continues to say that's the state government's fault or the federal government's fault. What we have here is a fund of which, you know, if we were to follow the Lord Mayor's reasoning and the Lord Mayor's thinking over the last couple of years before his brain fart tonight, would say this is not the federal government's responsibility to fund these things, is it? If we were to follow the Lord Mayor's for years, since he's been Lord Mayor, his approach of saying each level of government should be doing their own thing. And what we see from the federal government is $100 million in additional funding to an area which, generally speaking, they don't deliver projects. So this is additional money. Should there be more money? Sure. Wouldn't a good first step to access that money to demonstrate how it is rolled out, how it benefits communities, and then advocate for more? I don't know whether the Lord Mayor has actually advocated for more money to the federal government. I don't know. He hasn't actually said. He hasn't actually said that. Like, he's got up here. He's got up here today and tonight, and he has.
One moment, please, Councillor Cassidy.
Will Councillor Cassidy take a question?
Councillor Cassidy.
Not from him, no.
No.
Councillor Cassidy.
Never can't trust that bloke, remember? Yeah. So I don't know whether Lord Mayor says these things, but we don't actually know. You know, he for the first time in 9 hours just contributed to this debate, and you think he would say in when he made this contribution how he has advocated for more funding. He gets up here and beats his chest, but he doesn't actually said how he has done that. I've certainly done. I've joined with the President of the Australian Local Government Association, Councillor Linda Scott from the City of Sydney, in calling on the federal government, the Labor federal government, my colleagues, to fund councils to a much greater extent. I've done that. But the Lord Mayor gets up here and says these things but he actually hasn't done the work.
No.
He never does the work. So they can come in here and they can say what they want to say and vote how they want to vote, but they're not actually really advocating for more funding. They'll apply for federal funding when it comes and then get up here and stand up and say, well, it's not enough. But I'm sure and certain they'll apply for this federal funding. But it would be nice if we actually had some evidence from the Lord Mayor of actually doing the work, of actually advocating for more funding rather than just continued political point scoring. So, you know, let's just have the vote.
We'll now move to the vote. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Councillors, ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results. Councillors, councillors, clerks, please read the result.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 4 in favour, 18 against and 2 abstentions.
The noes have it. The motion is lost. Councillors, please return to your seats.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
I recognise under the meeting's local law that at a 5-hour meeting mark, we are to go to an hour's break for the clerks. However, the clerks have very kindly agreed that they will be moving through with us to continue. However, I move that council for that reason now adjourn for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Adderman that the meeting adjourned for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The meeting will be adjourned when all councillors have left the chamber. Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 6G on the agenda. Councillor Cassidy. Would you please move the motion?
Thank you, Chair. I move that this council recognises the hard work of our public space liaison officers, PSLO, and their dedication to housing, homelessness, health and other human services across Brisbane.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier that this council recognises the hard work of our public space liaison officers, PSLOs, and their dedication to housing, homelessness, health and other human services across Brisbane. Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you very much, Chair. Our PSLO, or Public Space Liaison Officer staff, are incredibly hard-working in many sensitive and complex cases. They are the connection between council and the community and do excellent work in housing, homelessness, health and other human services across Brisbane, often being that connection that people have, particularly people who are sleeping rough, between services and council, as I said. We know they're dedicated, we know they work hard, and I think everyone will agree with that. And I think if people engage with them, they'll know, and they don't complain, they don't come to us and say and complain about their work. They love their work, but we know that they are overworked because this housing and homelessness crisis that our city faces is putting an awful lot of pressure on them in the work that they do. They are a small team. They work on a daily basis and their work is growing day by day. The services that our public space officers are able to connect people with who are experiencing or at risk of homelessness are calling out for more attention, and there's ultimately a simple way to give that, and that's for more public space liaison officers. We often hear from the Lord Mayor and from his LNP council that council doesn't deliver services directly, and we accept that, and as we have canvassed that a bit tonight, one of the key roles, and we agree with the administration on this, is that council's best role is providing the connection to services out in the community. We have a team that works on the ground, that works with people who are experiencing or at risk of homelessness. Connecting them to services and building a rapport and a relationship is life-changing and in some cases life-saving. So we do hear that the way that council engages in this space very regularly in here is deploying our PSLOs. And we think that team deserves more support. This was the ask of Q Shelter in the lead up to the recent council election. I'm sure every councillor was contacted by Q Shelter and was provided with what they perceived as their priorities for this sector ahead of the recent council election. They're Queensland's peak organisation in regards to housing, and that includes crisis housing and homelessness services as well. They have asked council to expand the public space liaison roles across the local government sector, knowing how important that work is and how important the work that those PSLOs do. Q Shelter also want to see the development of an integrated housing and homelessness strategy to combine local government and industry, and that's something we support, because whatever council's current housing and homelessness strategy is, whether it's the Housing Supply Action Plan or whatever document, sometimes the LNP say it's all of the documents, they're housing, or some of them, or none. It's not working currently, so we do support that as well in having an integrated housing and homelessness strategy for council to work with that sector as well. So we know and we recognise the council has an important role to play when it comes to helping people doing it tough through public spaces, council facilities and the delivery of services on the front line, like we've talked about tonight, community centres that are council lease sites and supported, or council libraries. We also know how important it is to partner with those not-for-profit organisations in that sector linked to a local response. Organisations like Q Shelter are on the coalface. They know what needs to be done. Organisations like that and plenty of others out there, and I think it is time that we listened to those organisations. I don't think we can continue to accept the position that enough is being done. Again, we've never said that council is the only level of government that has responsibility in this space. In fact, we do accept and recognise that council is a level of government that has the least ability to deal with these issues when it comes to size and scale compared to the state and federal government. But there are important key areas in which we can contribute to this. On the housing side is one, and support through homelessness services and support on the ground is another. We brought this motion tonight to put on record and thank our public space liaison officers, the small team that they are, for the amazing work that they do, to put on record that so they know that they are valued and appreciated in the work that they do, and to also advocate here in the council chamber with the administration here in attendance for more support for this team going forward. I believe that there's 4 positions currently, 4 people acting in those positions in our public space liaison team. Well, we know that, on the trip to Paris, there's 3 council officers going on that trip, and 2 LNP politicians, which is costing the ratepayers and renters of Brisbane $123,000 for that one single trip. Well, that trip would pay the wages of an additional public space liaison officer for another year, and I'm sure with other savings that we can identify, collectively we could see plenty more support for this team to continue to do even more work out in the community supporting people who are doing it tough at the moment.
Thank you. Are there further speakers? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on this motion and unequivocally add my support and appreciation for the work undertaken by our public space liaison officers. These officers are working in very trying circumstances and were recently subject to criticism from members of the public last year, and I didn't see the Leader of the Opposition or in fact any other Labor or Green councillor supporting them at that time. I also feel that the Leader of the Opposition perhaps should speak to Minister Scanlon and ask her to read the Q Shelter report that she ignored completely, that they sent to her. So it should not be surprising to anyone that I will be supporting this motion before us today, as I have on many occasions in this chamber spoken about the Schrinner Council's support for this amazing team, who really have such an important impact on those at risk or experiencing homelessness in Brisbane. Over the past few years, we know the demands that this team have faced in supporting those sleeping rough, particularly in dealing with the state government's abject failure to meet its responsibility for delivering crisis, temporary and long-term accommodation options. While the state government has the primary responsibility to deliver housing and homeless support in Brisbane, the Schrinner Council acknowledges that all levels of government have a role to play in assisting those at risk or experiencing homelessness. This side of the chamber will continue to show our support for the great work of the public space liaison officers, as we always have, as they continue to deliver the great outcomes that they provide for the city. And I move that the motion be put.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Howard that the motion be put and seconded by the Deputy Mayor. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy. 5 minutes. Yep.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Just very briefly, I was sure one of these would be non-controversial and supported as it was, and I'm glad this is one of those. We've got a couple more to go, so that we can add to that tally. But just want to reiterate, our support for this team and reiterate those calls that, we've heard it again from Councillor Howard in her contribution that one of the key roles that council plays in this space, in addition to the discussion we had just earlier about the Homeless Connect event, one of the key day-to-day roles this council can play in addressing the homelessness crisis that our city is facing is deploying our public space liaison officers. And we again call and implore the Lord Mayor to allocate more funding for this team, to expand this team. We know that they are under the pump. They are doing amazing work day in, day out, making those connections with people and making sure that at every step of the way, people who are sleeping rough or who are at risk of sleeping rough, whether it's one night, 1 week or a year on the streets, have access to those services and are able to take them up when they're in a position to do so. But to only have such a small team covering, 4 people covering nearly 200 suburbs, over 190 suburbs in Brisbane, simply isn't enough. So we again say thank you to our public space liaison officers for the work you do, and we hope to see in this upcoming budget more colleagues funded in this space because it is absolutely required to help address this crisis we're facing.
I'll now put the motion. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 6H on the agenda. Councillor Collier, would you please move the motion?
I move that this council, noting the excessive spend of over $92,000 on the opening of the Breakfast Creek Green Bridge in the middle of a cost of living crisis, commits to a zero-cost opening of the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Cassidy that this council, noting the excessive spend of over $92,000 on the opening of the Breakfast Creek Green Bridge in the middle of a cost of living crisis, commits to a zero-cost opening of the Kangaroo Point Bridge. Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. So the reason why we brought this motion today to debate is we believe on this side of the chamber that to spend this amount of money on a media event in the middle of an election campaign was a political decision and it was unacceptable. So let's be clear, we know when the election period is, and I note Councillor Murphy's remarks earlier in the debate about, the event was planned to be, before caretaker. Like, a couple of days is not okay, just to be clear. It doesn't make it okay. And then you just proceeded to do it anyway, so that's kind of irrelevant. I know that the LNP Council would have loved to cut the ribbon on the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge too during the election campaign, of course, but unfortunately that wasn't an option given the delays and the cost blowouts and the delays and the delays. So that's unfortunate. But in a time where, the Lord Mayor and Councillor Cunningham ad nauseam and are militant in saying the line, we need to find sensible savings, you would think that this one would not just go straight through to the keeper. Officers, I am hearing every single day, are under so much extreme pressure to cut. Every single day. Projects locally in suburbs across Brisbane are either delayed or cancelled entirely because supposedly this council is suffering so much that it has so little money to put into local projects that they have to cut and delay projects. So we think that this money should be invested in basic council services, not for parties getting the LNP on TV in the middle of an election campaign and then sending that bill straight to the residents of Brisbane. It's excessive. And Councillor Murphy, I will note, also earlier today said that the bridge couldn't possibly be opened unless an event was held. So according to the LNP, if a ribbon isn't cut on a gold-plated bridge over a creek, no one can use it. That's the LNP logic. So I'm not really quite sure, but I think what the LNP are saying is that people are not allowed to use brand new council facilities unless the LNP throw a big party and get their nice happy snaps and get on the telly. It should just stay shut until the party proceeds. That's what Councillor Murphy said. This excessive cost of $92,000 was not value for money for the residents of Brisbane. About 1,000 people attended. What's the cost per head? Yeah. $92 $92 a head. It's a pretty expensive party. So, especially in the current financial climate where, like I said, every single week, this LNP Council comes here and lectures us all about how sensible savings must be achieved. We cannot do the basics, according to the LNP. We couldn't possibly fix a dangerous intersection or a broken footpath or anything, because we can't keep staff in their jobs, and we certainly couldn't backfill them if they go on leave, because according to the LNP, we have no money and we've got to make sensible savings. I will note that this motion calls on to learn from the experience of the previous event and commit to a zero-cost opening. What I will say for all of the chamber to hear tonight is that if there is, we would support a welcome to country part of that event occurring, and Councillor Cassidy and I are very happy to pay for it.
Yeah, we'll pay for it.
We'll pay for it. We'll organise it and we'll pay for it. Happy to. Yep. But given...
Councillors. Sorry, Councillor Collier. Go ahead.
So just to be very clear, Councillor Cassidy and I are very happy to pay for that, but what we do not support is spending $92,000 of the money of the residents of Brisbane on a party so that you can get your faces on TV. Oh, and what I will say, by the way, Councillor Murphy, it was, of course, Labor councillors who proposed, through you, Chair, it was, of course, Labor councillors who proposed a green bridge at Kangaroo Point, but 4 years before it was but a twinkle in the LNP's eye.
Further speakers? Councillor Murphy.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Where do you start there? Let's start
One
right at the
moment,
end.
Councillor Murphy. Councillor Collier.
I haven't even started to speak and she's already abusing me, Madam Chair. It must be getting pretty late in the night. In fact, if we stay any later, we might even see the Brisbane Metro project concluded, and open. I'm getting a bit worried about that, Madam Chair. I might need to be organising the opening event for that as we speak. Look, we're 11 motions tonight, Madam Chairman. Clearly, you know, the Labor Party, you know, they're back. They're in the policy game. You know, they're wanting to put some motions forward and really sort of stamp their authority on the chamber. But I will just say to those opposite, where was this energy before the election? Huh? Where was any of this when you pre-selected Tracy Price? Huh? Come on. Now there's 4 years of runway to the next one. So don't bring the 11 motions now. Bring them 3-4 months ago. That would have been the better choice, I would have thought, Madam Chair, than now. Now, so administration councillors won't be supporting this motion. There's a number of reasons for that, and I'm sure you're not surprised, Madam Chair. Let's pick up on a couple of the very highly politically motivated points that Councillor Collier made. First of all, you know, that we're spending a lot on events and promotion and whatnot. This is from a former media advisor to the state government. Has anyone seen a government that has spent more on media advisors and staffers and promotional ads? And by the way, we just heard, Madam Chair, there's another massive post-budget ad campaign coming. They are booking ad space like it is going out of fashion in this city. Billboards, bus sides, they are going to go all out to promote themselves with government money ahead of the next state election. Now, Councillor Collier made the claim, she made the claim that we decided when this event would be. And I said before, we didn't decide. The council was actually heading into caretaker mode, and it was the CEO who made the decision as to whether we could postpone the event and hold it within period. He sought advice. He then gave us the okay. So, Councillor Collier, you're not impugning me when you, through you, Madam Chair, Councillor Collier is not impugning me when she has a go at this event and what it costs and when it was held. She's actually having a go at the CEO, the former CEO, Colin Jensen, who's now a private citizen, and I don't necessarily think that's appropriate. So I would just be very careful what she says there. You know, another point I will make, this is a massive own goal. We just hosted Catherine King, the federal infrastructure minister, who just 2 motions ago Labor was simping to, you know, trying so hard to curry favour with the federal government, sending this motion congratulating them for their pittance, their $100 million across 537 councils. And yet, who was the person looking most forward to a big and fantastic opening event for the Kangaroo Point Bridge? Catherine King. And do you know what she said to me? She said, wow, Greenbridge doesn't really quite describe the, you know, the scale of this bridge and the construction and what you're undertaking here. This is more like a bridge for Brisbane. And I said, you know what? That's fantastic. You're onto something, Minister. I really like that name. And I do think, because she's like, green bridges, you know, they just seem sort of, mind you, we did show her Kangaroo Point, not Breakfast Creek. But she was like, this is a bridge for Brisbane. This is game-changing infrastructure. I'm not going to, you know what she said? I'm not going to open this bridge. The Prime Minister is going to come open this bridge. So by all means, Councillor Collier, we'll pull the funding, we'll put the urn out, put some hot water and a couple biscuits, some coffee and tea, get a smoking ceremony happening, and we'll see if the PM's happy to come out for that. But I'm not sure he'll be so happy with you. I'm not sure he'll be so happy with you if that's what we do. So, again, another own goal from Labor with 11 motions, trying to be really tricky, really nasty here. You know, and Madam Chair, this is from a councillor who loves to party. And I know, Madam Chairman, because my parents live near Corralgaree Park, and I went to a party during caretaker period in Corralgaree Park, and I saw Councillor Collier hosting an amazing little party there, and it was full of Alex Kosu, the Labor candidate for Doughboy, call flute, so he was invited as well. So, you know, I just wouldn't be too cute, Councillor Collier, with trying to claim we politicise these events when I saw you during the caretaker period with Labor corflutes at your event, which was paid for by the ratepayers of this city, something you've just tried to criticise us for. And you know for a fact that the Breakfast Creek Green Bridge opening, there was no party political paraphernalia whatsoever. It was a very straight, very ordinary opening of a bridge. So, you know, I just think there are so many holes in this motion, Madam Chair. I pointed just a few of them out. It's very late. I'll wrap it up there. But, you know, this motion we will not be supporting. We will be opening that bridge, and we'll be giving it, we'll damn well be giving it the opening that it deserves. And I move this motion be put.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Murphy and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the motion be put. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Collier.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. And it's just, yeah, very happy to also personally commit to buying the ribbon for the Prime Minister to cut if you don't think that's value for money for ratepayers of Brisbane. It is really disappointing because it was an opportunity. Like, I do not understand the logic of LNP councillors when you come in here and say we couldn't possibly pay for basic services. We couldn't possibly. We have to make sensible savings. We have to tighten our belts. We have to make cuts. We have to cut concrete. We have to sack staff. We can't backfill their roles. We couldn't possibly do anything more to support the work of, you know, public space liaison officers or more Homeless Connect events or anything like that. But we will be okay with spending $92,000 on a party. That is just outrageous. We are talking about the priorities of the council here. And if you are voting against this motion tonight, what you are saying is that in the context of all of the stories and all of the discussions that we've had tonight is that you are okay to spend money on a $92,000 event to open a green bridge, and you're also okay with sending politicians to Paris at the cost of 120 grand, but you're not okay with installing period vending machine products. You're not okay with supporting basic
councillors. Councillors?
Can't hear.
Councillors? Councillor Collier?
You're not okay with supporting important infrastructure upgrades for safety in the suburbs, and you're certainly not okay with more funding becoming available for active transport. So that's the story of tonight, and that's the story that you are okay with if you're voting against this motion in the context of everything else that has, of course, gone on tonight. And certainly, you know, we brought these motions along tonight to highlight to the residents of Brisbane who ultimately pick up the bill for the Paris travel, for politicians, the luxury Paris travel, for the very special $92,000 party. Yep. And the LNP Council say that's fine. That's absolutely okay. But definitely also okay with sacking staff, with no basic council services. You know, the delays in major projects, the cost blowouts, all of that is okay according to the LNP, but you can come in here and say, yep, absolutely, it's all good to spend nearly $100,000 on a party. And Councillor Murphy, you are welcome to come to any of my amazing free community events. I do put them on for the benefit of all of the community. Everyone is more than welcome to come along. We get such positive feedback. Yes. They are pretty good, actually.
Didn't cost 100 grand, though.
Yeah, but what I will say is that happy to talk to you about the people who help run the events for me, because I can tell you right now, did not cost $92,000.
Sorry. I will now put the motion. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Councillors, ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 6 in favour and 18 against.
The motion is lost. Councillors, please return to your seats. Councillors, please return to your seats. Councillor Cassidy, would you... Oh, sorry, councillors, I draw your attention to notice of motion at item 61 on the agenda. Councillor Cassidy, would you please move the motion?
Thank you, Chair. I move that this council calls on the Lord Mayor to include small businesses in the criteria for the Safer Suburbs grants, which were reintroduced as an election commitment after this council defunded them in 2016.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier that this council calls on the Lord Mayor to include small businesses in the criteria for the Safer Suburbs grants, which were reintroduced as an election commitment after this council defunded them in 2016. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. A lot of councillors have spoken about community safety at this council meeting and a lot over the last few months as well. And we know that a lot of people in the community are not feeling safe walking at night, and too often we're hearing about horrifying and tragic incidents in the news and directly from residents that we represent as well. And we support the reintroduction of the Safer Suburbs grants. We did from the outset when the Lord Mayor announced them during the election commitments. We said we would have not only matched them but expanded on them as well. And this is an opportunity to expand on them formally here in council in broadening that criteria to include small businesses as well as sporting clubs and community clubs as well. We know that they were offered, in addition to community and sporting clubs, to small businesses up until 2016 when they were phased out by this LNP administration. So let's think about that. We had a suburban safety grant program which included small businesses and community and sporting clubs up to 2016, and the LNP made a decision, Chair, in 2016 that they didn't think suburban safety grants for CCTV were a priority for this council anymore. That was a political decision that the LNP made to no longer fund crime prevention grants. So there was no explanation apart from in 2016 the LNP saying they just decided no longer to fund them. So we then, we've gone 8 years between having funding available for these suburban crime prevention grants, and I know I've had lots of inquiries about this from small businesses who were aware that they used to be available, from community and sporting clubs as well. So again, we support the reintroduction of these grants, but think they don't go far enough. And I think there's a lot of councillors who support, who represent areas that have very traditional suburban shopping strips that in a lot of cases, and big sections of the one along Brighton Road in Sandgate or down at the Zilmere shops don't have that level of surveillance. And we have heard from the Lord Mayor and from LNP councillors how valuable and important that surveillance can be in helping solve crime and address crime as well and increase community safety. So I think this is probably a pretty non-controversial one. We say at the outset we support the Lord Mayor's grant program that he announced strongly, and strongly encourage him to support this motion today, which will see the eligibility criteria expanded to small businesses as well, to help them contribute not just to their own the safety of their own small businesses, but also the communities around them, because I know they're very keen to do that.
Further speakers? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak against this motion today because there seems to be some confusion. I listened yesterday to a very large debate on how we couldn't possibly take $2,000 out of our communities funds to support a community group, and now we have money coming out of our community grants for our community groups going to small business. So again, somebody mentioned before that maybe Councillor Cassidy should be representing in the gymnastics for the Olympics, and we have it here again. Whatever suits them on their political debate of the day, they will say. We have been doing City Safe Network for around 30 years. We're constantly expanding and improving this service because we are a safe and friendly city, and we want to keep it that way. And this financial year, we're investing more than $1.5 million to enhance and grow the CCTV network across Brisbane. Over the past years, we have rolled out 240 cameras to date to bolster Brisbane's network to deter crime, assist law enforcement. This adds to the existing 3,500 CCTV cameras in the network, which span right across the city, providing 24/7 surveillance at our libraries, ferry terminals, bus depots, and of course the CBD and Fortitude Valley entertainment precincts. And this significant investment is in addition to the 36 new suburban safety cameras announced by the Lord Mayor earlier this year, which will begin to roll out in the next financial years. They're just not listening, Madam Chair. But listening and typos and grammar has never really been their strong point. Every ward will receive a City Safe camera that can be rotated across locations based on community feedback, in consultations with the local businesses and the QPS. And these cameras have been proven to deter crime and antisocial behaviour while enhancing community safety. But this is very separate to our Safer Suburbs grants, which are available for sports and community clubs. And again, I'll reiterate what I heard earlier. Why do you take the money away from our community clubs? But that is exactly what this motion is suggesting. Reduce the money to our community clubs who need this investment to make sure they can improve their security improvements for crime prevention measures, in particular vandalism, which costs us so much money. They can include security screens, alarm systems, approved locks and patrol services. We have 568 leased sports and community clubs eligible for this grant, and we're proud to be able to support them in this way. But this motion effectively asks us to reduce that pool of funding available to our sports and community clubs to help them tackle crime and make our suburbs safer. I have to say, this does not mean we're not working with our local businesses to help tackle crime, and that's what is the frustrating part. They listen when they want to, but they don't hear the important parts, the things that we have been doing for our small businesses over many, many years. We work one-on-one with small businesses through our economic development officers, with our chambers and business associations, who tell us firsthand the challenges that they face running a business and how we can help them grow and thrive. We work to deliver more activations, marketing, promotion campaigns, shop front improvements, business coaching, local infrastructure upgrades and improvements, the list goes on. And we will continue amongst that to work closely with them on ways to prevent crime and improve safety in the community and protect their businesses. Many businesses, Madam Chair, have already got their CCTV cameras installed. I know my businesses have been working through that process in the last few years, and we continue to promote and strengthen the relationship we have between council, businesses and the QPS. The QPS has a Community Cameras Alliance program that we launched. Brisbane City Council launched it. I was there as the Economic Development Chair in 2018. With the National Retail Association and the QPS to encourage businesses to register their CCTV systems into the QPS database. And I would encourage every business to opt into this program. Our team is committed to doing what we can at a council level to help make Brisbane's suburbs better. A whole suite of practical solutions that don't take money away from our sporting and community clubs. We know that crime is one of the most concerning issues for residents across Brisbane and Queensland, but those on the other side are more interested in politicising it than actually addressing it. Disappointing, but not surprising. Labor do need to get serious on tackling crime, and that's just not those sitting here tonight, but those down the other end of George Street as well. But this motion is lazy, incompetent, and does not support our local communities and clubs in tackling the issues they have with crime in the suburb. We won't be supporting this motion today because we are committed to supporting our local community and sporting clubs and our local businesses and our local residents to keep our suburbs safe. I move the motion be put.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Adamant that the motion be put. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Cassidy.
Oh, thanks very much, Chair. The Deputy Mayor just doesn't listen. We didn't talk about, and this motion doesn't talk about, the pool of funding. Now, the Lord Mayor can make a decision. He's about to, in delivering his budget, to increase the funding for safety grants. So if we were to expand the eligibility criteria, of course the Lord Mayor would increase funding for these grants. Oh, wait, no, that's right. The LNP only ever cut grants. That's right. They did have this grant available up until 2016, and then they cut it. And then they cut grant funding to community and sporting clubs that in the last 2 years that those community and sporting clubs would use to do things like this, to improve their safety and surveillance, to improve facilities at the club, to paint the place and put carpet down and council-owned buildings. So the LNP have a strong track record when it comes to cutting grant funding at every opportunity and in every type of grant for every type of thing. There's not one grant funding program that this LNP administration hasn't cut, whether it's the Lord Mayor's Community Fund, halved that a few years ago, cut Better Suburbs grants, cut suburban safety grants. True to form, this is just what the LNP does. And so it is disappointing that this LNP administration wouldn't seek to support small businesses expanding their ability to make their businesses more safe and secure and the broader community more safe and secure. I know, lots of small businesses are doing it really, really tough at the moment. So any support the council can give them at any level is appreciated. And some of the things that Deputy Mayor talked about, we acknowledge small businesses appreciate that. They certainly would have appreciated a new stream of grant funding available to them to increase their safety and security with additional funding. But we just can't seem to get that tonight from this LNP administration. They're a big fat yes to Paris. Big fat yes to 123 grand for Paris. A big fat yes to, well, what we assume will be probably a $200,000 party on the Kangaroo Point Bridge. They're happy to spend money there. They're happy to see 180 less council staff working in the organisation over the last 6 months. They're happy to spend money over there, cut money over there, but not on programs to increase our community's safety by supporting small businesses in the work they do. It's really disappointing that the chair of the Economic Development Committee had to be the one to get up and deliver the bad news to small businesses in Brisbane. I was listening along thinking, oh, she's going to hit the suburban support in the things that the Deputy Mayor rattled off, and we just didn't get there. All of those programs that the Deputy Mayor talked about are all focused on the CBD and the Valley, just like all the financial support we see for small businesses are in the...
Madam Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim of misrepresentation.
So all the CCTV investment we've heard from the LNPs in the CBD and in the Valley, just like all of the business support we've seen roll out of councils in the CBD and in the Valley. Sure, that needs to happen, but we also need to have an eye to our suburbs. And according to the Deputy Mayor, just almost every single small business in her area already has CCTV. Well, that's wonderful, but I know there's an awful lot of support out in suburban Brisbane.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim of misrepresentation.
There's an awful lot of small businesses out in Brisbane that simply can't afford that at the moment because they have extremely high costs in running their businesses, and it's disappointing that the Deputy Mayor would rather personally travel to Paris for the Olympics than invest that money in important local programs, one of which could be supporting small businesses to increase their community safety. So again, we're disappointed in the LNP but not surprised tonight.
Deputy Mayor, your points of misrepresentation.
Firstly, Councillor Cassidy said the programs are listed in economic development were only in the CBD. They absolutely are not. They are right across the suburbs in our 29 chambers we support. And he also claimed that I said all businesses has CCTV camera, and that is not what I said.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against, no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division.
A division has been called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Councillors, ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 4 in favour, 18 against and 2 abstentions.
The motion is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 6J on the agenda. Councillor Collier, would you please move the motion?
I move that this council requests that the Lord Mayor increase the Pathways Out of Homelessness grant to $5 million per year for the 2025 to 2028 grant program.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Cassidy that this council requests that the Lord Mayor increase the Pathways Out of Homelessness grant to $5 million per year for the 2025-2028 grant program. Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. And from the outset, I do want to place on the record our remarks that are very complimentary of this program and the work that has been achieved through grants provided to organisations by council. It is one of the only ways where we can provide direct support to the incredible organisations who work to enable solutions to address the growing issue of housing insecurity and homelessness. And we too often hear in this place, that's not our job, we couldn't possibly, it's not our responsibility, but this is one of the only things, it is one of the most important things that this council does. And from the outset, I want to be really clear that councillors from the Labor Council team very much support this program. What we are calling for tonight is an increase so that organisations can increase their impact, their positive impact. And I want to recognise the 3 organisations that have received funding for their work through this program. Brisbane Housing Company, who apparently have engaged a specialist mobile health provider to deliver bespoke and place-based health services to support residents in community housing with complex health needs. Another recipient, IUI, the Institute for Urban Indigenous Health, and through their grant funding, through this program, they are supporting vulnerable First Nations people and families by developing care plans using an early intervention model to prepare, establish and maintain tenancies. Another organisation that's been a successful recipient of this grant funding is the Youth Advocacy Centre, and with this funding they're able to provide a wraparound advocacy support programs for at-risk young people, specifically aged 14 to 19, to transition to permanent safe housing and access to stable community support. Upon reflecting the work that's been achieved through the impact of the Pathways Out of Homelessness grants. We all know, of course, that there are so many contributing factors that we will need to help address housing insecurity, homelessness, but this is a very real and demonstrated way in which we as a council can provide essential funding to these organisations that really do the hands-on work. And that's why today we're calling on the Lord Mayor to increase the funding to this program for future grant programs. I understand, of course, you know, that the successful organisations that I've discussed tonight are not the only ones who applied for this funding. And so, and there is greater need, we know that. And so our reach could be so much broader to provide this essential kind of support for organisations who are dealing with, you know, the most vulnerable and critical cases when it comes to housing insecurity. You know, we are talking about the people who need our support as a council the most. And so the motion is very clear in its intent. Like I said, we are so complimentary of this grant program, and we think that we could do even more as a council. So that's why we're calling on the Lord Mayor tonight to increase that funding to the grant program.
Further speakers. Councillor Givney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on the motion before us. On April 10, I received a memo from the Lord Mayor asking for my budget submission with a deadline of the 26th of April. The memo said, and I quote, "Submissions received after this date risk exclusion from the budget consideration process," end quote. The motion before us today is a budget bid, which I can only assume was included in their submissions, was included in their submissions, which will be considered along with the request from all councillors. Given this, I move a procedural motion that this motion be laid on the table.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Givney and seconded by Councillor Adamant that the notice of motion at item 6J lie on the table. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it. That's it. Okay. I know. Sorry, councillors. Petitions. Councillors, are there any petitions? Councillor Massey?
I submit a petition requesting council purchase the site at 16 Duncan Street, West End for recreational green space.
Councillor Hutton?
Chair, requesting council provide and promote free green bins across Brisbane.
Councillor Wolfe?
Petition requesting the council rejects the development at 7 Ryans Road, St Lucia.
Councillor Adamant, may I please have a motion for the receipt of the petitions?
You may, Chair. I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
Seconded.
All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of an Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? There being no councillors rising to their feet, are there any matters of general business? Councillors, I declare that calls the meeting closed. There.